jurisdiction to determine property ownership interests. If you look at the County of Yakima versus Yakima Indian Nation case, that was the kind of argument interfering with our self-determination, our ability to regulate our own affairs. And the court said, no, we're simply upholding the state's right to impose and collect an ad valorem, a property tax here. This case, I don't think is nearly as controversial as that, because in that case, the tribe had actual valid legal title to the property, or at least their members did. Here, the tribe has no valid title to the property because the Brown family lost title decades ago.
Well, you wouldn't need to
unless you get
sue.
a quiet title action, you don't have it.
I'm sorry?
But you have to be successful in your adverse possession action or your quiet title action to actually confirm that. Isn't that where the rub is? Is that you can't actually, this isn't Inouye property located at this place. This is Lundgren's versus Upper Skagit tribe.
That's right. I mean, in order to kind of exonerate judicially your interest, you would need to either bring a quiet title action yourself or wait until the other side does, but you still own title, as recognized by this court and El Cerrito and other cases. So
if you can get it against the parties against whom it ultimately is, if your clients had brought it against the Browns, then no problem. Now that it's owned by the tribes, then we have the issues that we're facing in this case.
But should you allow the Browns, who know that, presumably, who know that they would...
We don't actually know that.
Well,
from what came in, there's some question as to what they even knew.
Well, but they were obviously interviewed by counsel for the tribe, and they submitted a declaration saying, well, we didn't really know about the fence, and that was from, I think it was David Brown, who owned 1/4 title in 1980.
Right, but his mom's dead, and we don't know. And
sure, but the Brown family had an opportunity to assist the tribe, and they did, but they didn't have specific facts sufficient to defeat summary judgment. So,
can I ask a question that takes in a different direction? Because even if many of the cases that I think Justice Wiggins asked your opposing counsel, is there anything exactly like this? And I can't find anything exactly like this because many of the cases deal with subject matter jurisdiction or NREM jurisdiction, but this is a CR-19 motion. Our most recent case on CR-19 found that an action could go forward, but it did find that the tribe in the Otto case was a necessary party, but for equitable reasons, because the state was asserting the immunity as its own sword rather than the tribe asserting the immunity as a shield. The result came out differently. But could you address how you would have us analyze the CR-19 factors? And here's my particular concern, is you seem to be suggesting that the tribe's interest and whether it has an interest turns on the fact that it's going to lose on the merits. And I wonder if you could address how we can, and what if the tribe hadn't even tried to defend on the merits, had just come in with the CR-19 analysis? How do we look at that in this context, even assuming that this could normally go forward as an NREM jurisdiction case?
well, you know, I think the argument advanced by the tribe is that Civil Rule 19 is just inexorably inconsistent with NREM jurisdiction. And I'm not aware of any case that's held that the two are diametrically opposed. I think if the court has NREM jurisdiction, and I don't really think that there's any controversy about that, then CR-19 is not a barrier to the court.
Well, that's my question, is why isn't it a barrier? It's an equitable prudential analysis that says even if we could hear this case in the absence of this party, we're not going to.
Because I think that the case law has been consistent in saying that the court does not have to have jurisdiction over parties in order to make rulings on an in-rem case. It doesn't have to have jurisdiction over the tribe. The tribe's not an indispensable party, and therefore, CR-19 is not a bar to the court hearing the case.
So you're saying the holding, if that were described as a rule of law, it would be if you don't need personal jurisdiction over a party, then CR-19 is not applicable? Okay.
I agree, Your Honor.
Mr. Alabi, it seemed to me that Mr. Hawkins was arguing, well, there might be in-rem jurisdiction and there might not be in personam, but this is subject matter jurisdiction, some third ground. I wonder if you could respond to that. Maybe I misunderstood the argument, but that's what it sounded like to me.
I think I heard the same thing, and I'm not aware of any case law that would hold for the proposition that this court would not have subject matter jurisdiction when there's a claim of sovereign immunity. I've not seen that argument made before, and I think this morning was the first time I've heard the tribe advance that argument. It wasn't made to the trial court, and I don't recall it in their briefing. So I don't think that the subject matter jurisdiction is really at issue in this case. The statute is clear on the fact that Washington courts have very expansive subject matter jurisdiction over disputes involving real property. So.
Could I ask you, you mentioned other contexts in which we would analyze these, the issue at stake as being an in rem question, and you mentioned condemnation as being an action in rem. And so I'd like to ask you about condemnation. When a private party can condemn under our jurisprudence, but also usually you see it in the context of the state. But let's assume a private party is wanting to condemn property. So they have to give notice to the property owner. But if it's an in rem proceeding, they don't need to be able to haul that party into court, so to speak, in order to achieve the goal, which is to condemn this property. Is that the logical way that we would proceed in our analysis, given what we've talked about in rem jurisdiction questions?
I'll acknowledge, Your Honor, that's a much more difficult case, and that seems to be getting really close to in personam jurisdiction. If a private party were seeking to condemn a way of necessity against a sovereign entity, fortunately, we don't have facts that are remotely like that. I still think, because condemnation actions have historically been treated as in rem actions, and because in rem actions, jurisdiction over the parties who may have an interest in the property is not technically required. I think that kind of action could go forward in Washington State Court as an in rem action, as long as notice is given, and then the tribe could make its decision on whether it wished to, make its defenses and raise defenses and or waive its sovereign immunity.
And you see, I mean, I guess maybe this shows my ignorance, but you see a difference between having the tribe come in and defend itself and waiving sovereign immunity. In one instance, they simply come in and provide evidence, but that's not a waiver of sovereign immunity?
I don't believe that's a waiver if they come in and provide, if they are asserting affirmative claims, substantive claims, then I think that probably is a waiver. But if they're simply coming in and defending their interest, as they did here by submitting declarations from the Brown family, I don't believe that that's a waiver of sovereign immunity, and we've certainly not advanced that argument in this case, even though that's what they did. So, thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, could I ask you to respond to Mr. Ellerby, who was responding to what was perceived as your argument that regardless of in rem jurisdiction, there's no subject matter jurisdiction here because the tribe owns the land. I think that was the argument you were making.
That is the argument, Your Honor. And this notion that this is the first time that the respondents have heard that sovereign immunity is a subject matter bar jurisdictionally is just not accurate. In our opening brief on page 18, I'm sorry I don't have the record enumeration, but in our opening brief, page 18, we raised that issue. And in the concurrence authored by the Chief Justice here in Wright, there was clarification that said, quote, thus both the majority and the dissent fail to recognize that sovereign immunity is an issue of subject matter jurisdiction requiring dismissal under Rule 12b-1. So there is ample case law and this court's decision in the right that stands for that proposition.
Can I ask you then to address the question I asked your opposing counsel? That was the posture in Smale or Small. That was a 12b-1 motion. The tribe was saying our sovereign immunity deprives the court of subject matter jurisdiction. As I read the Court of Appeals analysis, it says we don't think the tribe has an interest because it's going to lose on the merits, and we presume that because this is a 12B1 motion. So how do you do, is it CR 19 that makes all the difference here as far as how we don't look at, I think, what Mr. Ellerby described as a holistic approach to that question?
Civil Rule 19 is critical here. It is utterly distinct, makes this case utterly distinguishable from the small case. There's no question about that. However, going back to the small case again, keep in mind that they took their interests subject to the ongoing litigation and the jurisdiction that the lower court had obtained prior to them coming into litigation. That is clearly not what you're confronted with here. We took our registered title without exception.
Well, the jurisdiction that they obtained was jurisdiction over the property and those parties. They didn't obtain jurisdiction over the tribe.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you. But that is a factual distinction that is of note.
Let me ask you about Gorman, because I think the Gorman case stands for two things that might be important here. One, that once adverse possession has been established, the prior owner can't extinguish title by transferring it to the state. And two, when you don't need to sue to perfect adverse possession. So if those two things are said in Gorman, that a suit isn't necessary and you can't extinguish that title by transferring to the state, what's the difference here? Is it that immunity for the state is different than immunity for a tribe, or is it something else?
Two things as it relates to that. First, it wasn't immunity of the state. It was immunity of a municipality, the city of Woodinville, which is quite different from tribal sovereign immunity. And yes, the state's immunity is actually less than a tribe's immunity because states, one example of that is states can be sued by other states. Tribes are not subject to suit by other states. So there is a distinction as to the breadth of that immunity between a state and a federally recognized Indian tribe. Second, this notion that they need not come forward to establish their claim, that's not what Gorman says. In fact, in Gorman, on numerous occasions, it says that it has to be remanded in order to establish their claim of title.
It also says the new title holder need not sue to perfect their interest.
Unless and until it becomes at issue. And once it becomes at issue, then they are forced under 7.28010 to quiet title by bringing the owner, the record owner, before the tribunal. And here, they can't.
What if the Lundgrens had sold their interest before the suit started to another tribe? What would happen then?
The immunity travels, Your Honor, both on and off reservation. So if it was another federally recognized Indian tribe, they possess the same rights as does the Upper Skagit.
But then you're feeling pretty good about your record title, I'm guessing.
The tribe is concerned, quite frankly, that we're even here. The tribe never anticipated having to be subject to these proceedings. We thought that it was a clear motion to dismiss below, and it was not something that the tribal council was pleased to have to defend.
Could you clarify for me, at least, with respect to your being in a position of having to defend the title to your property? What's the distinction between doing that and waiving sovereign immunity and coming into court and defending your title? I'm confused.
I can't reconcile that, Your Honor.
Okay.
What would be the concept of defending something and then be not subject to the outcome? I mean, how could they have the relief that they're seeking if the tribe were not subject to the jurisdiction of the court?
Thank you. Court will be in recess for 10 minutes.
Supreme Court is in recess.
TVW for more than 20 years, bringing you gavel-to-gavel coverage of Washington state government. To watch your state government in action, turn to TVW. Through its unedited gavel-to-gavel coverage, TVW opens state government to the people of Washington.
TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
Support for TVW provided by Seattle Children's.
Seattle Children's has a 107-year history of taking care of all kids regardless of ability to pay. We take care of the sickest of the sick in the whole region, like cancer, congenital heart disease, cystic fibrosis. We're the only hospital in the state that can provide organ transplantation and have all the specialty services that any child would need for virtually any condition that they may have. We believe that the children in our community and their families deserve nothing less than the very best.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW. The Washington State Democratic Party meets in Tacoma June 17th through the 19th for its 2016 state convention. Watch the convention, from candidate speeches to adoption of the party platform, live online at tvw.org.
I love the dirt. I didn't grow up on a farm, but I always knew I wanted to be a farmer. Being outdoors and working to make something of water and soil and air is, well, it's kind of a miracle. You know, my day starts before 5 a.m., and it always includes coffee. I often go out and check on our horses, and usually end up cleaning up dirty hooves. Once everyone is off and running, I get started working in the office. Running a small business of any kind is hard, but on a farm, you're at risk every single day. If you make a mistake, nature will teach you hard lessons. We use the latest technologies, but as farmers, we're still taking a risk against improbable odds. I have a degree in agronomy, and as a soil scientist, I'm always trying to find ways to improve our crop. You know, this farm's been in the family since 1910, and there's a deep bond between man and his farmland that transcends generations. Our family's moments of success and failure, risk and reward live on as memories buried here under the dirt. I've been told I have a pioneer spirit. I love the struggle of man versus nature. I love the challenge of earning every square inch of what we have. And I love the smell of oil and diesel in the morning. My name is Mary. I'm a small business owner, I'm a soil scientist, and a farmer. And I vote Republican.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I promised a lot of you on Thursday that we would have a fair and orderly convention. I am glad I did not promise speedy. However, we hope to speed things up today, fixing the machines and getting ready to go for the voting we have this morning. I'd like to remind you that we started here in Pasco, a number of us, on Mount St. Helens Day, and today is Armed Forces Day. Mount St. Helens is a symbol of the mighty power of nature, and our armed forces is a symbol of the mighty power of the United States. To start off this morning, we have a number of people who have all served careers in the armed forces. I'd like to begin by introducing Pastor Val O'Donnell, 20 years in the Air Force as an officer, and now a Spokane district leader and PCO in Spokane County. Please welcome Val O'Donnell.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in calling on our Heavenly Father for his blessing. And I would ask that all of the gentlemen remove their headgear. Gentlemen, not ladies. Our dear and beloved Father in heaven, we bow before thee in this assemblage of delegates from across this great state of Washington who have been sent here to conduct the business of the Republican Party of our state. We thank thee for thy guidance and thy blessings and inspiration as we have done so thus far. And we pray this morning that thou wilt continue to bless those who are our leaders and who will guide and direct the affairs of this convention through this day. We also pray, dear Father, for thy blessings and thy spirit to rest upon our country, which is in turmoil. And we pray that thou wilt let thy spirit rest upon this nation, that we might continue to enjoy the great freedoms that thou hast blessed us with, and that we might be able to protect those freedoms, not only for ourselves, but also for all of our posterity through the generations. We know that thou hast inspired those who founded this great republic, and we pray that thou wilt continue that inspiration upon all those who are chosen to lead in this election year, both in our nation and in our state. And we pray for these blessings and for thy Spirit to be with us this day. In the name of our Savior, Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Val. Now I'd like Brad Peck to come forward to lead us in the pledge. Brad is a 21-year veteran of the U.S. Air Force. He is also a Franklin County Commissioner and was there when we met here to select this facility for our convention and helped us in that negotiation. So we are so pleased to be in the wonderful track center with all that it has to offer us. Brad Peck.
Good morning. Please join me as we pledge allegiance to the greatest symbol of liberty and justice the world has ever known. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner, and for that, Carrie Hooks, a 20-year veteran of the Navy, will lead us.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the red
Thank you, Carrie Hooks French. Now I'd like to invite please be seated. I'd like to invite our National Committee man, Jeff Kent, to read a letter today that arrived from Reince Priebus, chairman of the Republican National Committee.
Good morning. These words came to us today from our chairman, Reince Priebus. Today we honor the sacrifice and service of the men and women serving in all 5 branches of our military. Whether it is the Air Force, Army, Coast Guard, Marine Corps, or Navy, each branch of our nation's armed forces serves an indispensable role in ensuring the safety of the American people. I send my deepest gratitude and appreciation to all those in uniform, and I hope we will all take time today to reflect on their dedication and valor of all those who have served. Chairman of the Republican National Committee, Reince Priebus. Now, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege here in just a moment to have us recognize some people who are in the room today. As I ask each of these groups to stand, could they please remain standing until we're finished? Could all those currently serving in our military please stand and be recognized? Could we have all those who have served in the past, our veterans, please stand and be recognized with them? As all of us know, these brave men and women do not serve alone. Their families serve along with them. If you have a direct family member that served in the military, could you please stand with them? And to show them our gratitude to these brave men and women and their families, and to show that we will never turn our back on them and we will never forget their service, could we all stand with our armed forces and families? Thank you all.
It's my pleasure now to introduce to you the favorite son of Pasco, the Honorable Doc Hastings, who served for many years as congressman representing this great congressional district. Doc has some welcoming words for us.
Thank you very much, Susan, and welcome to Pasco, my hometown. When I represented the 4th District, I had to go lightly on that because the 4th District has some great communities, but Pasco is my hometown. And so I wanted to thank you here. And as Dan Newhouse said yesterday, you are in the 4th metropolitan largest area in the state, and it's growing. The Pasco I grew up in is a lot different than Pasco is right now, but welcome to Pasco. Let me ask a question. How many here in this audience are attending their first state Republican convention? Raise your hands. Wow. Well, I want to welcome you to what Susan described yesterday as not a minority party in Washington state, but rather, because of the Democrats, the demographics, a party that is emerging as a majority party. And your goal, after you leave here, because you are all activists, your goal is to go back home to your home areas and do everything you can to promote the Republican message. That's what activists do in the Republican Party. And this is a means by which to kick all of that off. Now, if you haven't noticed, this is a presidential year. Who would have thought that a political party that had 17 people aspire to be their leader and their candidate would have essentially their race settled when the other party, who had only 2 candidates, are still fighting it out? Now, this is a wonderful, wonderful position to be in. But obviously, Republicans, when you have 17 choices, you have to go through the process of figuring out how we're going to get behind the nominee. Let me tell you this. It is absolutely incumbent that all of us get behind our nominee so that we can win the presidency, because The alternative is at least 4 years of Hillary and maybe up to 3 Supreme Court justices. If that doesn't frighten you, I don't know what else will. So, now, let me get a little bit more personal and more centered on the state of Washington. Some of you may not know that I got elected to Congress by beating Jay Inslee. So he's beatable. And last night you heard our candidate for governor, Bill Bryant, and I've heard him several times. He's got a great plan. He's organized. I think he'll be the next governor of the state of Washington. But let me tell you on a personal note, when I was in Congress, every February generally, when we had a break, the President's Day break, I would go to Olympia and meet with the Democrat or the Republican Senate caucus and Republican House caucus and other officials on a normal basis, the governors, others. I never met with the Republican governor, by the way. We should change that. But when I announced that I was not going to run again, it was about a week before I had already scheduled a trip over to Olympia. And so I had a meeting already scheduled with Jay Inslee, and so I walked into the governor's office. He had one staff member there. I had another staff member there. We exchanged small talk, and he says, you know, Doc, when you sent out your press release that you were not going to run again, you should have at least mentioned that I beat you once. So what happened, see, is my crack staff said, Doc, you know, you really need to say that you got to Congress by beating Jay Inslee, because after all, he's the governor of the state. And I said, well, Jay, let me remind you, in 1992, when we first ran against each other, I beat you in the primary, and you beat me in the general election. And then in 94, I beat you in the primary, and I beat you in the general election. So I beat you 3 out of 4 times. By only saying I beat you once, I did you a favor. My point is, with your enthusiasm here and the party coming together in November, we will have a Republican president and we'll have a Republican governor, and we'll control both houses of the legislature where we can get things done that ought to be done. So welcome to Pasco. Let's go from here and have a victory in November. Thank you all.
Doc Hastings received the Washington State Republican Party Lifetime Achievement Award last fall at our annual dinner. He is so deserving. Well, now we've got more speakers. But first, an important credentials report, and here is the chairman of the Credentials Committee, Charlie Crabtree.
Good morning, everyone. Charlie Crabtree, your credentials chair with the Saturday morning supplemental report of 1,375 delegates seated. I move, Chairman, that you accept the supplemental report.
Thank you. If there are no objections, we accept the report. Hearing none, the report is accepted. Thank you. There have been some questions about what happens if you have to leave. And so I just want to clarify, it's in your rules. If you have to leave, you go to your county chair and you hand the county chair the badge. It is the county chair's duty to deal with that position after you leave this convention. All right. You have before you a ballot listing all the individuals who filed to run for delegate to represent us at the National Convention in Cleveland. They appear in alphabetical order, and they are going to speak for 30 minutes. See, I didn't promise you speedy. 30 seconds. It's a beautiful thing. Remember, the white sheet is a scratch ballot. You can write notes on it. You can scribble it. You can circle names. You can do whatever you want. That is not the ballot that is going to be handed in. You will vote for these convention delegates on a bubble sheet by number, which means you have to decide who you want to vote for and then look to the left of their name for a number. You may only vote for 11 candidates. You see why we need a computer system to read these ballots. If you vote more than 11 candidates, your vote will be spoiled. If you vote less than 11, it will not be. Your vote will count. But the goal is to vote for 11.
Yeah, I know. Point of information, really fast, Chairman Hutchison. This whole section received the elector, not the delegate forms, or the alternates.
The same thing here, Madam Chairman. All we have is elector sheets.
Okay, hold on to those sheets because you'll need them after we vote on alternates. And we'll send out or get distributed the other ballots. Look at the top of your sheet. Does it say delegate? It should say official at-large delegate ballot. Okay, yeah. There should be 2 sheets.
Back to back, one sheet.
Okay. Could you raise your hands if you have not received 2 ballots?
Madam Chair, Nola Judd, Clallam County.
Thank you.
The difficulty is that the delegate ballot back here was put on alternate chairs, not every chair. Every other chair received that.
On your side, only 1 ballot. Okay, we'll get that remedied right away. Meantime, we'll wait until everybody has their ballots, until we scribble out a few names, because you know some people put their name on both the CD ballot and the at-large, and so we're going to take their names off of this larger ballot. But until we do that, I want you to each have a scratch ballot in your hand, and so we'll move on to some more speakers.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Alex Vince Kirkland. I'm noticing we only have 2 ballots, at-large delegate and at-large elector, but we do not have any sheets for at-large alternates.
You will get those sheets.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I'd like to introduce to you Chris Vance, a former chair of the Republican Party who's put his hat in the ring as candidate for U.S. Senate against Patty Murray. Please welcome Chris Vance.
Good morning. Before I do anything else, I need to introduce to you my secret weapon, the smartest, most handsome, charming, intelligent person working in Washington state politics today. My campaign coordinator is also my son, Adam Vance. Where are you, Adam? He's back there. Back there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is hardly the first time I've stood before the state convention, but I sort of feel the need to reintroduce myself a little bit this morning. So I was thinking, it was 36 years ago this fall, in the fall of 1980, when I was a freshman at Western Washington University, young, dumb, impressionable, thinking about politics and what I believed, and two men had a huge impact on my life and made me a Republican. And so I will always be grateful to Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan. Because, by the way, I stole that line from Dino Rossi, but it's true. I looked at what Ronald Reagan was saying in that campaign, and I signed on to the two core principles of Reaganism. First, that freedom, limited government, free enterprise, free markets will create a thriving private sector economy that will create hope and prosperity for all Americans. And second, that American strength and active American leadership in the world is the greatest guarantee we have to keep the peace, prevent war, and protect our freedoms. Those principles have always been my core principles, and they always will be. I will always be a proud member of Ronald Reagan's Republican Party. So I graduated from college, went to work in Republican politics, worked for various Republican elected officials, and then when I was 28 years old, I beat a four-term incumbent Democrat for a seat in the State House of Representatives that had never elected a Republican before. A few years after that, I won a tough race to give us a 7-6 Republican majority in the King County Council. I live in King County. I apologize for that. But my daughter goes to WSU, so does that help at all? Yes. A few years after that, I was elected to the first of 3 terms to serve as your Republican State Party chairman. This is the same gavel we used back then. Hasn't changed. I served in a quiet little era, not much going on, just a gubernatorial election involving Dino Rossi. Right? This year, I'm going to retire Patty Murray for you. Ladies and gentlemen, this election has got to bring change. Washington, D.C. is broken. Our national security is threatened. The Iran nuclear deal was a ridiculous, destabilizing mistake that Patty Murray should be ashamed that she supported. Our economy is stagnant. Obamacare is a disaster that's only going to get worse, and Patty Murray is proud she helped to write it. We're $19 trillion in debt. And folks, Washington, D.C. is mired in a culture of gridlock, dysfunction, and debt. And after 24 years in the Senate, Patty Murray is the living, breathing, walking, talking embodiment of the status quo. She's part of the problem. She's got to go. And we can win statewide in Washington State. I know it because I've seen it happen. And we're going to have a big year. We're going to hold the state Senate. I think we're going to expand our majority in the state Senate. We're going to take the House. We're going to win a bunch of these important down-ballot races, and we're going to elect Bill Bryant governor. Okay? And I think the world would be a better place if we sent a Republican to the United States Senate who cares about growing our economy, protecting our national security, and bringing down our national debt, and maybe representing the rest of the state and not just downtown Seattle. Right? So in conclusion, we are privileged to live in the greatest nation in the world. There's nothing a free people can't accomplish if the government just gets out of their way. But here in Washington State, we have one big problem. Year after year, we have elected and re-elected all the same people from the same party with the same ideas, and it is not working. Together, this is the year we can change that. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your convention.
Each each of our candidates gets to talk about who filed against them. We all know enough about Patty Murray. We don't need any more information about her. All right, yesterday we reminded those of you who had already heard the news and announced to others that Dwayne Davidson, a candidate for state treasurer, had a tragic loss this week when his wife died unexpectedly. He is unable to be with us today, but he has sent as a surrogate Eileen Thompson, who is the Yakima County Treasurer, and she will speak on Dwayne's behalf. Please welcome Eileen.
Hello, I'm Eileen Thompson, and I am the Yakima County Treasurer. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of my friend and colleague, Dwayne Davidson, who is running for State Treasurer. As we heard earlier, Dwayne is unable to join us today due to his wife's unexpected passing. Please join me in keeping him and his family in our thoughts and prayers during this most difficult time. Okay, so I'm not sure which is harder, standing up here and doing a speech about myself, or standing up here and doing a speech about someone I really admire and respect. So bear with me as I try to do justice for Dwayne. I was extremely humbled that he would even allow me to present this on his behalf. Dwayne was elected in 2002 to Benton County Treasurer, which is the same year that I was elected to the Yakima County Treasurer. This has given me firsthand knowledge of his experience, his leadership, his hard work, and dedication. Dwayne is a lifelong Republican with years of service to our party. He has been a PCO for nearly 20 years, a party officer, treasurer, newsletter editor, GOP fair booth organizer, and the list goes on. Dwayne is a strong believer in the Republican values. There has not been a Republican state treasurer for 60 years. We need to change that now. We can have a true Republican in state office, one who has always supported our party and our party's value, and that is Dwayne. The current treasurer is a liberal Democrat who has used his office to promote an income tax. He's also attacked the local control of your county treasurers. It's time for that to stop. For the last 8 years, we've had a politician in office that did not understand your local government. We need to put a treasurer back into running the state's bank. Someone who knows not only how the state operates, but how local governments operate. And that is Dwayne. We have seen how disastrous it can be in places like California and Detroit when government forgets the public responsibility to our taxpayers. We do not need high rollers chasing yield with your tax dollars. Safety and liquidity are the two biggest criteria when making investments in government funds. Dwayne understands that he has been entrusted with your hard-earned tax dollars, and he knows how to manage public funds. He created an investment pool for his county and for the districts that he serves. His philosophy in developing the pool was to create a locally managed investment option that would take advantage of the economy of scale, simplify administration, and potentially achieve higher yield than other programs. This type of investing is much different than real estate investments for wealthy individuals. For those of you who understand government investing, they know that as a treasurer, you are restricted by law as what is an allowable investment and who you can invest with. That is why it is so critical that we hire Dwayne Davidson to be our next state treasurer. He knows federal, he knows state, and he knows local laws. He is a skilled finance professional. Dwayne brings a wealth of experience in both public and private sectors. In addition to business and accounting, he is also a CPA. His experience as an auditor with the State Auditor's Office and as the Benton County Treasurer has provided him with the skills and knowledge needed to be our next state treasurer. Dwayne is respected by his fellow county treasurers. He has looked at as a resource. He has trained new treasurers to help them better understand their responsibilities. We as a state organization have elected him to 2 terms as our president. And actually last year, we voted him to be our president for life, although I don't know that he agreed with that. He has the endorsement of nearly every county treasurer in the state, all of the Republicans, many of the Democrats, and nonpartisan. He has the support of most of the trusted leaders, many of them who are here today. This is not only due to his experience, but also due to the type of individual that Dwayne is. He's knowledgeable. He knows how to get the job done. He knows how to work with the legislators. He is a problem solver, always comes up with innovative ideas and cost-effective solutions. We need a state treasurer that understands that every citizen's money, taxpayer money, needs to be protected. We need Dwayne Davidson as our next treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. There has been a lot of interest over the last several months about the land commissioner's position. This is a position we so desperately need a Republican serving in. And there have been a lot of conversations and a lot of efforts to talk to people about stepping into this position. Well, I am very pleased to tell you this week, a wonderful candidate stepped up as a Republican to run for Lands Commissioner. His name is Steve McLaughlin, and I'm going to let him introduce himself to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. I'm delighted to be able to come up here to the podium and speak. My name is Steve McLaughlin, and I'm running for Commissioner of Public Lands. I want to tell you just a little bit about my background, and then I'll tell you what I'm thinking about. I was born in Vancouver, Washington, in Clark County. I grew up down in Oregon, in Medford, Oregon, and sorry, Washingtonians, I attended U of O. And then after graduation from the university with a degree in health and biology, I entered the United States Navy, where I served 25 years. A couple of the highlights of my career was working the peace process in Bosnia and Kosovo. And to kind of paint a picture, I have an evaluation of myself that says if ever there is a crisis in this 83-nation area of responsibility, Steve McLaughlin is the first person that we call. In my last job in the United States Navy, I was the executive officer at Naval Station Everett. And when I was there, I found a friend who was our forester for all the Navy lands in the Pacific Northwest. And he, in 1991, set aside and bought out some paper rights or logging rights to an old growth stand. A few weeks after touring this stand for the first time, I took my admiral and my boss into this stand. As we were walking around it, they were amazed, and I suggested to them that we name the forest after our forester. So I initiated an effort, and we won. And the Department of Interior and the United States Navy name this forest, which will now forever be preserved. But in that, I see a problem. And the problem starts like 2 weeks ago when I was sitting on a teeter-totter with my 2-year-old granddaughter. I was the big dog in the teeter-totter, and she weighs 25 pounds. There's a little balance problem there. The management of our public lands is out of balance. Failed policies over many years has resulted in choked up forest lands, leading to the conflagrations that we have seen in eastern Washington over the past 2 years. And by the way, I went to Okanagan County and helped rebuild homes up there, and right after the fires last summer, in 7 days, a group of friends that I work with organized 30 tons of relief supplies that were delivered within 7 days to people affected by the fires. So how am I going to do this? First off, I am going to lead the Department of Natural Resources, who desperately needs positive servant-style leadership, which I know something about. Secondly, I am going to work with the timber companies, the private landowners, and even the federal land managers. I know, by the way, nothing's off the table there, to look at healthy forest practices to prevent fires from happening in the first place. Secondly, I'm going to work with firefighters to ensure that we are attacking early and not waiting around for another 50,000 acres to burn. In this state, I have trained hundreds, if not thousands, of incident management personnel in the process of how you manage a severe, an incident. I was at Oso, and when that landslide happened, and I provided help there, and I've trained firefighters, police officers, deputies, and public servants, including elected officials, in the management of incidents. It's something I know something about. And we will fix this problem. But it's going to take positive leadership in that department, and it's going to be essential to balance what we have seen as way out of balance in the last 20 years or more. Finally, it's really important as a steward of the public land trust that money and revenues generated from our public lands goes where it is supposed to go. And that is to our public schools, which will hopefully reduce your tax burden, and finally to our counties, and especially our rural counties who need those funds desperately to win. Finally, I ask you, I'm very new to this. This is my first time ever running for any office. I could use your help. Thank you all very much, and enjoy the rest of the convention.
Thank you, Steve McLaughlin. One Republican running in that race. There are a few others where we've got Republican against Republican until after the primary. As soon as those contests are finished, we'll be endorsing. So, exciting times. I believe everyone has a scratch ballot now. Is that correct? Okay, so we're going to begin. Take out the scratch ballot that says official, at-large, delegate ballot. I am going to call each one of these individuals in order. It is alphabetical order, you may have noticed. If someone decides to take their name off the list, this is where you're going to need your pens and pencils now. They will step up to the mic and state their name and announce that they're removing their name from the list. We're going to do this in an orderly fashion because there are a lot of lines and it's hard to keep track. So, we'll begin with the first name on the list. There'll be a 30-second speech. The next name needs to be lined up. We will not delay. It'll go one right after the other. And if you are taking your name off the list, you must go to the mic and state it. We scratch your name off the list and move immediately to the next person. If someone does not step up to the mic when their name is there in front of you, the next name, then we ignore that name and we keep moving on. That name is not removed from the list officially, but we will not hear a speech. It is incumbent on all the candidates to know the alphabet and know where their name is going to come up. All right. I think Republicans are smart. Yes, thank you.
Ron Averill, Lewis County. There are many people on this list that were elected yesterday in the caucuses. Do we know those names, and can we remove them now?
You may. Their names are on the screen momentarily. However, to avoid confusion, we will also do it in order, and I would like those delegates to step to the mic and decline because they've already been elected. All right? Thank you. 4 people are automatically removed. Those names are on the list. But I saw this in our congressional caucus yesterday. It's better to do it in order. All right? So let's begin. First on the list, and you feel free to keep lining up. You can be 10 people deep. 30 seconds goes very quickly. Number 1, step to the mic.
Hello, my name is Ralph Hagan. I am a grassroots Republican and running for delegate at large.
Thank you. Number 2.
I'm Joyce Alvarez, teacher in Puyallup. Would like to be a delegate. I'm a Trump supporter. Go Trump. Thank you very much.
3.
Hello, fellow Republicans. I'm Brian Anderson from Pierce County. I ran for 2 reasons. Number 1, we need people of character running for office. And I thought we needed a little vigor, as JFK would say. So that's why I'm suspending my campaign, and I enthusiastically endorse Jack Bell of Thurston County, worthy of your vote. Jack's a high school student.
30.
And
30. Thank you. Scratch number 3. Number 4. Number 4. Number 4 is not in the room. Skip number 4, go to number 5.
John Anderson's number 4.
Got to speak up, everybody.
I'm a retired telecommunications engineer, Vancouver, Washington. I would appreciate your vote. I'm available and willing and able. Thank you.
Thank you, number 4. Number 5. Number 5. All right. Number 5. Number 6.
My name is Jack Bell. I'm an 18-year-old senior at Olympia High School and will be attending Gonzaga University in the fall. Here we go. I'm an ambassador for the Philippine campaign. Let's see what else. Please vote for me. I'm a Ted Cruz delegate. We need to energize my generation of Republicans. And with the experience at the National Convention, I feel that I can do that. Thank you for your time.
7. Number 7. Is there number 7? Number 7. Move to number 8.
Number 7.
Okay, I need to say this again. Is everybody listening? I will call your number only 3 times. If you do not begin speaking immediately after I say the number, we will move on. Okay? Thank you. Number 7.
I'm Jennifer Benson Schweppe. I'm excited to be here and be part of a movement for real change. I'm ready to be a foot soldier for Donald Trump, get his message out on jobs, strong economy. Mainly, it's important that we all work together, work hard, work smart, and make sure that we never see another Clinton White House.
Number 8.
Thank you. I'm Don Benton, State Senator from the 17th District in Clark County. Many of you know me as the Senate nominee. I ran for United States Congress as the Republican nominee. I was on the statewide ballot and represented you when I ran for U.S. Senate. And ladies and gentlemen, you want a true conservative representing you in Cleveland, pro-life, pro-gun, anti-tax, and I've been doing it for 35 years. So I ask you to support me so I can support you in
30.
Cleveland.
Number 9. Number 9.
That's me. Linda Bishop from Grant County, Moses Lake. And I'm here to say that it's time to unify. Susan has mentioned that about 3 or 4 times this weekend. And we had 17 talented, wonderful candidates. And it's come down to this. And we need to unify. I do not want to have Hillary in the White House. God bless America. It needs a
30.
blessing. Linda Bishop from Moses Lake.
Number 10.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Broders. Our founding fathers envisioned a country where the most successful people would step up and be the leaders of our country. I support Donald Trump, a businessman. What a precedent that could establish for the future of our country, and I'm proud to wear my black and white.
Number 11.
Hello, my name is Hallie Burnham. I'm president of the Right Northwest Chicks and also on the board of the Mainstream Republicans. I supported Cruz originally, but I'm supporting Trump now. I want us to win in the fall. I've been a strong advocate for all sorts of our candidates in this state. I want your vote. Thank you.
Number 12.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Carlson from King County and KVI Radio. How are you? Thank you. Time to make just one point, and here it is. This is the most critical election since at least 1980. So let's enter Cleveland as Cruz delegates, Trump delegates, Kasich delegates, but let's leave Cleveland as a united party that's going to reclaim what is best about this country. Thank you.
Number 13.
Number 13 is my son, Matthew, could not be here because of car trouble.
Thank you. Number 14. Number 14. Number 14. Number 15.
My name is Rob Chase, Spokane County Treasurer, and if I'm elected, I will go to Cleveland and vote for Donald Trump on the first ballot because he was the first candidate to actually see what a terrible deal the Trans-Pacific Partnership is, the worst piece of legislation ever foisted upon the American people. I can't believe that our representatives voted for trade promotion, fast-track authority for Obama, and I will vote for Donald Trump on each successive ballot. Thank you.
Number 16.
Dr. Arthur Coday. I ran for U.S. Senate. I am a Ted Cruz supporter. I supported him early with my money, with my endorsement, and I made phone calls to raise funds for him. I was on a state leadership team. With respect to platform, and I'll support Cruz at the convention. With respect to platform, I'm on your platform. Pro-life, pro-marriage, pro-Second Amendment, smaller government, against illegal immigration, peace through strength, pro-Israel. God bless.
Number 17.
Hi.
Number 17.
Steve Crosby. I'm from Jefferson County, the most geriatric county in Washington State. In 1952, I was really excited. My parents brought home a black and white TV, and they plugged it in, and we watched the Republican convention for the next week. I learned that things that you do when you're young stay with you forever. That's why I decided to withdraw. I ask that you vote for Bell. Ring the Liberty Bell. Let's bring youth into our party. Thank you very much.
All right, scratch number 17. 18.
I'm Brett Danielson from Spokane County. I'm an engineer, business owner, and a lifelong constitutional conservative. And I supported Ted Cruz through the primaries. Obviously, at this point, it's down to whoever can oppose Hillary is definitely the better choice. But the most important thing is we need to support constitutional values going forward for the next 4 years.
Number 19. Number 19. Number 19. Number 20. Number 20. Number 20. 21. 21. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Good morning, my esteemed colleagues, especially those of you like me that did not drink the Kool-Aid. I am a conservative who believes that the Constitution was written to be relevant for all people for all time. In honor of our founding fathers, Second Amendment, got my concealed weapons permit. 17th Amendment, I will be voting always for the wishes of the citizen constituents and not by directive of a few insiders. 30, I hope you will
30.
Too. Dr. Colleen Doherty.
Number 22.
Dick Donahue, Bellingham. I first got involved in politics in 1964. Having come from a union family, I was at Washington State. We had a mock political convention. We were one of 3 in the country that nominated Barry Goldwater. I still stand by those conservative principles, but I will vote for the candidate of the Republican Party.
Number 23.
Yes, I am Ann Donnelly from Clark County. I am withdrawing, and I'm encouraging all Cruz supporters to support the excellent, trusted Cruz slate.
Number 23, scratch. Moving to number 24. 24. 24. Number 25. 25. 25. 26. 26. 26. 27. 27. 27. 28.
I'm George Edmondson. I'm from Skagit County. I'm a retired Army colonel, and I'm a chairman of the Skagit County Republican Party. Would like your vote. Thank you.
29.
Dulaine Ehrlich, Snohomish County, former executive board member and state committee person. My brother and sister and I were raised as warriors. We were raised to love this nation, our Constitution, and our guns. My brother was a West Pointer, highly decorated Green Beret. In special operations, he is buried at Arlington, and in 2004, he said, I cannot be in the trenches this year. You are going to have to do it for me. And at that point, I got involved. This year, we need our A-team. I have tried to be that A-team from the time I started.
30.
And never Hillary, and not John Kerry.
Number 30.
Good morning, my fellow Americans and conservative Republicans. This is the most important election in our history. I know you've heard that before, but it's true. I will vote for the nominee from the Republican Party. I'm running for the delegate at-large position. My name is Candy Erickson, and I'm from Grant County. I've worked on the state platform committee, and I'm a state committee woman. Have a great day, and vote your conscience.
There is no reason why Candace Erickson's name is in all caps. I cannot explain it. It means there is no conspiracy here. Okay, 31.
Madam Chairman, Casey Evans, I am
seeking to remove my name. I'm running as an alternate delegate on the Cruz slate, so please remove my name from this.
Scratch 31. 32.
Yes, Lisa Evans, and also please scratch my name. I'm running. I'm an alternate for Congressional District 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Scratch 32. 33.
Rusty Fancher. I'm in Kirkland, King County. I'm a Cruz supporter, but I think we also need to be aware of the libertarians, the Tea Party people, the business people, and the Bush people that are in this room and at the convention. But I'm a Cruz supporter.
Number 34.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Fetters, and I'm a constitutional conservative Republican. I've worked on the Ted Cruz campaign for the last year, and though he suspended his campaign, conservative values need to continue. So I hope you'll send me to Cleveland to represent the conservative vote. Thank you. And I'm on the...
Number 35.
Hi, I'm Mary Fine, number 35 from Wahkiakum County. I am here in support of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is our big picture guy. He knows how to get things done. He has the guts to get out there and beat Bill and Hillary Clinton. And he is the people's choice. I urge everyone to unite behind him. Thank you.
Number 36.
Hello, I am Linda Ford from Clark County. I'm a Ted Cruz supporter, but will support whoever the nominee is. I am pro-life, pro-Second Amendment, and I believe that the Constitution was divinely inspired and should be interpreted as its founders intended. Please vote for me, number 36, Linda Ford.
Number 37.
Good morning. My name is Apollo. My number is 37. And I had the great opportunity over the past year to volunteer all across the country. I spent several weeks in Florida, in Illinois. I was in Virginia, Utah, Nevada, D.C., and spent quite a bit of time in Washington State, of course, where I helped raise over $70,000 to try and help get a constitutional conservative in the White House. And I will continue fighting every day through November to stop Hillary Clinton. Again, Apollo 37.
38.
My name is Saul Gammon, and it has been my great honor to serve as the Washington State Chair for the Ted Cruz for President campaign. And I want to just say this for those of you, please, the people on the slate worked for 13 months saving their money to go. And the idea is we can send a message that no matter who you are, whether you're famous or nobody's heard of you, we will send you to Cleveland if you will work for constitutional conservative values. Thank you and God bless.
Number 39.
Yes, I'm Tom Glover. I'm from Snohomish. I'm a retired United States bankruptcy judge and couldn't do the political thing for years because of that office. But I'm here now as a conservative. I support Ted Cruz because of his focus on the selection of justices for the United States Supreme Court. That will affect us for decades into the future. Thank you.
Number 40.
My name is AJ Gomez. I'm a business owner in Vancouver with an office in Tacoma, Pierce County as well. Want to take the moment to thank all of you for volunteering your time to be here on behalf of our country, and I would be very honored for your vote. AJ is capitalized deliberately. You'll see it on there, number 40.
Number 41.
Hi, my name is John Michael Graves, number 41. I'm 18 years old from Snohomish County. I am a senior at Marysville-Getchell High School. A couple things about me. I've been involved ever since I was 12. I love politics, and I was awarded Young Republican of the Year for Snohomish County by the Evergreen Republican Women. So, you know, we need youth, enthusiasm, and I know Jack seems pretty cool, too. So, I like this. Okay, bye.
Number 42.
Hello, I'm Patrick Gettner. I'm Vice Chairman of the Franklin County Republicans. I hope you're having a good time here, so welcome.
I'm a lifelong Republican. I still have my I like Ike button from 1956, if anybody remembers that long ago. General George Patton, one of our great military leaders, said, America loves a winner. We have a winner in Donald Trump. Let's unify behind him and win the White House in November. Thank you.
Number 43.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Hagstrom, and I come from rural King County, Lake Margaret, and it's 8 miles above Duval. I'm a proud supporter of the NRA and fought against the CRT, where the federal government tried to take some of our property. I also have a Purple Heart in our family, and I'm very proud of that soldier that gave his life for our country. I would love to go to the convention, and I
30.
do support. Sorry, and I will support the candidate of the People's Choice.
Thank you. All right, it's time to move to the next column. You guys are catching on. It's working. Thank you. We're moving right along. Number 44.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Number 44, Carolyn Hall. I am and have been this whole time a supporter of Ted Cruz, though I'm not on the slate. That's okay. I want to thank everybody who is for their hard work, as well as everybody else who's in attendance here, including our gracious chairman. Thank you all. I appreciate your consideration.
Number 45.
Number 45, Lois Halley. And I'm actually here to congratulate all the volunteers, because that's the big thing in my life, being a volunteer. And I think those of us that are volunteers are the ones that keep the party going, and we come back from conventions and we get to work in the neighborhoods, and we wave signs, and we do all the good stuff that needs to be done to get our
30
electors elected. And so actually I'm withdrawing, but I'd like to have you vote for Linda Siegel.
All right, number 45 is withdrawing. 45, scratch. 46.
Good morning. My name is Paul Hess. I am a triple cancer survivor. God willing, I will live into my 90s. I'm a Ted Cruz supporter, enthusiastic. I am the Cruz Convention Arrangements Chair. I chair the 46th Legislative District for the Republican Party. I'm a strong constitutionalist, budget hawk, fiscal conservative. I will support the presumptive nominee, and I want strong rules and strong platform in Cleveland. Yes for Hess.
Number 47. Number 47. Number 47. Number 48.
Hello, my name is Graham Hunt. Thank you. I'm a statewide director for GOTV for Ted Cruz. I'm a constitutional conservative who's battled in the halls of Olympia, fighting against policies such as the HRC, where they literally tried to say that if you think you're a girl, you can go into the ladies' room, the shower room, and the locker room. I am the author of the bill to stop that, and I hope that you'll sign that petition. Please send me to Cleveland. Graham Hunt.
Number 49. 49. 49.
Good morning, fellow Republicans. My name is Michael Hurst, and I wish to withdraw.
All right. Thank you. 49 is scratched. Number 50.
Number 50, Andy Hutchison. I am a close confidant of the chairman. And I will be in Cleveland supporting the chairman. I am also a strong conservative and pro-life Christian, and I'd love to be a delegate there, but I'll be there in any case, supporting you and supporting the chairman. Thank you.
So are you scratching your name from the list?
No, I am not.
Okay. All right, number 51. 51. 51. 52.
My name's Casey Jeffries. I'm former SAC member in the 47th District of King County. I support the Constitution, which I happen to be wearing a Constitution tie. So you can see I'm backing the Constitution, all that's in there. Even though I'm not at large, I'd like to have you consider me to go to Cleveland. I'm ready to fight for our side. No more Hillary, and she's a cousin.
53.
Hello.
53.
Right here. Hello, my name is Robert Johns. I'm from Spokane. I'm a retired Chief Petty Officer in the United States Navy. I was a White House chef for President Bush, and I did Secret Service for him. We need to unite behind a Republican leader, and if we don't, the powers to be are going to remain control over the the Democrats and the Republicans. JFK said he wanted to send a man to the moon. Obama wants to send men to the restroom.
30.
Or to the women's best restrooms. Please give me your vote.
Thank you.
Yes.
54.
Right over here. My name is Ken Cady. I've been a pastor for over 20 years. I've made thousands of phone calls. I have raised $35,000 to defeat taxes in the Prop 1 campaign. We won that. I have made over 14,000 phone calls for Donald Trump, our next president. What do I believe? Defend Christian values. I am a principled person. What do I believe? Unity. We need to unite. Cruz and Trump. We need to hang together or hang separately. We need to promote jobs.
30.
We need to get the economy going and build a wall, not only at the border, but around
30.
Hillary Clinton and
30.
her principles.
Number 55.
Hi, I'm Marl Kane. I'm chair of the 31st Legislative District, and I would be honored to represent you in Cleveland. Remember, 55.
56.
My name is Craig Keller. I'm going to be carrying your banner for Congress in the 7th Congressional District, Seattle. I like to say that, including preceding the communications director of the WSRP, Steve Barron, I helped soften up Baghdad Jim McDermott and force him into retirement. So if you want to support me in fighting Marxists masquerading as Democrats, please check Keller, #4, America.us, and help me out there. I'm fighting for you. I'm a supporter of Donald Trump. We need another
30.
fighter. Thank
30.
you.
57.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Hossein Khurram. I'm a staunch Republican and supporter of Senator Cruz. I'm on a Cruz slate. Hi, guys. And I tell you here, a lot of you guys have seen Islamic terrorism as bad news. I live with it. My parents live with it. They destroy our lives. Send me to Cleveland so I can tell the world that appeasement policy time is over and we need to defeat militant Islam forever.
58. 58.
My name is Zachary King. I am an active duty U.S. Army Ranger. Father of 4. My wife is here with our 4th. Like Kim Wyman, I have been disenfranchised by my military service. As a private in Korea, as a sergeant in Iraq, as a cadet at Eastern Washington University, I was fine. As a lieutenant in New York, I was called to support Hurricane Sandy. I voted, but many
30.
first responders didn't get to. Today, as a captain, I am a
30.
voting assistance officer, and I protect my soldiers' rights to vote.
59.
Brett
59. I'm sorry.
Brett Kenny, I'm withdrawing my name.
Brett Kenny, number 59, scratch 59. Number 60.
Michelle Knudsen. Whoops.
Just step close to the mic, please. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Michelle Knudsen. I'm from Issaquah, King County, and I would like to withdraw my name. I would appreciate it if you would look at our young Republicans, namely Jack Bell. Thank you.
Scratch number 60. Scratch 60. 61. 61. 61. 62. 62.
My name is Gareth Krause. Please withdraw my name from consideration. Thank you.
62. Scratch 62. 63.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Lane. I'm from Walla Walla County. I'm a Central Washington University graduate in Kittitas County. Very proud Wildcat alumni. And if there are any Wildcats in the house, I would give you a shout out. I'm a staunch Ted Cruz supporter, and I am withdrawing my name, and I encourage everybody to vote for the Ted Cruz slate and my email buddy, Graham Hunt. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
63. Scratch. 64.
Hello. My one blemish is that I voted for Ross Perot in my high school mock trial. Since then, I have voted conservative at every primary, Republican at every election, even John McCain. I'm not quite young enough to be considered a millennial, but I'm raising 5 of them at home. I would love to contend for their country, represent you and them in Cleveland, fight for a constitutionally conservative platform that's marked with grace and mercy for and
30.
compassion for those without a voice.
Thank you. Could we turn that mic around? All mics should be placed so that, thank you. You face forward when you speak. Thank you. And you get on camera better. All right, 65.
Hello, I'm Randy Long. Please remove my name from the ballot, but I will be praying in earnest for all of those that do go.
65, scratch. Scratch 65. 66.
My name is William Manker from Thurston County. I'm amazed by how many rights are violated daily, and my children don't even realize that's happening, so I want to represent them and you to assure our rights are represented and defended. Thank you.
67.
My name's Vince. I'm a free-thinking supporter for Donald Trump. When I volunteered for the Trump campaign, they told me to go out and raise support. If I joined the Cruz campaign, they'd tell me to sign up for a caucus, give me a red T-shirt, and tell me who to vote for. I never dreamed constitutional conservative could get turned into a dirty word. The Cruz campaign is on life support, and I'm ready to pull the plug. Vincent Marcy, break the Cruz slate! Number 67!
60. Okay, folks, we maintain decorum. That's Robert's rules. 67. 67. Oh, I'm sorry. 68.
Yeah, tough act to follow. My name's Kevin Marks. First and foremost, I'm a strong constitutional conservative. That's why my wife and I jumped in with both feet, helping the Ted Cruz campaign, knocking on doors, making tons of phone calls, organizing volunteers, and the red T-shirts, that was my wife and I. So I would be greatly honored, and I'm incredibly humbled that the Cruz campaign chose me to be on the slate to go to Cleveland and support constitutional conservatism. 30. Thank you so much, Kevin Marks.
69.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Matson from Issaquah. I withdraw my name and ask the Assembly to vote for the young activist Republican from Olympia, Jack Bell, number 6 on your sheet. Jack, a Ted Cruz supporter, is the face of the new Republican Party. Young, a teacher of conservative principles to his liberal teachers and friends. And when the country watches the convention, whom do we want them to see? I say we want to see them, the new face of the Republican Party. Jack
30.
Bell, number 6.
Scratch 69. Number 70,
Joel Madela, thank you very much, 3rd Congressional District, for electing me yesterday so you can remove my name from the list. I want to encourage everyone here to support Senator Don Benton. Don Benton has been serving our state for many, many years. He deserves this honor. So vote for Don Benton, number 8. And I hope we've had this robust primary, my friends. I hope we can all unite and come together and support our nominee in November. Thank you very much.
scratch 70. 71,
Hello, I'm Mike McCrary. I'm part of the electrical crew that'll go to convention and keep the Ted Cruz plug in the wall. I was selected last night as an alternate, so I withdraw my name now. Thank you.
scratch 71. 72, 72, 72, 73, 7.
Hello, my name is Marla Mertel from King County. I am a first-time convention attendee. I am very excited to be here. I am so happy that there are so many women in politics. I only hope to see a Republican woman in the White House and not Hillary. I'm a strong constitutional supporter. I love this country. I am a patriot.
30.
And a strong Republican. Thank you very much.
74,
Olga Miller, 3rd Congressional District from the great county of Lewis. We are a Democrat-free zone. I was elected alternate at the 3rd Congressional District caucus. I will honor the vote of our delegates in the 3rd Congressional District. Ask that my name be removed, please.
remove 74, scratch 74. 75, 75, 75, 76,
Hello, I'm Dr. Jim Michelle. I'm from my wife and I, Faith, are Stanwood, Washington. We have a family business in the Everett area that employs 400 people. We're a major exporter, and we have just won one of the E Awards for export in Washington, D.C. We have always been strong, conservative supporters, and that's where we'd like to put our finances as best we are able. I want to tell you...
30.
Conservative, religious, freedom.
30.
Thank you.
Thank you. 77.
My name is Matilda Montgomery. I am a conservative Republican. I am privileged to have a grandson named Cruz, so I am very much encouraging the slate for Ted Cruz. I am withdrawing. I would like to see them have an input in the rules and platform at Cleveland. And I am so glad to see that free-thinking person left the room.
Number 78. Number 78. Number 78. Number 79.
I'm Tamara O'Hava, and I'm withdrawing as a delegate to run as an alternate. The reason I was on both slates, if you guys know me from Facebook and Twitter, it's impossible for me to speak in 140 characters or make short posts. But anyway, I'm withdrawing to run as an alternate.
Pardon me, I want to clarify. Thank you. Number 77 did scratch. 77 scratched. And 79 is scratched too. 77 and 79. 80.
Number 80, Mary Jane Olson here. A lot of you already know me. I've served our party all over our state. And I was running today as an at-large delegate. However, I've decided to withdraw my name from this slate. And I ask instead that you vote for my friends Don Benton, Linda Bishop, John Carlson, let's see, Dr.
30.
O'Day. Thank you very much. Please vote for them. Thank you.
Scratch 80. 81.
I'm. Yes? Go ahead. Oh, it's me talking. I'm sorry. I'm Ellie Yombi. I'm number 81. I'm a conservative, and because I'm not on the slate, I will need your vote. I will need a lot of your votes. No one here has a monopoly on the Constitution. It breaks my heart that so many here appear to think they do.
30.
The vibration. I am a business
30.
owner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Henry Patrick, number 83.
I'm sorry. We are not there yet. Thanks. We're at 82. 82.
Gary Pagan. My name is Gary Pagan. My name is Gary Pagan. I'm a committed and constitutional conservative. I was honored to be the Cruz Caucus and Convention Chairman, and I also served as a leader of the state Reagan campaign in 1976 and 1980. I want to thank you all for making this state convention as successful as it has been, and I look forward to working with all of you as we work to make a strong, conservative
30.
Republican Party. Thank you.
Now to number 83.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Henry Patrick. I'm number 83. PCO out of Pierce County for many years. Doc Hastings and myself are of the same belief that we need to address this next vote as if it's going to be for the next 50-year future of your children and mine. I'm running as a candidate for unification. Thank you very much.
84. 84. 84. 85.
I'm Sabina Pinch, Spokane County. I just want to give us all sense of urgency. It's not the candidate or parties on the ballot in these elections. At stake is the web of our life. If we don't unite behind presumptive nominee and a strong leader for our party and the country as Donald Trump, all the following elections ahead of us will only have the choice between Democrat and socialist. Thank you.
We've moved to the next column. Flip your ballot over. We start with 86.
I'm 86. I'm Charles Prater from the 9th Congressional District, and I'm withdrawing my name and urging support of the Cruz slate. I'm running as an alternate on the Cruz slate.
Scratch 86. 87.
Joe Pratt, Renton, Washington, District 11. Get out the vote, Chairman. We haven't won since 1980 in my district, but we're always there to support the competitive races with our volunteers. I humbly ask that you find a way to put me on your ballot, whether you're voting for a slate or not. My first vote was for Ronald Reagan, and I strongly support a positive, optimistic Republican Party. Thank you. 87, Joe must go. Joe must go.
88.
I'm Dino Rossi.
I've been in politics for a little while, and I'm really interested in seeing Hillary Clinton in the big house, not the White House. And I would be honored to have your vote one more time.
'89.
I'm Rob Russell from Clark County. In the early part of the Revolutionary War, there were three common mottos. The first was, "Don't tread on me." We put that on our bumper stickers. Another was, "Live free or die." We put that on our bumper stickers. But the third, less well known, was "Unify or die." That's where we are now. If we do not unify, she won't go to prison. We have to stop more Benghazis. Thank you.
Number 90.
Hi, sorry. I'm Bryna Sanft. I'm number 90. I'm a loud and proud Jewish American. I'm fourth generation Seattleite and Republican. I work tirelessly 24/7 to help unify and make America safer and greater than ever and protect our Constitution and eliminate terrorism, ISIS, prevent Iran from ever achieving a nuclear capability. I've worked for Ronald Reagan's second campaign, Jennifer Dunn, Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. I support whoever is the candidate. I'm the Donald Trump chair. And I'll be very grateful for your vote.
All right.
Thank you. I need some more. Whatever.
Number 91. 91. 91. 92.
I am Alex Seide, 48th Legislative District. I'm a newly minted PCO, and thank God for the opportunity to be a volunteer for the Republican Party. This has brought more sunshine and hope into my house than anything in the last 8 years. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, could I get a point? I believe in Article 2, Section 9, you're supposed to state your presidential preference, and there's a lot of candidates that are not.
Thank you for the suggestion. Number 93.
I'm here. Linda Siegel. I'm currently serving as vice chair of the Pierce County Party and been a PCO for 10 years. I'm a 21-year U.S. Navy and Air Force veteran, registered nurse officer, still practicing. My two issues are national security and health care, which I'm well versed in, to work on in crafting our platform in Cleveland. I'm a cruise delegate, but I don't chase rainbows, and I'm a pragmatist as well. So unity is the most important issue, and I don't like being told who to vote for and who the conservatives are in this audience. We know who they are. Thank you.
Number 94.
Tamara Smilanich. My grandfather served in World War II in Italy. My uncle served in Vietnam, and I had a great uncle in the Navy. Our borders are extremely important in our sovereignty. We cannot see a merge of the North American Union with Canada, Mexico, and the United States. So I am totally against the North American Union. Look up Heidi Cruz, protect our country. That is why we're here.
Number 95.
Madam Chairman, I'm Richard Sanders. I rise to nominate Eric Stoffeld, my former colleague and attorney. He's a specialist in gun rights. He's a principled conservative, a Cruz supporter. He's on the slate. I trust him, and so should you.
Number 96.
Hi, I'm Brian Stoops. We have a choice to make today. The choice is not a blind adherence to any particular slate. It's not even a choice between the Donald or the Hildebeest. What we have is a choice between the grassroots and the Washington cartel. I am the grassroots. I have a future and a hope for you. Brick by brick, we can rebuild and defend what has been rent asunder by the cartel. The cartel offers you this hook
30.
and asks you to set it in your nose to be led into captivity.
30.
Choose wisely.
30. 97. 97. 97. 98. 98. 98. 99.
Hello, my name is Marvin Taylor. I'm number 99 on the ballot. And Theodore Roosevelt, Republican, said, "Speak softly, carry a big stick." Eisenhower fought the Nazis. Reagan said, "Tear down this wall." Bush created a peaceful world. Obama set it on fire. I'm Marvin Taylor, number 99. We need a strong military.
100.
100. Vote for Dave Tegler, National Unity candidate. I have been a lifelong conservative, Tea Party 2009, PCO 2010. I trade big commercial jets for a living. I deal with contentious parties to get deals done, and I want to bring that skill set to the national convention. I would invite the Cruz and the Trump people to vote for me and be a cool hand to bring us all together in unity. Thank you. Again, Dave Tegler, 100.
101.
Madam Chairman, Matthew Patrick Thomas. I want to remind the delegates to look to your left and right. What a beautiful sight this is today. So, with that said, I'm withdrawing my name, and MPT's out.
Scratch 101. 102.
My name is David Tomlinson. I'm the George Washington type. George Washington was our first and greatest president, noted for trust by everyone and noted for duty. I am a strong Cruz supporter, and I have serious problems with the freight train Cruz slate. Vote for David Tomlinson, 102.
103.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Greg Tozer. I encourage everybody to vote for the Cruz slate. I am withdrawing my name.
103. Scratch 103. 104.
I'm Stephen Twiggs, 104, and I'm from Spokane County. I worked in local government with the civil service staff for 38 years and was not party affiliated. I would like to have Mr. Cruz as the president. However, I will follow the platform and the nominees. Once again, Steve Twiggs, Spokane County, number 104. Thank you.
105.
My name is Luis Valdez. I'm an American that was born in Cuba. I've decided to get involved because I am a constitutional conservative, and I don't like where this is headed with socialism. I lived it. This is not what we want to do, so we need to stop this. I was hoping to be, I thought I was going to be on the alternate ballot, but I'm on this one. But I would like to be your representative in Cleveland. Thank you.
106.
Fellow delegates, some people might think having a prosthesis could be a challenge in Cleveland. But I want to assure you, I still do everything I used to do except swim in a straight line. I was a Cruz supporter, and now I'm for Trump. I support everyone's opinion, but I do have a concern about the Cruz slate strategy. We need to be united in Cleveland and in the general. Unity and harmony is the strength and support of all institutions, especially the
30.
DP. I'm Don Van Dyke, and I approve this message.
107.
I'm Matthew Van Hook, and I realize I'm a minority out here as a Trump supporter, but I hope that you guys look past that because we need to defeat Hillary Clinton, other than the fact that she's a total loser. If we take a look at how many different bases were closed down during the last Clinton administration, I was in the Army for 8 years. I'm a disabled Iraq War veteran, so I'm thoroughly embarrassed with the VA system. So if you want veterans and military's voices to be heard, please vote for me, especially with it being Armed Forces Day. Let's show the rest of America that Washington does support our military and our veterans, and vote for me to go to Cleveland. Again, Matthew Van Hook. Thank you.
108. 108. 108. 109.
My name is Caleb Veneman, and I'm from Clark County. Bruce built the foundation. It's time for us to continue the structure and elect constitutional conservatives to local, state, and national level. And I'm removing my name from this because I'm on the alternate slate.
Scratch 109. Scratch 109. 110.
I'm number 110. My name is Dennis Walters. I'm removing my name from the slate, but I would like to take a moment to thank the Platform Committee for the incredible job they've done in preparing these documents.
Scratch 110. 110 is scratched. 111.
My name is Robert Whitelatch of PCO, Franklin County. Retired Navy, 21 years active duty. Currently farming with my son's fourth-generation farm in Franklin County, owner of Claire Sowers Winery. I understand the problems that small business face and farmers face. I ask you to send me to, and the military, I ask you to send me to Cleveland. Thank you.
112. 112.
My name is Braden Wilkerson, and I am running to be a delegate to the Republican National Convention. I am the Thurston County co-chairman for Texas Senator Ted Cruz, and you'll find my name on the Cruz campaign's recommended slate of delegates. We are working diligently to send courageous conservatives to Cleveland, to defend our party platform, to amend the rules, to fight for limited constitutional government, and to secure Washington's delegation for Senator Ted Cruz. It would be an honor to have your support and to represent you. Finish
30.
strong, leave it
30.
all on the field, vote the slate.
30. 113. 113.
113. Sam Wilson from Snohomish County. I am a pro-liberty, pro-life, strict constitutionalist. I was homeschooled, and I have an engineering degree from University of Washington. And I believe this time around we may see a second and third ballot. And if that happens, I want to be involved in brokering a combination that the Cruz people and the Trump people can passionately get behind so that we can put a Republican in the White House this year. Thank you.
114.
Right here. My name is Colleen Wise. I'm from Pierce County, former vice chair, currently second vice Washington Federation Republican Women, president of East Pierce Republican Women. And some of you have indicated that you started working on the Cruz campaign 13 months ago. I've been working for Republicans, all Republicans. Some of you I've even campaigned for. I have waved signs. I've made phone calls. I've door knocked for over 20 years. I feel that coming in as a Cruz supporter and being snubbed, not even asked if I wanted to be on the slate, and then other things happen, and here
30.
I am. Thank you very much for your time. 114.
115.
Good morning. My name is Ricky Jean Wright. I'm from Grays Harbor County. I'm a lifelong Republican. Thank you. U.S. Army Bomb Squad retired. Worked for the Secret Service from Clinton to Bush Jr. Year in the Middle East, first responder, battling Islamic terrorism. Proud party platform officer. From the first vote to the last, there is only one name I will cast. That is President Donald Trump. Thank you.
116. 116.
Good morning. My name is Paul Zimmerman, the last name. It's almost over. I'm a Naval Academy graduate, blessed with the ability to be a former SEAL, and I have a different perspective. I feel I'm a little bit of everything I've heard. but I never quit. And we have a battle that we must win. Please send me to Cleveland. Thank you.
All right. We have 24 scratches. I want to go over them with you. Number 3, number 17, number 23, number 31, number 32, number 45, number 49, number 59, number 60, number 62, number 63, number 65, number 69, number 70, 71, 74, 77, 79, 80, 86, 101, 103, 109, 110. Let's give a round of applause to every candidate who put their name upon the ballot. And for following directions, we don't look at people as numbers, but for the next 5 minutes, I desperately need you to think of them as numbers, because you are going to receive a ballot, and they're being passed out right now down the rows. These are our young volunteers, and they will pass out the ballots to you. You mark on the ballot the number. There are no names, just numbers. You may vote for 11 names. You may not vote for more than 11 names. You may not vote for more than 11 names without spoiling your ballot. If you vote for less than 11, your ballot will still be good. So, as you receive your ballots, go ahead and fill them out. Only delegates. You must have the word delegate on your name. Only delegates may vote.
Point of order.
Yes.
Yes, Michael Orfield, Kitsap County. I've noticed that the alternate list is out. There's a name that appears.
We're not getting to the alternates yet.
Understand, but there's a name on both, and it should be withdrawn on the delegate if it's on the alternate list.
No. There are many duplicate names.
Right, understand. I don't think the person involved here understood he's on the alternate list.
He can withdraw when we get to the alternate ballot.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not always easy to figure out what your dream is. My parents came to the U.S. in pursuit of the American dream. Growing up, they really encouraged me to strive for success and to be grateful for every opportunity. I graduated high school and went on to study at the University of Washington. But after my sophomore year, I really felt like I needed to do some soul searching, so I took a year off to intern with my church. The first day of my internship, 9/11 happened. So I went to serve with the Salvation Army at Ground Zero. When I turned 30, that became a turning point for me. I decided I could continue building a corporate career I wasn't that passionate about, or I could invest myself into something I believed in. It was a big transition, and my parents and friends thought I was crazy to leave my successful career. But now, I get to work for a nonprofit doing my dream job. I've realized that I not only love what I do, but I'm also living my American dream. My name is Lisa. I was born and raised in Washington. I'm an avid sports fan. I love the Seahawks and the Huskies and the Sounders. I love to run, bike, and be outside. I'm a humanitarian and Korean American, and I vote Republican.
So you've seen 3 of our branding videos. You'll see another later today. We produced those with the help of a production company in Colorado. And you notice it says, I vote Republican. It doesn't claim I am Republican, because we're not reaching out to people like you. We're reaching out to those people throughout our state who are not sure how they should vote. And when they see someone they can identify a real person who has a real life, who's sincere about her or his ambitions, goals, dreams, and they can identify with them, and then they say, and I vote Republican. That's what we want. We want them to vote Republican. So, I'd like to thank Jose Trevino is the one you saw yesterday. Mary Dye is also a delegate here today, and if Mary could stand, we showed her video. Mary's in the back of the room. Who's here? Yes, I mentioned Jose. Yes, we're delighted that Jose is here. We showed that video yesterday and recognized Jose. And then Lisa Shin, I don't believe, is here. But she's very active in King County. So, all right. We have come to a very special place in our program as we await the ballot results. And now I would like to introduce to you the past chairman of the Washington State Republican Party, our Republican nominee for Congress in the 3rd District. He's outspoken, direct, and one of the most conservative senators in the state Senate. The Washington State Director of the Trump for President campaign, please welcome Senator Don Benton.
Welcome, Republicans. How great to be here. Let me start off by making sure that every one of you get a chance to stop by the Trump Training Center at the Holiday Inn before you leave, because we want to send you all back to your communities well-trained on the Trump organization's Get Out the Vote machine that has been successful in so many states. Don't leave here without being armed with that tool. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a time for choosing. After 17 candidates, more televised national debates in our party's history, and a robust primary election in 44 of our great 50 states, we are now left with only one Republican candidate who is still actively seeking the Republican nomination for president. Today, as my personal hero Ronald Reagan once said, today is indeed a time for choosing. Do we choose open borders, or do we respect our borders and our national sovereignty? I'm telling you, with a unified Republican Party, we will respect our borders and protect our national sovereignty. Do we choose to protect gun rights, or do we choose to abolish the Second Amendment? I'm here to tell you, with a unified Republican Party, we will protect our Second Amendment for years to come. Do we pack the Supreme Court with liberal activist judges? Or do we elect a president that will appoint constitutional conservative scholars to the court? With a unified Republican Party, I promise you, we will appoint conservative constitutional scholars to the United States Supreme Court. These are just some of the very important choices we face. Yes, indeed, it is a time for choosing. There is only one candidate for President of the United States that will do all of these things, and many, many more. Ladies and gentlemen, you really haven't had much of a chance to get to know our nominee, certainly not as well as I have. There's been a lot of media hyperbole out there, but I want to take a few minutes this morning and introduce to you the man I have come to know as my friend, a man with impeccable and incredible integrity, as he has demonstrated by keeping his word to come to this state when he said he would come, and even though he didn't need to come after winning Indiana, he came anyway at great personal expense and time. He came to Washington because he knows that there are many Republicans in Washington and independents that he can bring to our party and increase our numbers. And we will be in great shape for all of our Republican candidates down ballot when he plays in Washington. And that's why he kept his word, because it was his word. And I assure you that we are going to see him back in this state several times before November. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to my friend and the next President of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please meet Donald J. Trump.
So today we pray for Donald Trump. Yes. We pray for his family. We pray for his associates. We pray that what he has heard today from those who have spoken into his life, he will consider. Lord, I pray that you will bring into his life a strong African American who can stand with him and represent that community so that his voice will be heard even in a stronger way there. Lord, whatever it is you're going to do to bring around him the right people as he moves forward in this campaign, we ask you to give him direction and give him hope. And Lord, thank you for allowing us to be here for this special moment. Perhaps we'll look back on this day and remember that we stood together and we prayed over the next President of the United States.
I've come to know Donald Trump over the last few years. He is actually a very intelligent man who cares deeply about America. There are two different Donald Trumps. There's the one you see on the stage, and there's the one who's very cerebral, sits there and considers things very carefully. You can have a very good conversation with him.
Now, some of you might be surprised at this statement that I'm about to make, but I found Mr. Trump not only to be very gracious and very hospitable, but I also found Mr. Donald Trump to be a very humble man. My personal objective in this rally is for you to form an opinion of Donald Trump that is not based upon what the liberal media wants to brainwash you with.
I'm here because I'm agitated that the media does not separate legal immigration from illegal. People spill out their guts to come here legally, and it's just really a shame that they give you a bad name. You do support immigration.
totally support, and I support his family.
He hired a lot of strong women and gave us opportunities and promoted us and listened to us. And so he's not as bad as he sounds.
He's an incredibly generous person. He's been generous to his employees. He's generous to strangers. He's an entirely nice guy.
He is one of the most generous people I know. And he wants you and your mom to have a very special check.
Just look at who Donald Trump's opponents are, and you understand you're on the side of the patriot. You're on the side of history.
Donald Trump, look, here's a guy who I really respect. Here's a guy who gets things done in New York. You want to have somebody fix our country? Donald Trump is a guy who could economically fix our country.
Donald Trump has shown an extraordinary ability to understand how our economy works, to create jobs for the American people. He's done it here in Nevada. He's done it across the country. He understands that our economy is facing threats from abroad. He's one of the few people who stood up and said, you know what, China has been cheating. They've taken jobs from Americans. They haven't played fair. We have to have a president who will stand up to cheaters. We believe in free trade and free enterprise, but we don't believe in allowing people to cheat day in and day out.
Donald Trump is for real. Donald Trump really does want to save his country.
I trust Trump. I think at the end of the day, he wants what's best for the country. He cares for the country. He's a true patriot, and I believe everything he says.
I think that he would rather be the leader that people want him to be than be just another go along with the establishment guy. If he wanted to be a go along with the establishment guy, he didn't need to run for president in the first place.
No, he had that in spades already.
Right, and he's really sacrificed that. You know, he is no longer welcome at a lot of those dinner parties.
They say, hey, I kind of like Trump, but I'm scared to admit it. People will call me names. And I just look at people and I say, are we a free country? Are you a man or are you a mouse? I mean, it's really that simple.
We, the people, can own our government. We can own and control the fate of our nation.
Deep down inside, we see the good old days inside of Donald Trump. We see what we know is lost in America, and we want it back.
An avenger named Trump has risen, promising to stop the madness and giving blunt voice to millions of angry Americans.
Things he's saying, I've been saying for years. When he wins, we all win.
I just need someone who's got common sense and a backbone.
Her child was brutally murdered by illegal immigrants. She said, why is it that people in Washington, D.C. are more upset about Mr. Trump's tone than about the death of my child?
They asked, is there anger from your people? There seemed to be, and I said, there is anger. They're not angry people, but they want to see the country properly run. They want to see borders. They want to see good health care. They want to see things properly taken care of.
There's a group of people in America that feel like they've been ignored. I know that for a fact. They feel like this country has let them down, and the left has hijacked, and some of the right has hijacked our nation. So this is what Donald Trump answers to. It's not anger, it's love of country. And they've all of the media is getting it wrong. And that's a subversive act to me.
The American people are speaking, and they're speaking loud and clear. I think they're tired of what's happening in this country. I, for one, am scared to death what's happening in this country and this world. And we need someone who's going to be strong.
The little people, just like us, men and women in every corner of this planet, are whispering the name of Donald Trump because they believe. They are literally placing their hopes and dreams for a free, safe, and prosperous future squarely on his shoulders and gruff voice.
Put America first. Get our jobs back. Reassert our fiscal sanity. Balance the budget. Cut our debt. Rebuild our strength. What's in the best interests of the United States of America? That's Trumpism.
He's somebody who inspires people to think that America can be more than what it is now. As brash as he is and as bold as he is, I think he can get people to follow him and make some real changes in this country.
America must have a strong leader again that can restore American jobs, that can restore American confidence, and Donald Trump is just the man to do it.
What do we want? Think of it. What do we want? We want homes, we want education, we want good borders, we want a strong military, we want a good job. Our jobs are being taken away because we have people that don't know what the hell they're doing in Washington. We want good trade deals. We don't want to lose hundreds of billions of dollars a year for the sake of trade. What does it mean, trade? I want trade where we make money, we don't lose money.
The silent majority is back, and we're going to take the country back.
We're going to win so much. You people are going to get sick and tired of winning. We're going to win at everything we do, and other countries are going to respect us. We're not going to be kissing ass when 10 wonderful people get captured. We're bringing back our jobs. We're going to make something really special. We are going to make America so great again. Better than ever before. We need strong leadership for a stronger America.
This is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will never come again.
For any man that wavers is like the blowing wind on the water. Let not that man think he shall receive anything from the Lord. No man can be successful as President of the United States without your wisdom. And so we ask you today to give this man your wisdom boldly, make sure and certain that he hears. Manifest yourself to him. And we thank you and praise you for a bold man, a strong man, and an obedient man. We praise you and we thank you. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Don Benton. A little over 2 weeks ago, right at the end of the Indiana primary, we got the word that Ted Cruz was suspending his campaign, and the next day, John Kasich. And so we had a presumptive nominee. And Reince Priebus tweeted out it was time for us to unite. But it's not easy to unite when you've devoted your time and your energy to a candidate and spent a lot of months trying to build that candidate's success in preparation for our primary. I'd call it really bad timing for the Washington State Republican Party. But you know, as I look back, I don't believe it was Indiana that ended the race for Ted Cruz. Looking back, it was actually New York, because most of us said to ourselves, how are these New Yorkers going to vote? You know, they know him the longest and they know him the best. I'll bet this is Donald Trump's Waterloo. But in fact, it was in New York where the people who knew him best turned out at a higher percentage to vote for him than in any state yet. I was with Ted Cruz the day after the New York primary. Ted Cruz ran his campaign using a lot of really smart people and using a lot of really good data. In a sense, you could say he knew a lot more than anybody else did before they did. And I could tell in a very private setting, talking with him with a few others, including Freddie and Jeff, that Ted Cruz knew what was coming. And in fact, the Acela states, that's the name of the fast train that goes up and down the New England states, the Northeast, they followed suit with huge margins for Donald Trump. The curtain fell. The curtain was rent asunder. You know, we need a wall, a really tall wall there. Let's see if the Mexicans will build it for us. All right, back to recent history. I think Ted Cruz knew in New York and in the New England states, and he fought on for a miracle victory in Indiana, and it wasn't to be. And so we got the shock. Those of us in Washington State who had scheduled him for our Friday night dinner, John Kasich for Thursday night, and we fully expected that Donald Trump was going to appear, as he tends to do, exactly when he wanted to. And then we got the word that despite it all, Donald Trump was coming to our state. And so I flew to Spokane early on Saturday morning to greet him on behalf of the Washington State Republican Party. And I wanted him to know that we're in it this year, that we're a swing state and we're at a tipping point. And if we can access the power of a presidential candidate who draws voters, who draws new voters, who draws Republican voters that tend not to vote very much, I knew that we could flip this state. And so I made sure that I had a private conversation with him. When I introduced myself to him, the first thing he said to me is, "What is going to happen in November?" And I said to him, "We're going to win. With your help, we can win. We can flip this state." He said, "Stay in touch with my staff. Let's make it happen." And then he went out into the big arena where all the thousands of people were, and he made his speech. And when it was over, he stood back and he surveyed the audience, and he spotted me off to his left, and he pointed at me as if to say, he kind of spread his arm and then pointed as if to say, "I'm going to deal with this VIP line, but I want to talk to you." And so I stayed. And as he worked through this line, he was surrounded by Secret Service moving him along and people with hats and things for him to sign and shouting and shaking hands. It was just chaotic. But when he got to me, he stopped and he said, "We can change this state. We can win. I want you to stay in touch with my staff. Let's make it happen. I'm coming back." And as I've mentioned before, we have a lot of presidential candidates on both sides that come back over and over to meet the donors and to collect millions of dollars in our state, but they don't take time to meet the voters. When I listened to Donald Trump, he had done his research. He talked about timber jobs. Do you know, folks, that we are at a tipping point in the coastal counties, in the coastal legislative districts, the timber districts? We've got a bunch of people who tend to vote Democrat in those districts who would flip to vote for Donald Trump because he realizes the need for their jobs. So we have hope of gaining the state house by flipping some House seats in the coastal legislative districts. Whoever is at the top of the ticket can help us accomplish that. It always works that way. And so I have these glimmers of hope that I'm sharing with you, that we are going to be able to win this state. Can you just imagine what would happen to the people of this state? The great changes for the better if we had a governor and a House and a Senate working for them as Republicans lead. Last night you got to hear Bill Bryant give an outstanding speech sharing his vision for our state. It was so exciting to just imagine the difference, the changes, the breaking away of all that old, stagnant stuff that has kept government so inefficient and unresponsive to the needs of our people. Just imagine what it would be like. I am willing, as your state chair, to do whatever it takes for us to win, and I want to embrace and bring our presidential candidate here as many times as possible. And then when Donald Trump went to Linden, he told the crowd he was coming back. And on Hannity 3 nights ago, he said, Washington State is in play. Folks, do you know how long ago anyone said that Washington State was in play? Do you know how long it has been since anyone has even noticed us? We have hope. We have tremendous hope. And I know that it's still, the wounds are still raw. It's going to take a while for us to kind of move on. But I'm telling you, hang on to the hope that we can make the lives of our citizens so much better by taking advantage of a candidate who comes in and talks about the issues that matter to people and allow the voters to turn out in record numbers to vote for the top of the ticket and then all the way down. That's what we have to help accomplish. And so all of you everybody in the room knows we've got some phenomenal TED activists in this room. You have proven you can organize. Organization is the key to winning. If you organize for this state the way you have organized for your candidate who is no longer in the running, we can win. So I ask you to help me, to help your party, to help all the people who are sitting next to you, to help us win and move forward. We've got only 5 months to go, 5 short months. But there is power in this room. There is so much power in this room, and I know we can do it. We are electing delegates to go to the national election even now, at this moment. And so as we do that, all of those people, your 44, who are going to represent you, are going to begin that tsunami that is going to wipe out Hillary Clinton. So, we will unite. I am convinced. We will unite. There's a lot of press in this room. When you walk by them, just say real quietly, we're united. We are united. It will take time, but come November, we are united. Let them know our message. We have lots of different opinions. We have lots and lots of opinions, but we are united as Republicans. Thank you. Thank you. We will get through this together. And we will be stronger than we've ever been before. Thank you. Okay. All right, everybody. We've got, of the 11 delegates we've been electing, we have 7 that have gotten a majority vote. That's going to shorten things a little, don't you think? I'm going to read their names to you. You may applaud at the end of the reading of the names. Apollo Furman, Saul Gameron, Paul Hess, Graham Hunt, Hossein Karam, Kevin Marks, and Dino Rossi. I'm going to read them again. Apollo Furman. Number 37. Number 38, Saul Gameron. Number 46, Paul Hess. Number 48, Graham Hunt. Number 57, Hossein Karam. Number 68, Kevin Marks. And number 88, Dino Rossi. Now, there are still some remaining to vote for. But if you did not get 20% of the vote, your name was eliminated. So, let me give you the names of the people we have still yet to vote on. Okay, I'm hearing you. So again, we've got 7. We get to take 11. That means of the names I read, you're going to choose 4. Let me give you the names. There are 8 left. Number 6, Jack Bell. These are the names that have made it through the first ballot, and they are still up for a vote. Number 6, Jack Bell. Number 8, Don Benton. Number 12, John Carlson. Number 34, Jennifer Fetters. Number 82, Gary Pagan. Number 95, Eric Stahlfeld. Number 112. Oh, okay, I get it. Can I just get through them, then we'll go back slowly. Number 112, Braden Wilkerson, and number 115, Ricky Jean Wright. Okay, so, slowly. Number 6, Jack Bell. Number 8, Don Benton. Number 12, John Carlson. Number 34, Jennifer Fetters. Number 82, Gary Pagan. Number 95, Eric Stahlfeld. Flip it over. Number 112, Braden Wilkerson. And number 115, Ricky Jean Wright. 95 is Eric Stahlfeld. Now you're going to be handed ballots. You're going to be able to vote for only 4. Do not vote for more than 4.
Madam Chair Millman?
Yes.
Sheila Turner from Benton County. I have a point of procedure or clarification on the turning in of ballots and being seated during voting. Can you clarify how we're turning them in?
Everybody stay seated until you've turned in your ballots. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Do we pass them down, or do we stay in our seat and have them come get it?
We have decided after the last collection that it's best to pass them down. Thank you. Oh, to the right or the left. What I'd like for you to do is pass them to the 2 center aisles when you are completed in your voting. So in other words, this group to the center aisle where the microphones are, this group you can go either direction, and this group to the center aisle, okay?
Madam Chair.
Yes, just a moment. I have one more point to make. If you want to see the results, you can go to the website that we were on yesterday in the congressional districts, www.pasco2016.com, and you will see the results. Yes.
Scott Gallagher, Island County. May we have on the screen the names that we can vote for?
Yes, we're getting those up right now. And as always, you honest Republicans, if you end up with too many ballots in your row, you lift it in the air and they're collected. We'll get them on the screen momentarily. Names with numbers. Meantime, I'm going to read them to you again. Number 6, Jack Bell. Number 8, Don Benton. Number 12, John Carlson. Number 34, Jennifer Fetters. Number 82, Gary Pagan. Number 95, Eric Stahlfeld. Number 112, Braden Wilkerson. Number 115, Ricky Jean Wright. After you vote, we get through the spoiled ballot exchange, and we collect your ballots. You may leave and go get your box lunches over in the expo hall. So we will take a 45-minute lunch when you are done.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes.
When you said pass the ballots down when they're done, is it as they're done or when someone from the state?
When we tell you to.
Thank you. So you hold on to your ballot. And
hold on just like you did before.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on to your ballots until we've handled the spoiled ballots. But you're better at this time, so there won't be any spoiled ballots. Now you have the candidates on the screen.
TVW, for more than 20 years, bringing you gavel-to-gavel coverage of Washington state government. Unbiased, in-depth, unfiltered. They're not just buzzwords at TVW. They're at the heart of our political news coverage. See all sides and key issues at our state capitol and how they impact you each week on The Impact.
TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter at TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
The Washington State Democratic Party meets in Tacoma June 17th through the 19th for its 2016 state convention. Watch the convention from candidate speeches to adoption of the party platform live online at tvw.org.
Support for TVW provided by Seattle Children's.
Seattle Children's now has the 5th largest research program in the country for pediatrics. Our scientists are working on some incredibly exciting opportunities, including the use of immunotherapy to cure pediatric cancers without having to expose patients to things like chemotherapy. Pediatric research is critical to the delivery of innovative therapies, and we believe that the children in this region deserve nothing less than that.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW. Watch the candidates for Lieutenant Governor of Washington square off for a debate in Spokane on TVW Monday, June 20th at 8 p.m. Or watch online anytime at our election website, tvw.org/elections. For fair, nonpartisan political coverage, turn to TVW. Throughout its trademark gavel-to-gavel coverage of state government and its award-winning produced shows, TVW covers the issues that matter to you, in depth and in balance. We bring you the best arguments on both sides of controversial issues direct from the source, on TV and online. For balanced political coverage, turn to TVW.
Has ended, and I'm going to report to you the results of the balloting that we just completed before lunch. The following people were elected. 4 people to complete the list of delegates of the 11 we needed to elect. The first was number 34, Jennifer Fetters. Number 82, Gary Pagan. Number 95, Eric Stahlfeld. And number 112, Braden Wilkerson. So we have completed that effort. Now you have a new ballot. It's called Official at-Large Alternate. Everybody get out your scratch ballot, Official at-Large Alternate. We're going to go through the same routine that we did before. However, we will not listen to a second speech by a candidate who made a speech earlier today. There's a huge number of people on this ballot who made speeches earlier today, so this is going to be less time than it appears. Also, we'll be scratching a number of other people off because they just got elected. Okay. All right, we're going to do the same routine as we did before, and that means everyone who is running who has not made a speech yet needs to be prepared to get to the mic when we get close to their name in the alphabet. So working with you on the official at-large alternate scratch ballot. Number 1, Ralph Aiken, scratched. He spoke to me before the meeting began. Louder? Okay. Number 2 has already spoken. Number 3 has scratched. Number 4 has already spoken. Number 5 is not in attendance. Has that person arrived yet? Number 5. Number 6 has already spoken. Number 7 has already spoken. Number 8 has already spoken. Number 9 has spoken. Number 10 has spoken. 11 has spoken. 12 spoken. 13 has not spoken. He was absent. Is he here? Would he like to speak? Number 13. Number 13. Number 13. Still absent. Still working on that broken down car. We're sorry, he wasn't able to make it. Number 14 is absent. Has he arrived? Number 14. Number 14. Number 14. All right, number 15 has already spoken. Number 16 has spoken. Number 17 scratched. Number 18 spoken. Number 19 spoken. Number 20 spoken. Number 21 spoken. And 22 spoken. Number 23 scratched. 24. Number 24.
Thank you. Glad to be the first one. My name is Dave Dormeyer. I have supported Ted Cruz when he first ran for Senate. My candidate may have suspended his campaign, but I have not. Thankfully, I'm thankful to be on the Ted Cruz slate. In Cleveland, we have a lot to accomplish on the rules and platform. I have fought for first principles on the platform for Pierce County as platform chair and state platform subcommittee chair on 3 sections.
That's 30.
It's hard with that reverb. Anyway, Dave Dormeyer, number 24. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 25, Mike Dunn has spoken. Number 26 was absent. Are they here? 26. Number 26, still absent. And number 27. 27. 27. Moving on, number 28 has spoken. 29 has spoken. 30 has spoken. 31 is still all caps. It's a mystery. Number 32 scratched.
Excuse me, Madam Chairman. I scratched myself from the delegate ballot.
Go right ahead.
But I'm still running as an alternate.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, my name is Casey Evans. I am a strong Ted Cruz supporter. I am on the Ted Cruz at-large slate for an alternate. I'm a deputy prosecuting attorney in Spokane County, and I'm a longtime Republican, a longtime constitutional conservative, and I put that in play every day when I'm on the job. When I was an attorney, when I took my oath of office to be a deputy prosecutor, I swore allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, the state of Washington's Constitution, and I am holding offenders accountable every day, and I intend to be there at the platform discussions there for Ted Cruz at the National Convention.
30. The folks with the signs, you know, you covered up your candidate's face. Be polite. You've got screens you can look at and see what's showing on the camera. If your sign is covering up someone's face, you're doing them a disservice, so please be careful about that. All right, next. 33 is scratched. 34 has spoken. 35 has been elected. Scratch. Number 36 has spoken. Number 37 has spoken. Number 38.
I'm right here. Thank you. Hi, I am Pastor Rick Fritz. I'm a husband, father, Air Force retired, and honored to serve as the chaplain at the Washington State Soldiers Home in Nording. I served as the Ted Cruz 25th Legislative District Chair and worked hard for the success that we've experienced here today, supporting conservative, constitutional, and Christian values. I ask for your support to Cleveland to continue this quest, and we invite all, Donald Trump himself and all his supporters, to join us together as we push forward the great platform that is the Republican Party in Cleveland, here and beyond. Thank you.
Number 39 is scratched. He got elected. Number 40 is scratched. He got elected. 41.
Here I am.
Could you talk directly into that mic? It's a little lighter than the others in the room. Close, very close, so everyone can hear you. Thank you.
I'm Chuck Gehringer. I'm a strong Reagan conservative. I'm a strong PCO, and Very been appointed to an oversight committee in King County to make sure they count Republican votes as well. I am very humbled to be placed on the Ted Cruz slate because he represents all the values I've held dear my whole life. I will vote for the presumptive nominee in the fall to unify the party, as you mentioned, Susan. And if you send the Ted Cruz slate, we will unify the party with conservative principles. Thank you.
Number 42 has spoken. Number 43 has spoken. Next column, 44 has spoken. Number 45 has spoken. Number 46 has spoken. 47 has spoken. 48 is scratched. 49. She's elected. She's scratched.
I was just going to say that.
Thank you. All right. 50 has spoken. 51 has spoken. 50 is elected. Sorry. 51 has spoken. 52 has been elected. 53 has scratched. 54 has spoken. 55 has spoken. 56 has spoken. 57 has spoken. 58 has spoken. 59 has spoken. 60 has spoken.
Madam Chairman?
Yes?
Craig Keller, number 60. I applied only to get on a delegate ballot, so I will not be running for alternate. Thank you.
Thank you. So scratch 60. 61 has been elected. 62 has spoken. 63 scratched. 64 scratched. 65 has spoken. Oh, absent. Is she here? Okay. 66 was scratched. 67 scratched. 68 has spoken. 69, scratched. 70, 70.
Madam Chair, Sam Lowe from Snohomish County. 3 of them like me. I'm a strong supporter of Ted Cruz from the very beginning. I've worked hard for his campaign. Many know that I'm also running for Snohomish County Council, taking on a far left liberal in Hans Dunshee. I want your support to be Hans Dunshee, but I also want your support to go to Cleveland this summer. I appreciate your vote. Vote for the slate. Thank you.
Number 71 has spoken. 72 has spoken. 73 has spoken. Elected. 73 is elected. 74, scratched. 75 has been elected. 76, scratched. 77 has spoken. 78 has 77 was absent. Is 77 here? Thank you for the clarification. 78 has spoken. 79 is elected. So scratch 79. 80 was absent. Is 80 here? '81 has spoken. 82.
Matilda Montgomery, excuse me.
Right over there.
I am withdrawing, but I am in favor of the Ted Cruz slate. I also am in favor of defeating Hillary because of the Supreme Court Justice, Secretary of State.
Excuse me, you have already spoken. Thank you. 83 is not here. He asked to keep his name on the list because he was unable to be here. 84 is scratched.
No.
Not on this one.
I'm not scratched.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. My name is Tamara O'Hava. My number's 84, and I want to be a delegate or an alternate to Cleveland because I've been supporting Republican principles that made our party great since I was 14 years old, many times volunteering night and day. I started working for Ted Cruz last summer and worked for him night and day as a volunteer. And what I want to maintain is our party principles that got Reagan elected. 1, pro-life, because life is the first tenet of liberty. Our Constitution with the intent of the founders, including the Bill of Rights. Because without the Second Amendment, we cannot maintain the other rights. My name's Tamara O'Hava. Vote 84!
85, scratched. 86 has spoken. Flip it over. 87 is elected. Scratch it off your list. 88 has spoken. 89 she was elected. Sorry. In her CD. Thank you. 90, scratched earlier. 90 is scratched still. 91 was elected. 92 has spoken. 93.
Hi, I'm Charles Prater from the 9th District, and I've lived in Tacoma for 16 years. I've got 2 grandkids. I have 2 daughters and 5 grandkids. I want to go to Cleveland as an active member of a team that can and will take the country back from the abyss of the progressive liberalism. I think we can guide the country back to our conservative principles, and I'd like to get your vote.
Thank you. 94 has spoken. 95 is elected. Scratch. 95. 96 has spoken. 97 has spoken. 98 has spoken. 99 has spoken. 100 has spoken. 101 has spoken. 102 has been elected. Scratch 102. 103 has spoken. 104 has spoken. 105 was absent. 105 here yet? If someone's a candidate, they do not have to be a delegate. They just need to be escorted onto the floor to speak. She needs to move very quickly down to the floor. Sergeant at Arms can escort her.
Madam Chairman?
Yes?
While we're waiting, a correction to the roster. Number 76 is actually elected, scratched, but also elected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
76 is scratched but elected. Thank you. Is Judy Taylor here? Okay, we're going to move forward. (106). 106. Spoke. 107.
Madam Chair, my name is Diane Tibelius. I am number 107. You know, when I am not volunteering for politics, I actually represent people against the IRS. So if anybody in this room needs some help, come see me before the end of the day. I am on the Cruz slate. I am honored to be on that slate. I ask for your support today, number 107. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, we found Judy.
Okay. Number 98. I'm sorry, number 105.
That's me? Okay. Hi. Hello. My name is Judy Taylor. As a strong conservative woman, I appeal to all strong and confident women, that fellow Republicans, to show our party's support for women. But the federal government must not mandate who can follow me into the restroom. Supporting women's rights does mean Supporting does not mean supporting Planned Parenthood. We need conservatives to say no political correctness. Send me to
30.
Cleveland.
30.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was 105, and now we're skipping down to 108, who has already spoken. 109 has scratched.
Madam Chairman, number 110, I only applied for delegate. My name should not be on the list.
Thank you. 110 is scratched. $111 was scratched. $111 is scratched. 112. 112. Sorry. Elected. 112 is scratched. 113 has spoken. 114 has spoken. 115 has spoken. 116 has spoken. 117 has spoken. 118 has spoken, scratched.
I'm not scratched. I'm on the alternate list with slate for Ted Cruz.
Okay, you scratched on the other, but you're back on this. Go right ahead.
Applied for both.
Thank you. 118 is not scratched on this ballot. 118 is a valid candidate. 119.
119 is elected, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. 120 has spoken. 121 has spoken and elected. 122 has spoken. 123.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to withdraw my name.
Thank you. 123 is scratched. 124 has been elected. Sorry. Okay, 124 has spoken. My apologies. 124 has spoken. And 125 has spoken.
Madam Chair, Sean Sant, Franklin County. Robert Whitelatch, number 120, asked to be removed off the alternate list.
Thank you. 120 is scratched.
Madam Chairman, Casey Jeffries, 47th. I'd like to be scratched. Number 56, please.
Thank you.
Cruz supporter anyway.
56 is scratched.
Madam Chairman, I also did not apply for the alternate position. Please scratch my name on 54.
54. No.
Yeah, it's been moved to 58. It was 54 on the other.
I'm sorry. What is it? 58.
58.
Okay. Let's be very clear. 54 is not been scratched, at least from my life. Okay, 58. 58 is scratched. Any others? I know this is tedious and difficult with all these names. I appreciate how well you all have kept up. Thank you. Okay, so now it's time to cast our ballots. Our volunteers in the white t-shirts will be coming down the aisles and passing out your ballots. You know the routine. You get to pick 11 at-large alternates. 11 at-large alternates. If you vote for more than 11, your ballot is scratched, or spoiled, I should say. And if you vote for less than 11, your ballot is still valid. We will pass out the ballots. You will remain seated until the spoiled ballots have been exchanged. You all are getting really good at this. I doubt there'll be many spoiled. And as soon as the spoiled ballots have been removed, we'll collect your ballots. Please remain in your seats or at your seats.
Madam Chairman? Madam Chairman?
Yes?
Over here to the right.
Thank you.
Hi, Tom Watson, Thurston County. I'd like to make a motion when we have the speeches for the electors that anyone who has already given a speech not be allowed to speak again. It will save an immense amount of time because we have 50, 60 people running for electors.
80 something. 80.
80. Oh, sorry, 80. So I'd like to make a motion that that the body could adopt that and we could expedite the election.
All right, there's a motion on the floor that says that of the people who are running for elector, if they have already spoken, that they not speak to shorten the amount of time it would take to get through the elector ballot. And I heard second. All right. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Nathan Zix, Snohomish County. I oppose this motion. I understand the desire to get along with the business of the convention, and I very much approve of that. But the office of elector is a very, very different and particular position. And the things that a person might say relative to that election are different than what they might say to other cases. I cannot, in good conscience, support that limiting the ability of these candidates to present the reasons that they wanted to take this constitutional office. Thank you.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of this motion because, frankly, while the gentleman makes a good argument, you only have 30 seconds to make an argument. It's very, very difficult. And those that have spoken before, everybody undoubtedly knows where they're coming from. And frankly, Madam Chairman, with your success, these electors will have a chance to meet in Olympia in December. But I think that we know who they are, we know who they're going to vote for, but there is important business ahead of us, and that, of course, is a platform that the platform can work on. So I would urge a rejection of the amendment, or I would urge adoption.
Is there anyone speaking to the con?
Madam Chair, Peter Silliman, Clark County. I would just ask for clarification if this would actually be considered an amendment of the rules regarding the speech time allowed for electors, and if so, wouldn't this be out of order?
It would be a suspension of the rules of the convention, which would only take a majority vote.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Anyone else? All right. The motion on the floor. Yes.
Point of clarification. Don't you have to suspend the rules first?
The motion is the suspension of the rules.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're speeding things up that way, you know. The parliamentarian says it's just fine. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to only allow the electors who have not spoken already to speak when we get to the elector ballot. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The motion passes. Thank you. When we get to the elector ballot, it will take effect. Now it is my pleasure to allow you to hear from some folks we don't often get to hear from, but will be on every statewide ballot this fall. And they are candidates for the state Supreme Court. There is no more important court in our state than the Supreme Court, and as we've seen in recent years, the decisions that have come from this court have had far-reaching effects on all of us and our pocketbooks. We very much would like to have these nonpartisan candidates speak to you. They each will have 3 minutes. They will introduce themselves and tell you why they are a candidate. First, would Greg Zempel, the Kittitas County prosecutor, please come forward to give the first speech?
Good afternoon. I am Greg Zempel. I am the Kittitas County prosecuting attorney, and I am here to ask for your vote for a position on the Washington State Supreme Court. A little bit about myself. I was born and raised in North Seattle. Spent the first half of my life on the west side of the Cascades. In 1989, I took my first legal job in Ellensburg. My wife Dawn and I have made our home there since. We'll be celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary this July. We have 4 children, Chris, Chaz, Jace, and Anna. As a prosecutor, it is my job to respect and uphold the law and to keep our community safe. As a prosecuting attorney for 22 years for Kittitas County, I have appeared in every court in our judicial system, including the Supreme Court. As a prosecutor, I've handled every type of criminal case and civil case on behalf of Kittitas County. Too often, the state Supreme Court makes mistakes because they do not have criminal legal experience. If I am put on that court, I will bring that legal experience to the court, but more importantly, I also will return common sense to that court. For the last 6 years, I've spoken with prosecutors, defense attorneys, trial judges, and people in almost every level and position in the judicial system, and unanimously have they said our Supreme Court is broken. We know that our court has become too political, and it has become too unpredictable, ignoring established legal precedents to impose their own personal preferences as to what the law is. If I am elected, I will return the court to predictability and less politics. As an elected prosecutor, the system keeps me accountable from the time I charge someone until it's reviewed by the Supreme Court. But who gets to review the Supreme Court when they choose to ignore the law and choose to ignore the Constitution? That is you, the voters. I am Greg Zempel. I am the Kittitas County prosecuting attorney. I am asking for your vote for the state Supreme Court. I'm asking that you vote and tell the Supreme Court that no more will the court be political, no more will it be unpredictable. Please give me your vote and your support. Thank you.
Greg Zempel is going after the position of Chief Justice Madsen. All right, now I'd like to introduce Dave Larson, who is also running for a position on the Supreme Court. Dave.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm Judge Dave Larson. I'm the presiding judge of Federal Way Municipal Court in Federal Way, Washington, obviously. And I am running for the position held by Charlie Wiggins, position 6. Before I was born in Tacoma and have lived in Federal Way for 49 years. I've been married to Debbie for 29 years, and we have 2 sons, Andrew, who's a police officer, and Joshua, who graduated from PLU in exactly 1 week, and he wants to become a doctor. Before I became a judge, I was the president of the Federal Way School Board, and our school district was facing a budget crisis, and I joined, and I was the architect of the fair funding lawsuit that Federal Way brought about 10 years ago. I know a little bit about education funding, and I know a little bit about education. There was a crisis that erupted in our community and our court that made actually national news. It was quite a crisis and quite an embarrassment for our community, so I stepped up and volunteered to go in and help clean up that court, and it's now one of the best courts in the state. My plan now is to step up and be on the Supreme Court and make it one of the best Supreme Courts in the United States. Somebody asked me why I'm running, and I said I don't think I could look myself in the mirror if I didn't. Our court is in conflict with the legislature, is in conflict with the legislative branch, and is even in conflict with its own judges, as evidenced by a bill this last session to separate Superior Court judges from the administrative arm of the court. But worse, they're in conflict with our entire system of government. Second, we need to bring compassion and dignity to our court system. We need to institutionalize decency. I've seen the magic of it in my own court, especially for cases involving domestic violence, the addicted, and the mentally ill. If we trace back our social ills, we can see that all three of those are a common denominator. And third, most important, I want to follow the law and the Constitution of the state of Washington. When I take that oath, I want it to mean something, and I want to feel it in my bones. And the first provision in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, government serves at the consent of the people, and its purpose is to protect and maintain individual rights. That means that people in elected office have to embrace responsibility and hold power at arm's length, and that's what I plan to do. It's the difference between whether government's our master or whether government's our servant. And as an elected official, when I go to Olympia, I want to be your servant. I do not want to be your master. So thank you very much. I hope I've earned your vote.
Dave is going for position 6 against Charlie Wiggins. All right, now I'd like to introduce Dave DeWolf, who is also running for the Supreme Court. Dave.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is David DeWolf. I'm a candidate to serve on the state Supreme Court. As Judge Larson just pointed out, it's easy to forget that the court, like other branches of government, serves the people, not the other way around. First, a little bit about my background. My wife Priscilla and I have lived in Spokane for more than 2 decades. We have 3 grown children, 4 grandchildren. I graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Stanford University, and I earned my law degree from Yale. For the last 28 years, I've been teaching my students at Gonzaga Law School to love the law, and in particular to respect the Constitution and the role that it plays in our form of government. My legal experience also includes appearing in both state and federal courts, as well as the Washington Court of Appeals. I've published a wide variety of law review articles, including those on constitutional law, and I'm the leading commentator in the state on tort law and contract law. My 2 volumes on tort law and contract law have been cited over 100 times in the courts of appeal and over 25 times in the Washington Supreme Court. I've testified numerous times in the legislature on constitutional law issues. So, why am I running? As you've heard, there's a widespread belief that the state Supreme Court is broken. The Supreme Court's job is to decide cases in a way that provides clear guidance both to lawyers and to the public as to what the law is. It's not a player in the political process. It's supposed to be the umpire. Yet time and again, the court has left its role as umpire to take a swing in the batter's box. You may hear some defending our court because they like the results that have come, but we need to return the court to its proper role in applying the law, not making it. As your Supreme Court Justice, I promise to be a faithful steward of the trust that the public places in its highest court. I promise to decide cases based on the law rather than according to my personal policy preferences. Our state constitution is the envy of other states. It has more explicit and more extensive protections of civil liberties, the ones we all cherish, but those liberties can only be secured if the court does its job well. But as you've heard today, the court is locked in an adversarial relationship with the other branches of government. Instead of mutual respect, which allows harmony between the branches, the court has literally held the legislature and the executive in contempt. It is critical that the court recognize its limitations rather than assume that because it has the last word, it is entitled to tell the other branches what to do. Even within its own branch of government, as you've heard, there's unhappiness with the way the court has administered its own judicial branch. So what difference does this make to you? If we can restore confidence in the court, we can ensure that everyone's freedoms are secured, because when the limitations on government are ignored in one corner of the law, everyone's rights are jeopardized. So we can return the court to its proper boundaries, and we will ensure then that when we need the court, it will be there to protect our rights. Again, my name is David DeWolf. I'm a candidate to serve on the Supreme Court, and I'm committed to restoring the court to its proper role under the Constitution in protecting your freedom. Thank you.
David DeWolf is going after Mary Yu's seat. You all understand how this works when we vote for a Supreme Court justice. Very few people know their names, and because of restrictions on campaigning and affiliation with parties, the other side has a huge advantage because of their broad network of unions and others that get the word out. That means after the Washington State Republican Party chooses to endorse a judicial candidate in our August meeting, we have to get those names out as fast as we can to every voter in the state. And so this is where we're going to be depending on all of you, you great organizers, to help us get those names into the voters' hands, to guide them. In other words, have a slate to know who to vote for. So that's a challenge, but I tell you it's a worthy challenge. We desperately need new people on our state Supreme Court, and I think you heard we have 3 extremely qualified candidates.
Madam Chairwoman, I know that while we're waiting for results, I wanted to make a motion. And I was a Rubio and Walker and Fiorina and lately a Cruz supporter, so I understand our desire to unify against Hillary Clinton, and I share that desire, but it doesn't mean that we should neglect the character of our party. And if we don't separate ourselves from some of the behaviors of our nominee now, when will we? I think it's essential.
You need to make the motion and then discuss it.
I would like not to condemn a nominee, but to aid our party and all our candidates, including the one for the White House.
Make the motion and then describe it.
I would move to suspend the rules and consider my duly submitted resolution to the Washington State Republican Party. In other words, we've got a resolution and we can wait till the end of the day, or we can debate one right now. That's what it's about.
We will be taking up resolutions, and that would be the proper time to do it.
It's a movement to suspend the rules. That doesn't matter. It's a movement to suspend the rules to take on the resolution right now, and it's been seconded.
We don't know what resolution you're talking about, and the body doesn't know that resolution.
He does, and he can put it on the screen, and I've got 400 copies of it that I could share.
Who is he?
Caleb. Caleb's got it. I mean, I submitted it to your Rules and Platforms Committee. It should be electronically available because all of them were electronically available. And we just had a motion to, we just dealt with a motion to suspend the rules regarding the debate for electors. So there's nothing against the rules to debate something else right now. It's a suspension of the rules. There was a second, sir. You just didn't hear it in the back of the room. A motion to suspend.
We got the second.
Madam Chairman? Madam Chairman? Madam Chairman?
Wait a minute. I'm going to rule this out of order because it contradicts our bylaws. We have seen the resolution. The bylaws state, Article 2.1, the purpose of the state committee shall be to elect Republicans to public office.
That is the purpose of this, changing disagreeing with the behavior but not the candidate. There's nothing inherent in this. In fact, I've spoken with many people who I've shared this with, more than 100 on Facebook, who have said that
I've ruled
supports our candidate.
Please be seated. We have an electoral election to go forward with. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Andrew Palou from King County. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules that after the election of the electors, we recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning and reconvene the convention to discuss platform and the resolutions.
The motion is out of order. It is a motion to adjourn the meeting, which you cannot do. To fix the time for adjournment. Thank you. All right, all of you have elector ballots, official at-large elector ballots. Those are your scratch ballots. We're almost done here. We're still waiting for the results of the other, but we are going to begin this process. It will be the same as we've done before. And I'll be going through all the names rather than numbers one by one. Get out your scratch ballot.
Madam Chair, we don't have the scratch ballots, the worksheets.
For elector?
For elector. We do not have any.
Could you raise your hand if you don't have elector ballots? They were put on your seats this morning. So look around, but if you still can't find them, just raise your hand and we'll bring you your ballots, your scratch ballots. There are just a few more. If our volunteers could pass those ballots, those scratch ballots.
That's one extra one, yeah.
Thank you. I think we're ready to go now.
Thank you.
All right, does everybody have their scratch ballot? We need you to make a little noise. Raise your hand so our volunteers can find you. Volunteers, we've got people with their hands raised that need ballots.
Ms. Chairwoman, this is Chatterjee, Snohomish County. Point of inquiry.
Yes?
If somebody has been elected as an alternate or a delegate, should they be scratched off the list?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
The question was, if someone's been elected as an alternate or delegate, are they scratched off the list? The answer is no. These are different jobs. Is there anyone who needs a scratch ballot? Over here, quickly.
Now, I want to remove my name. But wait for it.
Okay, let's get going. Number one. Number one. Scratched. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. He's not scratched. He is spoken. He has spoken. I'm sorry. He scratched himself off the alternate. All right, number two. Number two.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think I've got this right, that on the previous ballot, you said in many cases they had spoken. When they hadn't spoken, they were no-shows. So I'm just mentioning that so we're maybe a little more careful.
Okay, thank you.
It might make some difference to somebody.
Okay, thanks. We're trying to keep track of it all. We're trying hard. Thank you. All right, number two. Number two. Number two. Number three. Number three.
Number three. My name is Steve Altick. I looked up electoral. If you Google it, it says to somebody that's a lifelong Republican. My first election was Barry Goldwater. Been a PCO, district chairman, legislative candidate. 23 years in the Air Force. I'm a veteran. I believe it's an honor to go down as an elector. It's not a slate job. It's not a political job. So I'd be honored to be one of two of 83. Thank you.
Number four. Number four. Number four. Absent. Number five. Number five. Number five. Absent. Number six. Number six. Number six. Absent. Number seven.
Madam Chair, Ron Averill. Thank you. I need to be taken off of the list. I was fortunate enough to have been elected as an elector yesterday in the 3rd Congressional District, which will go red. I need the rest of you to go red so I can vote for the president.
Thank you.
Republican.
Scratch 7. 8.
Madam Chair, Glenn Avery. I wish to withdraw my name from the ballot.
Number 8 is scratched. Number 9. Number 9.
Madam Chairman, my name is Terry Thomas. I'm the Vice Chair of the 30th District, and I'm speaking on behalf of Rob Behrens. Rob is the District Chair of the 30th, and the 30th District is the only all-red district in King County, and that's due to Rob. It would be quite an honor to have him, who has led us and came up with the Turn the District Red, and turn the state red, that he can claim that, and he should be the one that is rewarded by being elected as an elected.
30. Thank you. Number 10.
Hi, I'm Rita Drum, President of the North Whidbey Republican Women, number 10. In common with Ted Cruz, I'm a student of God's inerrant word, the Bible. As well, I'm academically educated in the United States Constitution by Hillsdale College, one of the only academic institutions in the United States that does not receive any government funding. As well, during my professional career, I fought Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Number 11 has spoken. Number 12 has spoken. Number 13. Number 13. Number 13.
Madam Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
This is John Anderson, number 4, and I had spoken versus you indicated absent. Number 6, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. He's here, and he's spoken. Number 14. Number 14. Number 14. Number 15.
Madam Chairman, my name is Sandy Brab. I'm from Whitman County, and I'm number 15. I wanted to say that I think we should focus on our borders, protecting our borders, our language, and our culture. And I would call for this body to be a unified effort. And I respectfully withdraw my candidacy. Thank you.
16 has spoken. 17. 17.
How you doing? My name is Michael Curtis, and I would be honored with your vote to take your vote down to Olympia. And when the Senate turns red, when the House turns red, we're going to make the president's office red as well, and then we're going to be able to put a party back in the Republican Party. Thank you.
Number 18.
Here. Judy Cyrus, Klickitat County. Fellow Republicans, I personally believe in Republican values, and I've tried to live my life according to Republican values. I think we've described those very well in the current platform and hope you'll all support it. I would love to be your electorate if we get there in November. Judy Cyrus, number 18. Thank you.
19.
Madam Chair, my name is Eli Darland, born and raised in Bellevue, Washington, and I consider myself a Frederick Douglass Republican. I've owned and operated my chauffeur transportation service for the last 10 years, winning Operator of the Year nationally in 2012. I know how to show up on time and at the correct location. So if elected, I will faithfully cast our electoral vote in Olympia for the next Republican President of the United States. Eli Darland, number 19. Thank you.
20.
Nadia Diarmament, number 20. I'm from Whitman County, and I just got an internship with the WSRP, and I would love to be an electoral voter so I can vote for the next presidential candidate.
Thank you. 21 has spoken. 22 has spoken. 23.
My name is Jim Diamond. I'm a retired Seattle police detective. I live in South Whidbey, in Island County, and I need your vote. And I'd like to have your vote. Thank you very much.
24.
Madam Chair, my name is Russ Jollo. I'm an Eagle Scout, and I've taught citizenship in the Nation Merit Badge for over 20 years to young scouts and teaching them the process of electing presidents and other representatives, and I'd be humbled for your vote to be elector.
25 has spoken. 26 has spoken.
Dulaine Ehrlich, I would like my name removed, please, as I will not run against our honorable chairwoman, Susan Hutchison.
Number 27.
Number 27, my name is Leonard England. I was honored by this body to be elected in 2008 as an elector for John McCain. Would love to do that again. I'm a past chair of the 30th District. I'm elected in my local community as commissioner of the Lake Haven Utility District, which serves Federal Way, Des Moines, Kent, and parts of Auburn and unincorporated King County. I'd be honored to have your vote. Thank you. Number 27.
Number 28. 28.
This is Peter Erickson, number 28. My book, The Nature of Infinitesimals, refutes liberal thoughts within the confines of mathematics. It also casts doubt on the very idea of transhumanism. Abstract thought affects concrete action. Remember, number 28. Thank you.
Number 29 has spoken.
Madam Chairman, this is Casey Evans, number 29. I'd like my number to be removed from elector. I'm not running for elector. I would only wish to be an alternate delegate.
Thank you. 30 has already spoken.
Yes, this is number 30. I would like to withdraw, please.
So we scratch 29 and 30. 31. 31. 31. 32. 32. Spoken. 33. 33. 33. 34.
Madam Chairman, I'm Kathleen Fitzpatrick, Snohomish County, surrounded by a lot of red area.
36.
It would be my honor to be an elector, and I would do the job faithfully, and Republicanism is in my blood. Thank you.
35.
Madam Chairman, I'm just a grassroots activist, like most people here, who donate their time and talents and abilities to elect principled conservative candidates at all levels of government in our state. It'd be my honor to add my signature to 11 others that would certify the Washington state election of the next Republican president of these United States. And God bless our constitutional republic.
36.
Yes, right here. I'm speaking for Serena Forbes. She's from Seattle, Washington. She's a very dignified woman, American, principled, with the Constitution always in mind. She works at Group Health, and she had the gall to stand up to her employer and tell them recently she would not be forced to take the vaccination. We need more people like this in our party, and she would definitely serve well as an elector.
37. 37. 37. 38.
I am 38. My name is Scott Gallagher. I'm prior military service for our side. I'm a conservative. I'm a team player. I'm an actor, and I take direction for the good of the cause and the party. I withdraw and defer to the Cruz slate.
38. 38. Oh, I'm sorry. 39.
Madam Chairman, my name is Joseph Granelli from Spokane, and I am a retired California Highway Patrolman and retired Naval Intelligence Officer. I'm also a registered nurse. I respect and follow the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Washington. I believe in the Electoral College, and I support the will of the people of the State of Washington. Please vote for me. 39.
40. 40.
Madam Chairman, I respectfully withdraw my name and instead throw my support to my good friend David Flint, number 35 on the Cruz slate.
Scratch 40. 41, 41, 41, 42, 42, 42. She's spoken. I'm sorry. 43.
Madam Chair, this is Matt Hawkins from Spokane County. I respectfully withdraw my name but lend my support to yourself, Susan Hutchinson, but more so as a vote of confidence that the state has to move forward and flip the offices that are currently in place, that are up for the run. We need to change out the senator, we need to change out the governor, and we need to change out the current president. Thank you.
44.
Madam Chairman, my name is Richard Hayek. I'm number 44, and I respectfully request that my name be withdrawn, and I urge you to vote for the Cruz slate, which is Rob Behrens and David Flint. Thank you.
45.
Madam Chair, my name is William Heath. I was elected yesterday as an elector in CD4.
Thank you. Congratulations. 46. Susan Hutchison, Chairman of the Washington State Republican Party. I am declining, removing my name from this list. Thank you. 47. 47. 47. 48 has spoken. 49 has spoken. 50 has spoken. 51. 51.
Madam Chairman, I respectfully withdraw from the ballot, but I'd like to lend my support to two fine conservatives, numbers 9 and 35, Rob Behrens and David Flint. Thank you.
52.
Madam Chairman, I'm 52, Rob Lysick, retired military. I am a firm believer in the Electoral College and the purposes of it to see that more of the people in the United States of America have a voice in who is going to be the President of the United States. Otherwise, it's only the East Coast, the West Coast, and the South Coast.
53. 53. 53. 54.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie McBride Wyatt. I'm from Pierce County. I am currently supporting the presumptive nominee, Donald Trump. If you elect me as an elector at large, I will give my faithful pledge to vote for the nominee of the Republican Party. Ladies and gentlemen, a yes vote for unity in our party is a no vote for Hillary Clinton. Thank you very much.
55. 55. 55. 56.
Madam Chairman, I'm Dave Moore, Chairman, Spokane County. I'm withdrawing my name. However, I would like everyone to consider my favorite fella over here, Val O'Donnell, the gentleman that gave us that beautiful invocation this morning. He's a veteran. Last night we were here till 8:30, and he lost on the third ballot by one vote with 175 votes cast. So slate, no slate, Val O'Donnell.
57.
Withdraw.
Elizabeth Munson is withdrawing. Scratch 57. 56 and 57 scratched. 58 is absent. 59.
Edward Norton. The Electoral College is the most important part of the presidential election process. It serves two purposes. One, so sparsely populated states can participate in the presidential election. And two, because the framers felt that direct election via populism would lead to tyranny. So if you're asked, why do we have the Electoral College? Now you know. Thank you.
Number 60.
Madam Chairman, Val O'Donnell. I am number 60.
on your ballot. I am seeking to represent you as in the role of elector after our Republican candidate wins the Washington State presidential election. I am a retired Air Force officer. I'm a devout Christian. I'm a husband to one wife and for 51 plus years, and father to 6 children.
30.
I request the opportunity to support,
30.
represent Washington State. Thank you.
61.
Madam Chair, Donna O'Leary, Spokane County. I've got to say that I'm very disappointed in the division in this room. We are a United States. Therefore, I fully support Donald J. Trump, the presumptive nominee, and I am also supporting them because the NRA has endorsed. So I will go along with the NRA and endorse the presumptive nominee to unite
30.
the party and the country.
30. 62. 62.
Sandy Peterson, for those who care, the chairman of the Island County Republican Party. I've been a strong supporter and started working for all of us during the Rossi recount. I have served in multiple offices in both mine and in Whatcom County. I'm active with the Washington Federation of Republican Women. I love this country. We must be strong. I ask for your vote. I will do what you bid.
63. 63. 63. 64. Spoke. 65.
Just a second. I'd like to withdraw and endorse Val O'Donnell. Thank you.
Scratch 64. 65.
Yes, I'm Sandra Richardson, and I have been a state committee woman for 14 years, I think, and I'm also on the executive board of our organization. I have been budget chair, credentials committee, and probably everything else. In Walla Walla, I am active in our party.
30.
30? Thank you.
Thank you. 66. 66. 66.
Madam Chairman, this is Dave Pfeiffer, number 63. I didn't even realize my name was on the list. I withdraw it and send my support to the Cruz Coalition.
Scratch 63. 67. He was elected. Thank you. Scratch 67. 68.
Madam Chairman, I'm Kathleen Schrum from Spokane County. I'm pro-life, pro-gun, and I would be humbled to take the vote of my delegation to Olympia.
69.
Chris Schuler, King County. I'd like to withdraw and give my support to the Cruz slate.
69 is scratch. 70. 70. 70. 71.
Madam Chairman, Nancy Slate, King County, lifetime Republican, new PCO. Father was a Marine, mother a Navy Wave in World War II. My sister was a Navy doctor, 12 years. Married 35 years, homeschooler for charter schools. Pro-life, constitutional conservative. Be honored to serve, but I ask that you vote for number 16, Dr. Art Code, marvelous person. Thank you.
So scratch 71. 72 has spoken. 73. 73. 73. 74 has spoken. 75.
75, Mark Tarango is from Seattle. I don't know him very well, but he's asked me to speak to him. The 37th district doesn't have regular Republican meetings, so therefore I do not know him well for one of those reasons. Mr. Tarango is all for Trump, and so he definitely felt after this day's proceedings that it would be important to show the Trump supporters in here that they're not alone. There's many Trump people who didn't make it or weren't able to stay the rest of the day, and he had hoped that
30.
the platform could be heard.
76 has spoken. 77 has spoken. 78 has spoken. 79 has spoken.
I'm withdrawing and supporting the Ted Cruz slate.
79 has scratched. 80.
Madam Chairman, I'm Dennis Walters, number 80, and I'm removing my name from consideration in favor of the Cruz platform.
80 is scratched. 81. 81. 81. 82. 82. Spoken, sorry. 83.
Hi there, my name is Daniel Zapataki from Spokane County. I'm 26 years old and a lifelong Republican, which isn't that long, but I would like the opportunity to represent the state as a Republican. I know I'm not as experienced or proven myself as much as some of these excellent candidates, but I'm offering myself as a younger candidate and an opportunity to increase younger participation. So I'd appreciate your vote, and thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Please give a hand to all of our new candidates for elector. Now the volunteers will deliver the ballots very quickly for elector. The elector ballots, elector, are coming your way. You are to mark two people on your elector ballot. Do not throw away that scratch elector, the white sheet. I mean, not elector, I'm sorry, alternate. Do not throw away your alternate because we're about to vote again on alternate. So as soon as you hand in these ballots, we'll vote again on the alternate because we have the results. We're moving right along here. Just grab that white scratch ballot for alternate delegate. Are there any more spoils? Are there any more spoiled ballots? Be sure to hustle over here to Franklin County and exchange your spoiled ballot. Okay, we're going to send the spoils out of the room. I don't see anybody running over there. Okay, the spoils go. It is time to collect the ballots for elector. Our volunteers in the center aisles on either side will pick up your ballots.
Got my vote.
All right, everybody, please stay in your seats once you've handed in your ballots because we're going to announce the winner of the alternate delegate election. Winners.
Madam Chairwoman, Andy McDonald, King County, point of personal privilege. While the volunteers are collecting ballots, I'd just like to thank them very much for all their hard work this weekend. They've been great.
Thank you. Our good friends in the Tri-Cities encouraged volunteers to be part of this process. And it's always great for our young people to see how the democratic process works. So we're delighted that they get to take home their shirts. And remember, they're now part of the Washington State Republican Party, whether or not they're voting members or not. They can be reminded to register in time to vote at the age of 18. Okay, have all the ballots been collected? We're still collecting ballots over here. We need somebody to pick up ballots. We've got a ballot.
Madam Chair, I move that we suspend the rules while we're waiting to debate endorsing the 3 judicial candidates at this time so that they may have more time with the endorsement to raise money and name recognition.
Is there a second? All right. They did not come here seeking endorsement, and as nonpartisans, we would have to ask their permission ahead of time to ask them whether or not at this early in the election season they wanted our endorsement. And so would have to stop and find them and ask them for that endorsement. It is probably best, I appreciate your thought, it's a great idea, but it's probably best to wait until after the primary, which is when the state party meets.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. There are a lot of strategies involved in winning some of these elections, and sometimes it's best to be able to raise money and lay low until it really matters. So it was a great suggestion, but the timing is best in August.
Madam Chair, I withdraw the motion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Tamara Smilanich, 1648, 37th District. Could we please acknowledge who the camera crews are and if they are media and which media? I would really appreciate that.
There is a camera directly in front of us that is the camera that is taking the pictures of the stage. There's another camera here that's taking a picture of everybody as they speak, and another camera that is part of our convention that's taking that camera. We may have one media team here still on the side camera. Is that? No, right now we don't have any. Yeah, right there. Right there. Could you identify, please, Steve, who that is? Can't hear you. TVW, which is broadcasting this. Now, it may be broadcasting it at 1 a.m. in the morning. It's where they put the really exciting programming. So I don't believe it is a live broadcast, no. It's being taped so it can be rebroadcast at a later date. And those of you who occasionally find yourself on TVW know that they repeat. So you may have a chance to watch some of the proceedings. Thank you for the question. All right, we're going to announce the winners of the alternate ballot voting thus far. Get out your crib sheet and your pen. We have these winners. Number 24, Dave Dormier. Number 32, Casey Evans. Number 38, Rick Fritz. Number 41, Chuck Geringer. Number 70, Samuel Lowe. Number 93, Charles Prater. 107, Diane Tibelius. 114, Luis Valdez. Now, we will be casting ballots from among 7 candidates. You only vote for 3. So that we get 11 total. 8 have already been elected. We need 3 more. So in a moment, those will go up on the screen, but I will read them slowly. Number 6, Jack Bell. Number 8, Don Benton. 12, John Carlson. 54, Andy Hutchison. 81, James Michelle. 84, Tamara Halva. Number 118, Caleb Veneman. If someone over here is withdrawing their name, could you go to the mic?
Point of privilege. My name is spelled wrong. I'm Tamara Ohava.
Thank you. How do you spell it?
O-L-H-A, V like Victor, or victory, A. There we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was spelled correctly on the ballot, but transcribed in error. Thank you. Let's go through them again. Number 6, 8, 12, 54, 81, 84, and 118. All right, let's bring in the ballots. You vote for 3, no more than 3. All right, everybody, could you please come and sit down in your chairs? We'll await the balloting on both the elector and the alternate. However, we want to move on because there's still a lot to do related to our platform.
Hello.
And for that, you'll want to get out your platform that has been sitting on your chair all day.
Madam Chairwoman?
Yes?
I understand we have the Office of Public Instruction candidate here, Ron Higgins, and I wanted to make sure we heard about him because he's completely against Common Core.
Thank you. We will fit the future speakers into the curriculum. Thank you.
We don't want to do this. Okay. When she introduces us, I'm going to say, when she introduces us, I'm going to say, I'm sure.
Before we go on, I would like to remind everybody that we've been operating under a set of rules that are generally passed down convention to convention, but that are tweaked or improved upon or changed based on the needs of a given year. And to do that, we have a committee made up of a chairman and a vice chairman that I appoint, but then the counties appoint one member. So the Rules Committee is made up of 39 members who have worked very hard in order for us to have an orderly convention. And from time to time, questions come up, and we've got to revert to the rules to find out what we need to do. I would like to ask everyone who served on that Rules Committee and worked so hard on our behalf to please stand up so that we can thank you for the great job that you have done. Thank you. Furthermore, now that credentialing is finally done, I do want to recognize the fact that Charlie Crabtree and Marlene Pfeiffer, chairman, vice chairman, have worked so hard day in and day out, sitting at computers, working through the very difficult and confusing issue of credentials. The reason we want this to be done well is because we have to go through it again at the RNC, and any mistakes we may have made here are reflected as we go through credentials there. As far as we can tell, we are going to go to the RNC convention in Cleveland without any credential protests. I would like the people from those 39 counties who served on the Credentials Committee to please stand up, along with Charlie Crabtree, who's in the back, and Marlene Pfeiffer, if she's still here. Marlene. Always maintaining a cheerful attitude. Appreciate you all so much. So now we come to the third committee that is constituted for this convention. And this committee has worked incredibly hard. I want to recognize the chairman of the Platform Committee, Grant Peterson, and the vice chairman, Olga Farnham, who will take the mic at this time. And thank you for the amount of time and effort and time. I don't know if you've added it up, but it's beyond comprehension how much time has been spent diligently by these two and their amazing team of 39 members. So I'm sure they'll be talking about it. Would you please give your attention to the chairman, Grant Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're very pleased to be here. We're not sure what time it is, but we're glad we're here. This is my chair, Olga Farman. I do that because she's been a great assistant to us. We do have 39 members. I would like to remind you, if I may, with all due respect, that those 39 members were elected by your county convention delegation to represent you on this platform. And they represented you well and ably. They worked endlessly. I now call them the 2016 Washington State Republican Party Platform Ninja Warrior Team. The platform is very serious business. There was nothing casual about this event whatsoever. We were humbled by the responsibility that this platform lasts for 4 years. So what is said in this platform and adopted by you today will be standing for quite some time. Therefore, we were challenged in many ways, such as when someone wrote a resolution, which we'll talk about later, or a plank, and it said, this administration has betrayed us, and it has failed to meet up to the standards of the Constitution and the oath of the President to support the Constitution, this administration. Keep in mind, our number one goal is to do what? Change the administration in November and have them sworn in January. So it's a 4-year document. When you look at it, I want you to think about it in those terms. And this historic occasion of having this platform in draft to you for your consideration has been electronically available for you for 7 days. That is a tremendous goal. And you have a copy on your chair in front of you. So there has been full access and openness in this process. The platform is viewed by many people in different ways, but it certainly is a platform for the Washington State Republican Party, and many call it the heart and soul of your state belief system. You may have other words for that, but certainly this platform can stand on those terms. How many times have you heard people say, well, what do you Republicans stand for? What are your Republican values? I quit counting when they talked about values. Well, what are they? And then you will respond, and you'll talk about our values, and you'll talk about our Republican positions. But this platform that you are going to address and pass today establishes the Republican Party values. And you can hand it to them and say, take a look at this. Put it alongside the Democrat platform if you can find it, or the Democrat Socialist platform. Compare it and read it and see why you should be standing up for America by being a Republican in the Washington State Republican Party. Our Ninja Warriors were absolutely dedicated. We had a shorter timeline to develop this product than we had in previous years. In 2012, our convention was June, so we might have had a week or two short. So what we did is we doubled down, tripled down, and went at it again. Let me tell you about the process, because I think you need to understand how this was developed and how it is being put before you today. We looked at the 2012 platform, developed and adopted by this group, led by Chair Lori Sotelo and Vice Chair Matthew Peterson out of Spokane. And that document had great effort into it, and the previous convention adopted that platform. So why would we ignore the work that was done so diligently 4 years ago? But clearly, times change in 4 years. Does anybody believe you would see so much change in 4 years in your life and how much fear you have for your country? So, this platform has been addressed contemporarily to deal with today's issues. And so we took that platform. It had 16 planks in it, or sections if you would like to call it that. We developed 16 subcommittees out of our 39 people. We assigned them by their choice first to be on a subcommittee and to review the 2012 document in light of the good work that was done. The criteria was, if it ain't fixed, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 2, if it needs minor adjustment, tell us what it is. 3, if it needs a total rewrite, your subcommittee will rewrite it. You have about a week and a half to 2 weeks to review that, work with your subcommittee, come to a consensus on that particular section, and then we will meet in Moses Lake, Washington, Paradise Land of the West, and we will have each of those 16 subsections report out a consensus statement for that particular plank. They will report it to the full body, which is the 38 or 39 counties that show up, and they will report it, and that full body will debate that consensus document until there is consensus of the full body and they adopt it. We did that in Moses Lake a few weeks ago. We drove 3.5 hours to get there. We started at 9 o'clock. We finished at 8:08 p.m. and we drove 3 to 3.5 hours home, and I only lost 3 members during that day. That's 11 straight hours. We had 16 planks adopted. We added 1 new one. We just dismissed ourselves back home to review and reflect upon the work that we had done and to write the preamble. It doesn't make sense to write a preamble if you don't know what your base document's going to say. So we wrote the base document. We went away, assigned the preamble to subcommittees. They did the same process, came to consensus. We came up on conference call, spent 4.5 hours in discussion, including the preamble, which we gained consensus on after some change. And then we reviewed every one of the other 17 subsections again to make sure that we had no additional changes or issues we need to deal with, and we had probably 5 or 6. That's the process that we used. It was extensive. It was detailed. The debate was long, and we cut nothing off, and everyone had their say. We asked that each one of the platform members would go back to their counties because they're the representatives and talk to them about what we had done and bring any information back that was necessary. They did so very diligently, and this platform was adopted unanimously by the 39 members that you sent to this platform to do that work. So that's what's before you today. I'm pleased that the platform has been out for 7 days for your review. I'm pleased you have something in front of you today, and I'm pleased that the caliber of work that went into this was extraordinary, to say the least. So with that, we have a couple of choices in how to proceed. The first is we want to read the preamble. We'd like you to bear with us to read the preamble. We're going to then we're going to identify the 17 titles of the plank. And then we'll have a closing piece that was put in that I think sums this particular platform up. And then we will turn this platform over to you for your will as a general body. With that, I'll read the preamble, and then my able co-chair will take the sections one at a time with headers only. We'll close it out, and we will make a motion. So to me, I am greatly indebted for the privilege of doing this and meeting these people. There's some really smart people in this group who have spent hours and hours on this, and I want to thank each county for sending us your best, because you did. The 2016 Washington State Republican Party platform, a proposed platform at Pasco, Washington, May 21. Preamble. The Washington State Republican Party is dedicated to preserving a constitutional republic through active participation by citizens for the protection and preservation of conservative values, including the sanctity and dignity of human life, religious freedom, personal rights and responsibility, preserving a free society, free markets and free trade, limited government, low taxes, minimal bureaucracy, national security and sovereignty, and private property rights. We believe that good citizenship begins with the protected rights and ends with accompanying responsibility. We believe the government should be the last resort for individuals and do only those necessary things that they cannot do for themselves. We reaffirm the words of the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, and we maintain that the most effective government is that which is closest to the people. To each generation falls the responsibility to uphold the values that have made the United States the freest, most prosperous, compassionate, and successful civilization in history. As we confront security threats from international unrest and terrorism, economic threats from ever-increasing state intervention, and social and political threats from liberal cultural elites, we must also see these times as an opportunity to return to those principles that have made us great. It has been over 2 centuries since our founders established the American creed: government under God and accountable to the people. We believe their vision is best preserved by supporting the principles outlined below.
Okay, now I'm just going to read the section titles. I'm not going to go into the entire document. Section 1, we believe civil and religious liberty protect the sovereignty of the individual citizen. We believe limited government, Section 2, we believe limited government is essential to a free society. Section 3, we believe that upholding our rule of law and justice is based upon our Constitution and Judeo-Christian heritage. This recognizes that liberty and individual responsibility best protect and promote a moral and just society. Number 4, we believe that national security is a central function of government, and that a strong America is a free America. Number 5, we believe the preservation of liberty is dependent upon the sanctity of our national sovereignty. Number 6, we believe our national borders are best protected by a fair and enforced immigration policy. Section 7, we believe in restoring sound monetary policy. Section 8, we believe in restoring sound fiscal policy. Section 9, we believe economic opportunity ensures that each generation is better off than the one before it. Section 10, we believe that the family unit is the cornerstone of a free and moral society. Section 11, we believe education is critical to equip our children to be productive and responsible citizens. Section 12, we believe the greatest healthcare system in the world is best preserved by minimizing government control. Section 13, we believe property rights are civil rights. Section 14, we believe vibrant agriculture and natural resource industries are critical to the health of the Washington economy and environment. Section 15, we believe America must balance our need for energy with the conservation of our environment. Section 16, we believe the transportation system is important to our economic survival and quality of life. Section 17, we believe the initiative process is essential to providing a legislative voice for all the citizens of Washington State.
We close this document. Thank you. We close this document with an affirmation. The Washington State Republican Party reaffirms the principle of the American Creed. The American's Creed by William Tyler Page. I believe in the United States of America as a government of the people, by the people, for the people, whose just powers are derived from the consent of the governed, a democracy in a republic, a sovereign nation of many sovereign states, a perfect union, one and inseparable, established upon these principles of freedom, equality, justice, and humanity, for which American patriots sacrificed their lives and their fortunes. I therefore believe it is my duty to my country to love it, to support its Constitution, to obey its laws, to respect its flag, and to defend it against all enemies. That is our close. I have to admit, we got a little teary-eyed in some of our discussion, and this is a moment where your generosity is overwhelming. Thank you. With that, I'd like to say one more thing before the motion, Madam Chair, if I may. The Platform Committee is also charged with resolutions. We, after the platform is adopted by the rules of this convention, we will address resolutions. For your consideration, some information. We received 104 resolutions. The vast majority of them came in the last 4 days. Twenty of those were withdrawn or rejected, but mainly withdrawn because they read the platform and said, I don't need a resolution. So we thank those counties for that introspection. There are 14 recommendations to take no action. There are 11 do not passes. There are 59 do pass resolutions. 5-9. And based upon the will of this group, they have been placed before you in your chairs, some 62 pages. And we will, once adopting the platform, we will have the chair's prerogative on how to proceed in accordance to the rules. So with that, back to the platform. Thank you for your generosity in honoring this committee. This is about 39 people that work their backsides off and are very bright, God-loving, freedom-loving, liberty-loving people. Thank you for the opportunity to know these people and to work with them. Madam Chair, sure, no. Yeah, I'm going to make a motion, but please say whatever you would.
Before Grant puts his motion forward, I would like to thank personally the members of this platform committee and all of you that sent them. This was my first time on the platform committee. I had no idea there was that much passion out there for this document. I know it's a privilege, it's a great document, but I had no idea the extent of the passion that would go into it. When we were debating the resolutions on Wednesday night, Thursday, whatever night it was, it's 12:30 in the morning. We'd been at it for over 10 hours. We were on the very last one. It was 12:30 in the morning. And we were discussing it back and forth. Someone called a question. Usually at that point in the evening when you've been at it for so long, that motion's going to pass. It didn't pass, and we went at it for another half hour. So I want to thank every one of the members who put that much time and effort and thought into this document. You should be really, really proud of it.
We had a request that the Ninja Warriors would please rise again and raise your hands, please. All of the platform committee, let's stand up and give you recognition. Put your hands up in the air. Thank you so much. Therefore, Madam Chairman, it is my pleasure to present to you the 2016 Washington State Republican Party platform, a proposed platform for the Washington State Republican Party. Susan Hutchison, Chair. My motion is that this platform should be I make a motion that this platform will be adopted as presented.
Thank you. I would agree with you. It's an emotional experience, beautifully wordsmithed, using simple words to describe extremely complex and deep and important issues. So I thank you too, and I'm a little choked up. We are going to pause for a moment because we are in the middle of an election, and this will give you a chance to read in more detail underneath each section, but we also have to have another elector election. There were no winners. However, that does not mean the field has not narrowed. We do have 4 people who qualified for elector. So pull out your elector scratch sheet. And now they're on the screen. The 9 remaining are Rob Behrens on number 9. I'm sorry, the 4 remaining are number 9, Rob Behrens, 35, David Flint, 54, Julie McBride Wyatt, and 60, Val O'Donnell. Now the ballots will arrive. They're in the back. We need our volunteers to distribute the ballots. You will get to vote for two of these 4 people. You will cast your vote for 2 of the 4. And this will be the last ballot.
Madam Chair, over to your right. How are you? Craig Keller, King County. Is it in order now to reserve a section in the...
No, we are pausing on the platform.
Thank you. When will that be available?
As soon as we collect ballots.
Thank you.
Thank you. The pause has ended.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Please hear.
Robert Neff, Whatcom County. I wish to move a small change in the title of Section 4.
Excuse
me. As follows.
May I ask you to hold for just a moment while I explain what we're going to do next?
Correct.
Thank you. Since so many people in the room, a huge percentage of the people in the room are at their first convention, I want to explain the process we go through next. We have a motion to accept the platform in its entirety. But now you have the opportunity to suggest that it is that you have a desire to take a portion of that platform and reserve it for future discussion. So we use the term reserve to mean you want to pull it out of the rest of the platform so that it can be discussed. All right? So let me explain how this works. Any section of the platform can be removed for separate debate by a motion and a second. It's non-debatable as to whether to remove it per the rules of this convention, and it must be sustained as to whether or not it should be removed by a 20% vote, and that vote will be judged by myself and the parliamentarian. Please do not remove a section from the platform for numbering, grammatical, spelling, or cross-reference purposes. We will authorize the staff and platform committee to correct any such errors if there is no objection. Hearing no objection, they are so authorized.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Who's speaking?
Here. Over here.
Thank you.
You stated that amendments must be submitted in writing to the chair. You stated that amendments must be submitted in writing to the chair. However, Article 2, Section 6 states they must also be signed by a delegate from 3 or more counties.
That's correct. Thank you for the clarification. All right, so you have to reserve that section before it can be amended. So we've clarified that if you want to correct any typos or punctuation, you will submit that separately to the platform committee and they can make those. It will not be discussed from the floor. All right? So, you may begin.
Robert Neff, Whatcom County. I wish to move the following small change in the title of Section 4.
No, we have just voted, because there was no objection, to deal with small corrections through the platform committee.
This is not a correction. It is a change in the wording.
All right, well then you have to ask to reserve that section of the platform to do so. All right?
Then I move to reserve Section 4 title.
All right, there's no discussion. Are there any other? Thank you for the second. Are there any others that want to reserve a section?
Madam Chair?
Or Section 4, I should say. Okay. In one sentence, explain why you want to reserve that section.
Because the statement, Strong America is a free America, is different than the statement, it is liberty in America which makes America strong.
All right, we're going to take a vote. Remember, it only needs to pass by 20% of the room. Do we want to reserve or set aside Section 4 for such a change? Signify by standing. Be seated. Opposed, please stand. All right, that does not pass. It does not meet the 20% threshold.
Madam Chair?
Section 4 is not reserved. Next.
Madam Chair, Eric Miner, Pierce County. I'm also the State Director for the Convention of States here in Washington. I move to reserve Section 2, Limited Government, to add one sentence in support of an Article 5 Convention of States.
There is a second. Is there anyone else that wants to reserve Section 2? All right, we'll take another vote. All in favor of reserving Section 2, please stand up. All opposed?
Down, down, down.
It's more than 20%. We reserve Section 2.
Madam Chair, to your right.
Next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Craig Keller, King County. I stand to reserve section number 6, Borders and Immigration, to include brief but educational word additions, including prosecution of criminal aliens and prohibition against abuse of H-1B tech worker visas.
That was Section 6. Is anyone else wanting to reserve Section 6? All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor of reserving Section 6, setting it aside for future discussion, stand. Please sit down. All opposed? It doesn't pass.
Madam Chairman, I challenge the ruling of the chair.
Those in favor of counting the votes say aye. Opposed?
Nay. Madam Chair, I call for a counted vote, please.
We just voted on it. Thank you. All right. Next, I'll go back to this microphone.
Sharon Hannick, Pierce County District CD8. I respectfully request to reset and set aside Section 11. My one run-on sentence for that is, I reserve to strike the words through vouchers on grounds that any attachment of government money to homeschools, private schools, and online classes is subject to one-size-fits-all government controls, as evidenced by Department of Early Learning charter schools and Common Core mandates are on anything with government money.
Is there anyone else, thank you for the second, is there anyone who wants to reserve Section 11? All right, let's take a vote. All in favor of reserving Section 11, stand. Opposed? It does not pass.
Madam Chair?
That Mike?
Madam Chairman, Chris Ferguson from Kitsap County, the chair of the Kitsap County Platform Committee, and I rise to request the reservation of Section 5. We believe in the preservation of liberty is dependent upon the sanctity of our national sovereignty. I wish to request its reservation for the purpose of striking it in its entirety.
Is there anyone else that would like to reserve Section 5?
Madam Secretary?
Yes. I wish to reserve Section 5 in order to strike the words, unless specifically authorized by an act of Congress for subjecting military
Thank you.
foreign powers.
Is there anyone else who wants to reserve Section 5?
Yes. I'm Carrie French from Pierce County, 2nd Legislative District, and I too would like to see that phrase stricken from Section 5, so I'd like to reserve that. When you were reserving Section 4, I tried to get your attention. I'd like to reserve that to strike the same phrase from Section 4.
We already voted on Section 4, I'm sorry. Now we're back on Section 5. Is anyone else wanting to vote to reserve Section 5? Yes.
Madam Chair, I want to reserve the same paragraph for the same purpose.
Okay, we don't need to repeat as long as one person says it. Thank you. We'll get really good at this and as time goes on. All right. Is anyone else want to reserve Section 5 to speak to a different reason? All right, let's take a vote. All in favor of reserving Section 5, please stand up. All opposed? Okay. It's too close to call, so we will reserve Section 5.
Madam Chair?
I'm going to go to this microphone now.
Madam Chairman, I would like to reserve Section 7.
For what purpose?
I would like it stricken and language included. Do you want me to read the language?
No, it has to be one sentence.
Inflation destroys wealth and results from a too
results from an excessive increase in money supply, and it goes on to discuss other economic concepts. I object.
That's one sentence. Thank you. Does anyone else want to reserve Section 7?
Madam Chair, Chris Ferguson, Kitsap County, also would like to reserve Section 7 for the purpose of striking in its entirety the second paragraph of the section.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, Miller Freeman, Keegan County, I would like to reserve Section 7 for the purpose of striking part of the sentence in the second paragraph, starting the creation of a commission to consider the feasibility of returning the U.S. dollar to the gold standard, and because that is a technical issue that many people don't understand how it affects the economy.
Thank you. Anyone else on Section 7 for a different reason? All right. Whoops.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say something about Section 7. I'd like to add language to it that's different than what they're adding.
Thank you.
I'd like language to be added that the private Federal Reserve Bank no longer be allowed to create money.
Thank you. All right. All in favor of reserving Section 7, please stand. All opposed? It passes. Next.
Madam Chair, Alex Miller from Island County. I respectfully request that we set aside Section 15 to, underneath the last bullet of paragraph 2, insert, we support federal and state programs that will harden and develop physical and digital protections for our critical infrastructure.
Madam Chair, Tom Watson, Thurston County. Point of clarification, the maker of the motion stated he wanted to set it aside.
Yes.
Reserve or set
Reserve. Reserve.
My apologies.
It's okay.
Madam
Does
Chair.
anyone else want to reserve Section 15?
Yes, Madam Chair. I wish to reserve Section 15 in order to strike or discuss the bullet point regarding investment in safe nuclear energy.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to reserve Section 15 for a different reason? All right, we take a vote. All in favor of reserving Section 15, please stand up. Oh.
Marilyn Taylor, 44th LT, 2nd CD. On pertaining to Section 15, we need to consider an important issue regarding not only our state but national, and that's electromagnetic pulse.
That's in line.
Well,
thank you. That was one sentence. Thank you. All right. All in favor of reserving Section 15, please stand up. All opposed? It does not pass.
Madam Chair.
We're moving to this microphone now.
Madam Chair, this is Skip Moore from Chelan County, and I've got a point of inquiry or point of question or information. I'm rather confused. We had a motion to adopt the platform as submitted and a second. Why can't we debate that, vote on that, and then decide whether we're going to lay things aside? At this point, what you've done is taken that motion as though it's failed, and we have not voted on that motion.
The fact that several people have said that they would not, or they want to discuss the various sections of the platform is part of the discussion that leads to passing it. What we are going to get to is after we've reserved certain sections to discuss, we will vote on the original motion to adopt all the remaining sections.
We will not be voting on the original motion. The original motion was to adopt as submitted. Now, if the person who placed that motion would like to withdraw it, we can continue, but I'd like to have a vote on the original motion, please.
We are following the rules as specifically stated in our rules.
Could you restate the motion, the original motion, please?
The original motion was to adopt the platform in its entirety.
Thank you. I call the question.
Not in order. Thank you. All right.
Madam Chairman, point of order. I'd like to refer the gentleman to Article 8, Section 2 of the rules of this convention, which state, the platform shall be proposed for adoption in its entirety by motion. The convention chairman shall then proceed section by section, which is exactly what you're doing.
Thank you. All right, this microphone in the back to the...
Madam Chairman, Chris Ferguson, Kitsap County. I move to reserve Section 17 for the purpose of striking it in its entirety as redundant to Article 2, Section 1 of the Washington State Constitution.
Is there a second? I hear a second. Does anyone else want to reserve Section 17? All right, let's take a vote. All in favor of reserving Section 17, please stand. All opposed? Thank you. It does not pass. Next, in the front of the room.
Alex Miller, Island County.
Louder.
Alex Miller, Island County. I respectfully request the chair that we reserve Section 16 on transportation for the purpose of removing commuter trains from the second paragraph. And my reasoning is I don't think we should blame commuter rail overall for mismanaged projects. My wife works 2 jobs, goes to school, and can depend.
Okay, that was enough. Thank you. One sentence was enough. Great. Anyone else want to reserve Section 16? Anyone else? Section 16. All right. We'll take a vote. All in favor, please stand up. All opposed? It does not pass. Okay, this microphone.
Madam Chairman, Jeff Matson, King County. I would like to move that we reserve Section 11 for the purpose of removing the words sex education from the third line, because so many, quite frankly, do not have a home environment where proper sex education is even going to happen. I don't have any problems with the rest of the terms.
Section 11, thank you, has already been voted down for reserve.
Oh, I didn't. Sorry.
Thank you. Anyone else? The back corner.
Madam Chairman, Doug Sering, King County. I would like to reserve the affirmation and to say based on the American Creed and to add the words under God after government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
The affirmation. Is there any other that would like to see, or we need a second? Is there a second? Is there anyone else that would like to reserve the affirmation?
Madam Chair, I wish to reserve the affirmation for 2 separate reasons. One is the statement it's a democracy, and the other one is the statement one and inseparable.
All right. Does anyone else, do we have a second? Oh, no.
Madam Chair.
Excuse me. I want to clarify, the creed has an author. We cannot change the creed. The only thing about the affirmation that we can change is the first sentence. We can't change someone else's writing.
That's why I said based on, not saying it's by him, but based on the American Creed.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote then. All in favor of reserving the affirmation, stand up. All opposed? Thank you. It does not pass. This front mic.
Stephen Salyer, Snohomish County. I was unfortunately unable to respond in time to the question about the closing of the reservation of Section 4, so I moved to appeal the chair's decision about the closing of Section 4. And I would like to open it up because I have 2 points I would like to address in amendments.
Our parliamentarian tells me you can reconsider it. I mean, you cannot appeal it, but you can reconsider it.
Then I would ask to move to have the body reconsider their decision.
Did you vote against removing it?
Reserving, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Did you vote against removing it?
I want to reserve it. I want to reserve Section 4.
Yes. I'm sorry, that motion is not in order. The back mic.
Madam Chairman, Edith Higginbotham from Grays Harbor County. I would like to reserve Section 10 for the definition of when life begins discussion.
Would anyone else, may I have a second? Would anyone else like to reserve Section 10 for a different reason? All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor, please stand. All opposed, please stand. It does not pass. This mic.
Madam Chairman, Dr. Art Code from Snohomish County. I move that we reserve Section 12, the healthcare section, to insert a statement as follows. We advocate repeal of the 1945 McCarran-Ferguson Act in order to subject medical insurance companies to the full force of federal antitrust legislation. This will tend to increase competition and lower price.
Is there a second? Would anyone else like to reserve Section 12?
Yes. I'm Elizabeth Hall with Clark County, and I would like to reserve Section 12 to remove "and mentally ill" from the last sentence, where it states, "are best served by local, community-based, non-governmental, and charitable organizations. In my experience, in my family."
One sentence, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I wouldn't put that part in, but I'm trying to explain why it's important.
That's okay, that'll come later.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a brief statement is all that's necessary. All right. Is there anyone else that wants to reserve Section 12? All right, let's take a vote. All in favor of reserving Section 12, please stand up. All opposed? It passes. Is there any objection to extending adjournment till 6 o'clock, considering we have another ballot to vote on and we want to continue this discussion? Hearing none, we will extend our adjournment to 6 o'clock. I want to finish this. All right. Does anyone else want to reserve a section?
Madam Chairman, Craig Keller, King County. I have a parliamentary inquiry I respectfully request that you or the parliamentarian read the requirement for a vote when a delegate requests a counted vote. It's my personal understanding that an audible voice vote does not constitute a counted vote.
It takes it takes a majority vote to order a counted vote, and it was well higher than a majority that voted not to count the vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Diane Sebelius from King County. I understand the rules, and I may be incorrect. Perhaps the chair could advise this body. Under the rules, are we to adjourn automatically at 5 o'clock?
Yes.
We still have not elected all of our alternates, and I do not believe we have a determination of the 2 at large.
Yes, that's correct.
So would it be proper for us to do that which we came to do? And that
We will do that as soon as we are finished with the reservation. But we have already extended our meeting till 6 o'clock adjournment.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman?
Madam Chairman, my name is Arlene Noyes. I'm from Snohomish County, and I'd like to reserve Section 10 so that we can just add.
Section 10 has already not been, or voted not to be reserved. Thank you.
Madam Chairman?
Madam Chairman?
Back there.
Dick Donahue, Whatcom County. I would like to reserve Section 14. I'm concerned about the statement says supporting placing county-owned timberland under county management.
Is there a second? There's a second. Is there anyone else that would like to reserve Section 14? All right, let's take a vote. All in favor of reserving Section 14, please stand.
I'm not.
All opposed? Thank you. It does not pass.
Madam Chairman, point of information, the second round of balloting is back for our alternates. I move that we pass out alternate ballots for the third balloting while we continue this discussion. To expedite the process.
It actually won't expedite the process because we still have to get it done, but we are going to do things in a logical way and reach the end of the reservation process, which, from what I can tell, is only about 2 people more. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Val O'Donnell, Legislative District 7, Spokane County. I rise to request a reconsideration of reserving Section 4 for the following reason. I believe that the statement at the end of paragraph 3, unless specifically authorized by an act of Congress, that the military could be placed under control of some other non-U.S. entity.
Second.
Did you vote to not remove it during the first vote?
I did not.
You're not eligible to make that motion. You did not vote with the prevailing side.
I don't understand. I was busy writing this up when that vote was taken. I didn't realize that you had asked for others who were able to reserve that.
Thank you.
I'll make the recommendation for him. So I move his movement.
And how did you vote?
I opposed Braden Wilkerson.
Okay. Is there a second? Thank you. Is there anyone else? Oh, no, we can't do that. We're reconsidering. Thank you. Yeah. Let's just, now this is not a stand-up vote. This is just a majority. All in favor of reconsidering Section 4 for reservation, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. I'll let you have it. You said a beautiful prayer today. I wouldn't want God to strike me down.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Okay, now we have a motion that it be reserved, and we still have to vote on Section 4. All in favor of reserving Section 4, please stand up. Opposed? Okay, it passes. Okay, I believe we have one more.
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we reserve Section 13 to correct or change the wording in second sentence of paragraph 3 from asset to civil asset.
Is there a second? I hear it 1 second. Is there anyone else who would like to reserve Section 13?
Madam Chair, I move to reserve Section 13 in order to eliminate the quotes around life, liberty, and property.
That can be removed by the committee. Thank you.
Will it be?
If it's grammatical, if it's style, yes, it will be. If your argument is convincing.
Point of information, ma'am.
Yes.
Stephen Douglas, Kittitas County, being on the committee that developed this. The third paragraph, that portion in quotes and italicized is a direct quote from the Constitution. I don't believe we can take those quotes out.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else that wants to reserve Section 13?
I wanted to ask a point of clarification. When you say the committee can make changes to grammar, punctuation, etc., that is under the assumption that those changes are not meaningful.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Correct. Non-substantive. All right, it's time to vote on Section 13. All in favor of reserving Section 13, please stand. Opposed? It does not pass. Are there any more reservations?
Yes. Todd Bricks, Conditional District 1. I'd like to reserve Section 8 for further consideration, giving the ambiguity in the enumeration of what standard exemptions and the removal of any and all tax loopholes means with regard to the adoption of a flat tax platform. Very concerned this would mean elimination of...
That's enough. One sentence is fine. Thank you. Anyone else want to reserve Section 8? Oh, we needed a second on that. Is there a second? Thank you. All right. All in favor of reserving Section 8, please stand. Opposed? Please stand. It does not pass.
Madam Chair, Norris Boyd, Ponderay County, I move we close the reservation process.
We don't need to. I think this is the end of it.
Withdrawn.
Thank you. Those in favor of adopting the remaining unreserved sections of the platform signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Congratulations to the Platform Committee. We are only going to take up Section 2, Section 4, Section 5, and Section 7 and 12. 5 sections. And now we're going to take a pause for everyone to take a look at those. But in the meantime, we're going to vote. Okay, folks. We have no one elected on the alternate ballot from the original 7. But we do have the same names remaining. They all qualified. So take a look. It's the same screen as we saw before. Jack Bell, 6. 8, Don Benton. 12, John Carlson. 54, Andy Hutchison. 81, James Michelle. 84, Tamara Olhaiva. 118, Caleb Veneman. Mark your ballots for 4.
Great.
I'm sorry.
Point of information.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Alex Spence, Kirkland. Could we put the vote totals that they received on this last ballot on the screen?
No, but you can look it up on www.passcode2016.com.
These?
No. We've got people typing up amendments at this time. You've elected how many? We've elected 8. We need to elect 11. How many does that mean? 3. I misspoke a moment ago. It's 3. Mark your ballot for 3, no more than 3.
Madam Chairman? Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I have a request from those of us back there for information. Those who are interested in amending Section 7, we need you to come up here. We need signatures so that it's authorized.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Yes.
Madam Chairman, Eric Rohrbach, King County, 45th Ledge. Could you read the vote totals for the 7 individuals?
Okay, Jack Bell, 463 votes. Don Benton, 320 votes. John Carlson, 413 votes. Andy Hutchison, 397 votes. James Michelle, 502 votes. Tamara Olhaiva, 410 votes. Caleb Veneman, 523 votes. The votes required on this round to win, 531.
Madam Chairman? Terry Mitchell in Okanagan County. Could you run through the steps if we don't elect the alternates as of this ballot? Because I think someone drops off, but I don't, just asking for clarification.
This is the 3rd ballot. If no one wins after this, the threshold becomes 40%.
Point of information.
Yes.
It looks like about a quarter or 1/3 of the delegates have left. I'd hate to have to count everyone, but I'm afraid that we're chasing diminishing returns in terms of trying to reach the number with delegates leaving, and there's not as many people to vote for the people.
The number will only be for the number of votes cast.
Okay.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and allow us to just have the top 3 votes be the ones that are the alternate delegate candidates.
I'm sorry, we cannot do that.
All right.
It violates the delegate allocation plan and would disqualify us to seat our delegation in Cleveland. Here? Has everybody voted? Everybody's exchanged their spoiled ballots? We can collect the ballots now. Yeah. What? It's right over here. All right, we're collecting ballots now. The spoils are being removed from the room. Okay, so now how do we vote on this change?
Madam Chairwoman,
You've got to get through the platform. No, they're the resolutions. There are 59 resolutions. Yeah, but we're not on that right now. We're on the platform, and we've got to get through the platform. Yeah.
We start down the road of, right, but then someone else is going to want to move two more, and someone else is going to want to move two more, and then we'll wind up spending.
What I'm saying is we're not going to have disorder. We're going to finish the platform, and then we're going to move to the resolutions.
And then you can bring it up in that.
Yeah. Well, I can't guarantee you because we have to follow rules. And so we'll continue the rules, but we have to keep working on the platform. Okay?
Madam Chairwoman, I had requested, this is Tamara Smilanich, 37th District, that we hear from the candidate for Office of Public Instruction, which I believe is right behind you.
I hear you. Yeah, I saw that. It's nonpartisan. So we could do a quick temporary recess and we'll go back to the platform since the ballots were. Hang on a second. I'm going to reverse myself. Let's hope for it. I hope so. I hope so. I know. Actually, I think there is something in our. We already voted. There's also something in our rules that says we have to win with the majority. It says you can't change our election law during the majority, right? Not our state law, but the WSW caucus convention rule says only people with the majority are elected. And that isn't the that was part of it. Yeah, yeah. No, you were right. I ran back. No, you were right.
Well, hurry. We can't find what?
She can't on the vote? Stand up and vote?
Well, then go over here. Ma'am, go right over here. See the letters hand down and then do that. Right here. She'll help you.
Per the rules, any amendment to the proclamation is reserved section past that re-signatures or something. No, it's close.
Thank you. Clear. We don't need to keep repeating things. Okay? We've made it clear.
I don't know. Kevin said that that's what he's hearing out there. They're not understanding.
Well, then he calls people to come in, like he
I hope
did.
so.
Did you hear him go to the mic stand for this amendment? They would come to the front and he would work on them. That's what he said.
He was on the platform? No. Yep.
Yeah.
No, you went. I was going to say, don't worry. No, don't worry about that. I'll make
All right, could everybody please sit down? We're going to return to the platform. To address the question that was just asked about the superintendent of public instruction, his name was not on the ratified list of speakers, and so we have to go into recess in order to hear him speak. And at this point, I want to stay where we are and finish our platform work in respect for your time. If we're able at some point to go to recess to hear from the candidate for the superintendent of public instruction, we certainly will. We are not trying to keep that from you. All right, we're going to continue to work in an orderly fashion. We have 5 sections to deal with, and we're going to begin with Section 2 and the amendments to Section 2. This is the section we believe limited government is essential to a free society. All right. This is Section 2. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Jeff Helsden. I'm from Pierce County, and many of you know me as local counsel for Bremerton High School football coach Joe Kennedy. Thank you. Because TVW is here, I'm not about to disclose where we are in that litigation right now, except to say at the threshold. And many of you also know me as counsel for the Cato Institute as an amicus before the Washington Supreme Court in the Arlene's Flower case.
I need you to make a motion, please.
I rise to move that we strike the words in Section 2 in the second paragraph after the word furthermore, comma, striking the words the right to privacy, and then in the next paragraph at the end of the first clause where it says all citizens must be free.
One at a time, please.
Okay. These are a combination in the same motion where the right to privacy again appears in the third paragraph.
Okay, this is conforming then. You want to remove
Right.
the same words in 2 different paragraphs.
Right, and replace the words the right to privacy in the second paragraph with the clause the vitality of the 10th Amendment, and where the phrase right to privacy appears in the third paragraph, replace it with Fourth Amendment rights.
Is there a second? Can I hear somebody shout a second if there is a... Thank you. So the motion is to remove the right to privacy line in the first sentence of the second paragraph and replace it with the vitality of the 10th Amendment.
Correct.
And then replace the same term, the right of privacy, with
Fourth Amendment rights.
Fourth Amendment rights.
Correct.
Is there any discussion?
I rise to speak to my motion.
Please.
As a matter of constitutional law, the phrase right to privacy is equated with the right to abortion. In Roe versus Wade, the majority decision used this penumbra and mists of the Constitution, which they judicially created, a right to privacy, which came from the Griswold versus Connecticut case in 1965, a case in which the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a Connecticut statute which had attempted to limit contraception rights. And the Roe court then used that to create a woman's right to abortion. If we leave this as it is, then we have inadvertently adopted the constitutional basis for a right to abortion. The amendment that I have, the replacement language of the 10th Amendment, the vitality of the 10th Amendment, is in keeping with what we have in the first paragraph, where we're talking about the 10th Amendment rights being so important, and the replacement of right to privacy in the second instance with the Fourth Amendment is also in keeping with what the second paragraph talks about, the Fourth Amendment protecting the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. And so I urge us all to consider this very carefully.
Is there a con argument to that? Please go ahead.
Kai Alberg, Clallam County. I speak against the amendment. Nobody likes the 10th Amendment more than I do, but the second paragraph speaks to the Fourth Amendment. It speaks to unlawful searches and seizures and warrants. The 10th Amendment does not have any place in this paragraph. The paragraph would not flow with this amendment.
Is there any other discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion as previously read, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? I'd like to take that voice vote again. Let's make it a standing vote. All in favor of the amendment, please stand up. Be seated. All opposed? It passed. Next amendment in Section 2.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Eric Miner from Pierce County. I'm the State Director for the Convention of States here in Washington. I move that we add one sentence to Section 2 dealing with limited government.
Closer to the microphone.
I ask that we add one sentence to Section 2 dealing with limited government, and the sentence reads as follows. Recognizing that at least 7 states have already passed legislation making such a call, we support the call for a convention of states per Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution, limited to proposing amendments that impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limit the terms of office for its officials and for members of Congress.
Thank you. You see it on your screen. You want to speak to it?
I would like to speak to it if I could, please. Madam Chair, as I mentioned, I am the State Director for the Convention of States here in Washington, and this project is backed by a very long list of distinguished national conservatives, including Mark Levin, Senator Tom Coburn, Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, Governor Bobby Jindal of Louisiana, Thomas Sowell, Michael Huckabee, Glenn Beck, and many, many others. I sent out an email on this issue to all the delegates and received an overwhelming response, so we know there's a very big interest in this topic here. This is one of the best chances we'll ever have to get something through like this, because this particular convention is very heavily populated this year with constitutional conservatives. So I'd like to beseech the Assembly to pass this, and I'd also like to point out one thing. There is a consistent argument against this about there being a runaway convention, or even that the Constitution itself, when it was adopted in 1787, was illegally adopted. Please don't fall for that. There is a very firm firewall that anything that gets proposed in the convention is just a proposed amendment. You have to get ratification from 38 states. That prevents any crazy amendment from being proposed in the convention, and we have one-page documents on the Convention of States website that very easily rebut any of the runaway convention stuff. Thank you very much.
I'd like to hear a con to that argument.
Madam Chairman, Steve Krigbaum from Whitman County. We've been over this. Mark Levin is not the only voice. There are many conservatives who are quite concerned that this can evolve into a runaway constitutional convention. I urge everyone here, consider exceedingly carefully whether you want to throw open the door to making the law of the land abortion or homosexual marriage. Thank you.
Does anyone want to speak for the amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Donna Rassett, Benton County. Donna Rassett, Benton County. We have a president that governs by executive orders and ignores the Constitution. We have a court system that makes laws and misinterprets the Constitution. We have a $19 trillion national debt that will enslave our children. We have a Congress that does not control federal spending. And we have an abundance of regulations from bureaucracies that do not answer to any electorate. This is evidence that our federal government is out of control. Our national founders intentionally provided the people working through our state legislators a method to amend the Constitution in the event that the Congress itself became the problem. This is the ultimate check and balance on the federal government, and it is our duty and the duty of our state representatives to use it in times like these.
Yeah, really.
I support this Convention of States Team Platform Amendment as suggested in Section 2.
Is there a con?
Madam Chairman,
Here.
I am in opposition to this resolution because for years, a couple decades, conservative agenda has been advanced by elected Republicans such as John Boehner, Mitch McConnell, and John McCain. So I don't see a need to propose such a resolution to fix a problem that these leaders have under control.
It needs to be delivered over there.
Madam Chairman,
Thank you.
Ted Cook, King County, I'd like to speak for the amendment. We already have the Constitution being changed several times a year by unelected judges. And the states are the only ones in the Constitution granted the power, state assemblies, to unilaterally reform the Constitution. Well, we're at a point in our nation where we need conservatives to start affecting things too, with things like a balanced budget amendment, things like, we're at the point where we need to limit our own power to install people by putting in term limits. So I'm for this.
Madam Chair.
There's a con.
Yes,
Here.
Con.
Con.
Yes, I'm Con Beck here.
I thought you were.
Madam Chair, I rise against this motion.
Go ahead.
Rick Bauer, Pierce County, 2nd District, 10th Congressional. I rise against this motion. It would not be hard through Robert's Rules of Order, doing just like we're doing here, to switch a word here or there. Our Second Amendment rights, our First Amendment rights could be in serious jeopardy. Please don't let this one go.
Thank you. We have to close debate. Our rules say that we have 4 minutes for debate on each of these items.
Madam Chairman. Todd Richardson of Soton County. I move to suspend the rules and extend debate to the full 15 minutes allowed for this section of the platform.
Second.
Okay. That will take a 2/3 vote. All in favor of suspending debate? Suspending the rules to and extending debate to 15 minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're done. All right. We're going to take a vote on that amendment. You see it on your screen. Thank you for the debate. All in favor of amendment to Section 2 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. We'll stand. All in favor signify by standing. Opposed? Please stand. I'm sorry, I really want to do the right thing. We're going to have to count it. The rules call for county chairs to count the votes in your county. So, as I ask for people to stand, if they are in favor of this amendment, the county chairs serve as tellers. They will do the counting. Bring their number to the front of the room as soon as they have a total count in their county. All in favor, please stand. Remain standing until your county chair has told you to sit down. Okay, everybody. I know. Please, I'd like some order so I can give you some information of great importance. Please be silent except for the people who are reporting the vote. We have electors. The winners are number 9, Rob Behrens, and number 35, David Flint. While we're getting these last counts, I'd like to share with you the timing rules. This is important because we've got a lot to cover in a short period of time. When you speak, pro or con, whether you are the person who authored the amendment or not, you have 1 minute to make your point. We are now setting the stopwatch. 1 minute. All total, you get 15 minutes on one section. For all the amendments on one section. We are keeping track. There are 4 minutes left on this section. If there are any more amendments, they have to be done in the next 4 minutes once we begin discussion again. So we want to start picking up our pace.
Madam
Speaking
Chair.
in a very pithy way, get your point across quickly so that we can move along. Yes.
Point of information. When the arguments are alternating pro and con, and the pros, either side inserts a false argument to take away an argument from the opposing side. Will the opposing side get another opportunity to speak, as we just witnessed in this last debate?
If they can do it within the 4 minutes.
So is it the chair's understanding if one side strawmans the other side and rambles on,
For 1 minute at a time.
so a straw man can and will be used to eliminate the speech of the opposing side? Is that my understanding, Madam Chair?
The free speech of each delegate is managed and constrained by Robert's rules and our rules. Therefore, we assume that the minds of the body, in other words, the brains of the people assembled here, can sort out truth from fiction in the long run.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was close, folks, and I'm glad we did a stand-up vote and counted it. Yes, 510. No, 475. As you can see, a counted vote is tedious and time-consuming. I will not authorize a counted vote on my own unless it's absolutely necessary. I believe that particular amendment, it was of enough importance. So with that, we are still on Section 2. Are there any more amendments on Section 2? All right, then we're finished with Section 2.
Wait, David Tomlinson, King County. The thing we just passed, the first sentence is meaningless. It's irrelevant. It says based, put it back up. It was on the screen just a second ago.
Out of order, I'm sorry. The debate has to be pertinent to the subject. Thank you.
The debate is pertinent to this subject.
We're dealing with amendments at this time. Thank you. All right, it appears we are done with Section 2. Are there any amendments to Section 4? Section 4.
Madam Chair.
Order, Madam Chairman. Nathan Zix, Snohomish County. We have amended Section 2, but we have not accepted Section 2 as amended. I'm sorry. We have amended Section 2, but we have not accepted Section 2 as amended.
All right, thanks for clarifying that.
Madam
We now have to
Chair.
accept Section 2 as written with the amendments. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Now we move to Section 4, and we won't forget to do that. All right, the first amendment for Section 4.
Madam Chair. Whatcom County. Robert Neff, Whatcom County. I believe we need to change slightly the title for this reason. The light shining from our shores has been the light of liberty in history. All empires have fallen who replaced liberty with power, but were sustained when liberty
Make
was
the motion.
the source of power.
Make the motion
Sorry.
first.
I move that we change the wording of the title starting Section 4. I move we change the wording of the title starting at after Strong America, help sustain a free America, but it is liberty in America that makes America strong.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to it?
I rise.
Oh, we need a second.
The light shining from our shores has always been the light of liberty.
Point of interruption, or I mean point of clarification. Susan Wilmoth, Spokane County. Point of clarification. When we first assessed this issue, that specific item was failed by the body. When Mr. O'Donnell referenced the reconsideration, it was only with reference to the third paragraph. Do we consider everything or just the portion?
No, we have everything. But he did not submit it in writing. We have just learned.
I did submit it to you personally in writing. Right up there. He's got it.
It didn't have 3 signatures on it.
It did. Whatcom County, King County, and Skamania County.
What did you do?
I submitted it before you had submissions sent off to the side.
We'll see if it's there.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Point of clarification, Alex Spence, King County. If this body doesn't believe that it would pass, why don't we just call the question?
We found it. And as far as calling the question, that's up to the body.
I call the question.
Point of
We
order,
need a second.
Madam Chair. Point of order. Regardless of the question called, I can speak to my motion once the motion is completed.
I think he was interrupted in the middle of speaking to his motion. So finish that, please, and you have only a few seconds left.
The light shining from our shores has been the light of liberty. All empires have fallen who replaced liberty with power, but were sustained when liberty was the source of their power. That's the end of my comments. You have it in writing.
Thank you. We are getting it up on the screen momentarily, and the question has been called. In order to end discussion, we have to have a 2/3 vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Do not interrupt a vote, please.
Point of order.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So now I'm going to take your point of order.
Point of order was this, were you indicating that this was a closing the question on the whole section?
No, just on your amendment. Thank you. And it passed. So now we are going to end discussion and take a vote, but I need it to come up on the screen in order for you all to vote. 30 seconds. The stopwatch has stopped.
Where's Gina?
Got it backwards.
Everything is okay. All right, the words are up there. You see it. Let's take a vote. The amendment is to the title only. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The motion does not carry.
Madam Chair, Carrie French, Pierce County, 2nd Legislative District, 10th Congressional District. I would like to move that we strike a phrase from the 3rd paragraph of neither the citizens nor the armed forces of the United States must ever be subject to any foreign or United Nations control or direction, period. I'd like to strike unless specifically authorized by an act of Congress. We've seen our electorate vote for socialists and other people, and I am very concerned that we could one day have a Congress that could place our armed forces under the control of the United Nations or direction. We are a sovereign country, period.
I hear a second. Does anyone want to speak against the motion?
Alex Spence, Kirkland, King County. I would like to speak against this primarily because the wording says no citizen may be subject to the United Nations, in which case no U.S. citizen could ever be employed by the United Nations or by the Peace Force or by any other foreign force, which is obviously not the intent of this amendment, but the amendment is the amendment. The text is the text. We can't vote for something that we could not actually support.
Anyone else want to speak? This time for.
I speak for, Madam Chair. My name is Val O'Donnell, 7th Legislative District, Spokane County. I'm the one who originally proposed this amendment. As a retired Air Force officer charged with criminal, fraud, and counterintelligence investigations, I can think of no circumstance under which any military force of the United States should ever be ceded to any foreign control.
Thank you. Is there someone to speak against the motion?
May I make an example?
I would like to speak against this proposal. He just mentioned that he can't think of a single instance. I am Jason Rowland from Thurston County. I'd like to think back to the war on terror when we formed a coalition against that. There were multiple countries where their soldiers were hampered by their own countries, placing limitations on them. Now, I'm sure most of us were not happy that we could not effectively use these soldiers in the coalition. But are we so arrogant as Americans to think that we are somehow better than all other countries? Yeah. That we somehow have the right to command their soldiers, but that if they have a worthy cause, we cannot assist them with ours?
Time's up. All right, it's time to vote on this amendment. Paragraph 3, strike. Oh, time's up just for him. Okay, does anyone else want to speak pro?
Madam Chairwoman, for.
For. This person has been standing in line.
My name is Isaac O'Bannon, Spokane County. Neither citizens nor the armed forces. The point about employment by the UN is moot. Employment of individuals by the UN is never authorized by Congress in private contracts, as far as I know. And this is saying subject, not in assistance to UN. So the control of the UN of our forces or our persons or our property would be forbidden, not the assistance of American forces.
Okay, time. Thank you. We have 4 minutes on the amendment. We now have to vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. All right, thank you. It passes. Are there any more amendments for Section 4?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Zeke Lyon, Thurston County. I would like to strike a few words on the last paragraph where it states, United States foreign policy should support our national security and economic interests. We support our allies, and then I'd like to stop with a period and strike the words such as Israel, as well as people seeking freedom from repressive regimes. I don't think we need to nation build and get involved in these type of situations. And Israel's no different than any other ally, so it's kind of redundant. To some people it may be, but to me all our allies are important. So I'd like to strike that, as well as people seeking freedom from other respective regimes.
All right, we'll get that on the screen. Anyone want to speak against it?
Madam Chair.
Who's first? Yes, Mark.
Madam Chairman, I rise to speak against this amendment, particularly cutting out the term about Israel. Israel is a clear ally of the United States. It is clearly different from all other countries in the region in which it is located. We do not want to cut that out. I strongly urge to vote against this amendment.
We don't have a written copy of that amendment. Is that true, Zeke? You did not submit a written copy?
I brought something up with the two sentences struck. And I don't know if I have to write something for just strike words, but the third one, I had the last part of the third paragraph struck.
Okay, I understand.
As well as the last one.
Okay. In other words, you were not creating words, you were deleting words, and you did establish that. Okay, we'll let it stand. Thank you. And now we need, is there anyone who wants to speak pro?
Madam Chair, I wish to concur with the sentiment here. I'm Marilyn Taylor again, Congressional 2. But Israel is currently being considered for its 1968 borders. They have worked with us. They are the only democracy in the Middle East. And they are a strong ally that we have no other.
I'm sorry, you're not speaking in favor of the amendment.
I am speaking as leaving the words such as Israel.
Yes, that's against the amendment.
It is against the amendment.
Thank you. We need another one to speak for the amendment. Go ahead.
I'll speak in favor. We've been giving lives and money to Israel for decades. They can defend themselves just fine. They defeated all the Arab countries in the 60s. We don't need to give them anything more.
Madam Chair,
John.
I wish to speak against this amendment. Madam Chair, we are talking about the apple of God's eye. This is not any other ally. Our Jewish brothers were with us from the beginning, and they have been with us every time America has been challenged. And I vehemently oppose any attempt to abandon them now at their greatest time of need.
Madam.
All right, please
Madam
sit down. We are using up valuable time. I think you've made your points.
Speaker, can I just let the words such as Israel back in? That wasn't relevant to my point. It was strictly because it was, to me, an ally like Great Britain. But I do want to get rid of anything. What the object was to get rid of, as well as people seeking freedom from repressive regimes. In other words, the idea of this amendment was to not go in and nation build in places like Libya. And it wasn't meant to slight Israel or any of our other allies. Like I said, I didn't look at it as different than Germany or Britain or anybody else.
Thank you. We're out of time on this one. It's time to vote. So we're going to fix this in our minds, such as Israel remains in, and the phrase that is being removed according to this amendment is, as well as people seeking freedom from repressive regimes.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. Once the amendment has been seconded, he can't go back and change it.
He can if there is no objection. Is there an objection?
Once seconded, it becomes the property of the Assembly.
All right, so it has to go back in.
Well, somebody then second the amendment to the amendment or something? Or can I call for an amendment of the amendment? Or...
No, we're going to vote on the first one that strikes.
Point of order. This is what was on the screen a few seconds ago was his original amendment.
Yes.
Not with Israel. He mentioned after his original amendment to add also possibly such as Israel, but his original amendment was the end of the sentence, not
right. Good. All right, let's take a vote on his original amendment, which was to strike this entire phrase. Okay. We're going to vote on the secondary amendment to allow leaving such as Israel in the phrase. So now we have to vote on that. All in favor of the second amendment to the first amendment, which is as you see on the screen, signify by saying aye. Opposed? All right, it doesn't pass, so we're back to the First Amendment. It goes back in, such as Israel. Okay, we are back to voting on the First Amendment as proposed, which is to strike this sentence from Section 4. All in favor?
Madam Chair, may I request that you would read the amendment so we will have clarity on how you are stating this now for the motion?
And we didn't discuss the second.
It's on the screen. I think I've made it really clear. The yellow on the screen means it is to be striked. This is the amendment that was proposed by Zeke. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed? All right, the noes have it. We have had 15 minutes on Section 4. Now it's time for us to approve Section 4. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. It passes. Are you having fun yet?
Madam Chairman.
Please wait.
Madam Chairman, I move
Okay, we have just heard that the report is on its way on our last election and no one won, which means we have to have another balloting.
Madam Chairman,
I would like to propose that we extend adjournment until 6:30. If there are no objections. Okay. That means adjournment will be at 6 o'clock. If in fact,
Madam Chairman, I move to set the time at which to adjourn in amendment of previously agreed. I voted in favor of the previous ruling.
yeah, we don't need to do that. Thank you. We're going to extend the time of adjournment to 6:30. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. So we're going to vote again, but while we're voting, we'll get the names up on the screen. We're not sure which names are still on the screen, but they'll be coming soon. But we don't have our winners.
Yeah, force close.
Oh, Jack. The computer tells us that. No, they've already made it clear. Yeah. We're in Section 5. We're moving to Section 5. Meantime, we are going to be moving to Section 5 as soon as the balloting is completed.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Please wave your hand right here. Okay.
There was actually one winner in the last balloting.
Okay.
You might want to check the results.
We'll be reporting it in a moment. All right, folks, we have 2 winners from the previous balloting. This is for the alternates to Cleveland, James Michelle and Caleb Veneman. We are now going to take one vote. There are only 2 names remaining. The other 3 have been eliminated. The 3 that have been eliminated are Don Benton, John Carlson, and Andy Hutchison. The names that remain to vote on to choose one are Jack Bell, number 6, and Tamara Olhava, number 84. Number 6 and number 84. Mark your ballot for one and only one, and that will be the end of it.
Well, the fourth ballot goes to plurality, but we're on the fourth ballot, so it doesn't matter with a binary election. But what's the drop threshold on ballot 3? 40% or something? Well, what do we do? We keep proud through as many of these platforms. We're into the ballot?
Yeah. One vote. Spoiled ballots up here.
The Russians. Such a good guy. I'm a router a lot of times. Oh yeah, real biscuit. It's great. We'll never see.
I'm strong.
30 years.
All right. I got strong legs.
That's not the question.
Okay. Are there any more spoiled ballots? Spoiled ballots go here to Manise at the corner of Franklin County.
But then again, our two delegates to the committee weren't really listening. So is all of them. I'm trying to give it a whole day.
We're going to be wrapping up at 6:30.
So, but the rest of this, we're done. All of our protecting and preserve fine. So that's 6:30. This is resolution.
Well, I can't.
This. So what he was saying is that I agree with
Okay, everybody, hang in there. Why don't I take this moment? When we adjourn, everybody's going to get out of here, and I won't be able to make long speeches about how I love my staff. Could you just give the staff of the WSRP that have worked so long and so hard for you? Thank you. That's Amanda and Caitlin and Ashley and Mike T and Steve Barron and Jake Bronger and Caleb Heimlich, my executive director, who is a true gift from God to this party. Thank you all. That is a beautiful gesture.
Madam Chairman.
They are amateurs at event planning, but they've been working their heart out. They are experts at the work that they are charged to do in the state party in order to get Republicans elected.
Madam Chairman, Jerry
Yes,
Cummings
Jerry.
Mason, may I speak for the good of the order?
Yes.
I would just like to say that this is the most well-run convention I have ever attended, and you have absolutely outperformed all expectations. It is.
Thank you.
It is with a grateful heart I ask for a standing vote of applause for Chairman Susan Hutchison.
Thank you. You are very kind. But all these people who've never attended a convention are probably wondering why it can't go faster. And
They should have seen the debacle 4 years ago. Just kidding.
okay, thank you all. I really appreciate it.
Point of
You're a
information.
terrific delegation.
Point of information over to your right. Tamara Smilanich.
Yeah.
I am so wondering when we're still going to hear from Mr. Higgins. I really think he has a lot to say about his opposition to Common Core.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Higgins, I would love to hear from him, but we have to go into recess to do so, and I want to make sure we can get the work done before we adjourn, which is now set at 6:30. So I think we can get moving as quickly as we can, and if we can squeeze him in, I would love to do that. Okay, ballots are being collected now. There's some that have still not been collected. Our trusty volunteers. I also want to commend the person who's been running the stopwatch through all those hundreds of speeches every 30 seconds hitting the go and keeping us sharp is my vice chairman, the party's vice chairman, Jim Walsh. Andrea Innes is next to him, and she's been so diligent. There's no one who takes better minutes and who's done it for longer than Andrea Innes from Tacoma. Okay, are all the ballots picked up? Let's get our heads back in gear, and let's move to the 5th section.
Madam
Chair.
John Hurd, 1025-265.
Into the mic, please, so we can hear you close to the mic.
John Hurd, 1025-265. I would like to have Section 5, Paragraph 2 amended so that it reads, command and control of the United States Armed Forces must never be relinquished to the United Nations or to any foreign power, period.
Second.
There's a second. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Well, it's been previously stated that we are a foreign sovereign nation.
Closer to the mic.
It's been previously stated that we are a sovereign nation and we bow to no one.
Thank you. Is there a con?
Madam Chair, Chris Ferguson from Kitsap County. Paragraph 2 of Section 5 is 100% redundant to Paragraph 3 of Section 4. It is unnecessary, and I don't believe the body has ever heard of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. If they have, we need to consider that too.
Thank you.
I'll speak for.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, throughout our nation's history, most specifically World War I, soldiers, airmen, sailors, and all service members in the U.S. Armed Forces have never served under foreign commanders. And when the French High Command asked us to place our soldiers under their command, we said no. Not then and not now.
Is there a con? Are we done with discussion? Let's take a vote. All in favor of striking the final sentence or the final phrase unless specifically authorized by an act of Congress in Section 5, Paragraph 2, signify by saying aye. Opposed? No. It passes. Strike the phrase.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I motion that we strike Section 5 in its entirety.
Did you give that amendment to the back of the room?
Striking language is not required.
Thank you.
in submission.
All right. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, ma'am. There are several things to consider. I've already given my opinion on paragraph 2. However, the purpose of this body is to elect Republicans. Incumbent in that purpose is not to burden Republicans unnecessarily. These issues discussed in paragraph 1 are not well understood by most people, never mind the electorate at large, so we incur something called, if you're explaining, you're losing. We don't need to be giving our candidates reasons to lose or things that a certain percentage of the populace find conspiracy theoretic. Let's not give our enemies any hand grenades to throw in our trenches. Let's get rid of this whole thing.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Someone to speak against?
Yes. I rise in opposition to the motion. You may notice that there are several items in this paragraph, especially the first paragraph, which should resonate with all of us. That we oppose Agenda 21, the Kyoto Protocol, Sharia law. We want to remain a sovereign nation. I think these are principles we can all get behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone more to speak pro the amendment? No. Here's one. Okay.
Clarification.
Who said clarificate? You did.
I'd like to make a point of clarification.
Talk into the mic.
The amendment stated that Section 5 was redundant to Section 4. They speak to entirely different issues. National security versus internal sovereignty in the United States. So I would be opposed to striking this paragraph. And
Point of information.
Thank
My
you.
comment on the subject was purely for paragraph 2 in section 5 as redundant. I stand by the motion to strike the
Thank
whole
you.
thing for a variety of reasons.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
I would like to speak in favor of this. I see the language that says not ratify any treaties, UN resolutions. Okay, we've had battles in Congress where they're continually trying to adopt the treaty dealing with the rights of disabled people that the United Nations has. If that was adopted, and so far we've fought it many times and it has failed, but if that is adopted,
Okay.
it becomes supreme
Time
law
is
of the
up
land.
for discussion on this amendment. We have a medical emergency over to this end. We need a doctor quickly to move.
Point of personal privilege. Everybody thank the Pasco Fire Department. Some of the finest firemen I've ever had an opportunity to work with.
Okay, folks, I can give you a few more details. Mike Blood knew he was having trouble earlier today. He spoke to our Sergeant-at-Arms, who is a Pasco police officer, and he indicated that he was going to go get some help. We're not sure if he did or not, but he came back, and I would say he's a real sport if he wanted to be here as long as this and just keep pushing through how badly he felt. So he did have something checked earlier this afternoon, or he had a sense that maybe he had gotten it under control, a little AFib. And the good folks of Snohomish County, would you be sure that anything that is left behind once you straighten up and we leave tonight, there's a camera and a cell phone of his that is somewhere in that? You found it. Okay. I tell you, I look out at this group and I can't think of a better place to have an emergency than with all these loving people around. All of us individually saying our prayers. Beautiful prayer by John Smith. Mike Blood, keep him in your prayers tonight and his family. All right, we're on section 5. Let me tell you what I hope we can accomplish in the next 20 minutes. We've got section 5 and section 7. We have already had a retraction of an amendment for section 12. Remember, discussion on any amendment is only 4 minutes. On the entire section is 15. I believe we're going to be able to move through this very quickly. And then, as we get close to adjournment, we have the resolutions. There is a category of resolutions called due pass. It will be up to the body, but if we adjourn before we take up the resolutions, all the due pass will go into effect. It is standard. They do not need to be passed by a voice vote. And I want to tell you that your representatives from every single county worked for 11 hours on those resolutions. And I was there in the beginning of the day when they had energy and they were methodically going through each one. And then I went back at 11 o'clock at night to tell them we recognized they were there and they were working so hard, fully expecting them to rush through the final ones. And instead, they took the same amount of time, deliberated, discussed every single resolution. And so I just want to commend your committee, your representatives on that committee, and the tremendous dedication they had to making sure they considered every amendment that you, or rather resolution you submitted. The 59 that are due pass have been very carefully deliberated. Those that did not pass or were tabled were also given the same amount of time. So we will make that decision when we complete the platform discussion. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. I thank you for being here. I commend King County. There are an awful lot of them, and there's hardly any empty seats from when they all sit down. It's fantastic that you all are still hanging in there too. Such a huge delegation. All right.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move to call the question.
Okay, we're in the middle of a vote on section 5. Let's take a look at that amendment again. It's to strike section 5 in its entirety. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, it will not be struck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more amendments in section 5? Hearing none, we will move on to section 7. Oh, that's right, I'm sorry. We have to approve section 5. All in favor of approval of section 5 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. It's approved. Now to section 7.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the second paragraph. Michael Delavar, Clark County.
Is there a second? Strike the second paragraph is the amendment. Speak to it, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I got to say, I really appreciate the first sentence in this section. That is a rock-solid stand on principle. That is amazing, and I'm proud that it's in our platform. The second paragraph, however, is pretty weak, that we just asked to have a creation of a commission to consider the feasibility of standing up for something. Let's make a bold stand and make a strong principled statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against the amendment?
Yes, ma'am. Over here.
Yes.
Kai Albert, Clallam County. I speak against the amendment. Our currency has lost over 97% of its value since we went off the gold standard under Franklin Delano Roosevelt over 80 years ago. President Reagan established a gold commission. Ron Paul was a member of it over 30 years ago. The commission was deadlocked. It did not come up with a recommendation. However, in the last 35 years, our monetary problems of debasement of our currency have become infinitely worse. And I believe it is time to reestablish the Reagan Gold Commission. We did not come out outright for an adoption of the gold standard because, as a previous speaker said, it is a complex issue. There are pros and cons, and we believe those should be laid out for the public to understand.
1 minute, thank you. Anyone to speak pro the amendment? Any more discussion? Oh, in the back?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Glenn Thomas, Pacific County. Tying the dollar to gold or any other commodity, it doesn't have to be gold. It could be fruit flies. Limits the amount of money that you can actually have. There's no real intrinsic value in the gold. It has industrial uses and it has some value in that respect. But as a mystical value, it just ain't there. We'd do better with putting our faith in the dollar instead of some commodity.
Speaking con.
Okay, I speak con. I'm Cecil Tomlinson from the 47th District. Remember that in 1971, Nixon took us off of the gold standard for international trade because our gold supply had dropped from 14,000 tons to only 8,000 tons remaining, and today we are more dependent on a foreign trade imbalance than we were then. If we go back on a gold standard now, our gold supply will be very quickly depleted. We need to first correct the trade imbalance before we can go back on the gold standard, or we will be without gold.
Anyone to speak pro the amendment? I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, speak against.
Against.
We had considerable debate on this in the platform committee. And while there may be an issue with the fees, we had considerable debate on this in the platform committee. Mr. Kai spoke eloquently, I think, to the concerns raised. That's why this is still here. This is to create a feasibility study. It's not to return you to the gold standard. The arguments you're hearing here would be resolved through that study. 2, it mandates a periodic audit by the Government Accounting Office of the Fed, which we have been asking for years. And also to audit U.S. government precious metal holdings, where we can't even get an audit of what is in Fort Knox, let alone anywhere else under Manhattan. I strongly consider this body to pass this Section 7 or leave it as it is and not amend it in the manner being spoken.
4 minutes is up. Time for a vote. You see, the amendment is to strike the entire second paragraph.
Are you going to have other discussion on this 7?
We are in the middle of voting on this amendment, and our time is up on this particular amendment. All right. All in favor of striking the entire second paragraph, signify by saying aye. All opposed? No. Thank you. The amendment does not pass. Are there any other amendments to Section 7?
Yes.
Talk closer to the microphone, please.
Okay, I want to add language that states that where it says the private Federal Reserve Bank will no longer be allowed to create money. which they've been doing since the inception of the Federal Reserve Act. It says in Section 1, Article 8.
That's enough. We need a second. Thank you. We're going to get it in. We want to get it up on the screen for you. So we have a second. Would you now please speak to your amendment? No, the other one. Yeah.
Yes, okay, now the Constitution says that only the Congress, it says that Congress has the power to coin money. And it shouldn't be done by the private Federal Reserve Bank. They should no longer be allowed to create money. That's why we have a debt. We have inflation and a debt. If they didn't have the power to do this, we would only have inflation.
Madam Chair.
All right. Anyone to speak against the amendment?
Madam Chair,
Please.
Yarmolenko, King County, speaking in opposition. I would like to say that if not for Federal Reserve, today we have no provisions to actually print money other than the coins. And I would like to compare and contrast the approach of European Central Bank that was severely limited in their ability to issue money during their crisis, and the response of the Federal Reserve, which in many ways, doing the quantitative easement, which is printing money, significantly eased the crisis that we have and ensured that our growth is now so much better than the European one. Thank you.
All right. Another person to speak to the amendment.
Madam Speaker, I rise in favor of this amendment. I appreciate the fact that our founding fathers, in part, called a constitutional convention in order to get rid of paper money. And they established by the Constitution the charge that the states can only accept paper, they can only accept gold and silver coin as a currency. They also established the U.S. Treasury. I think it should return back to the Constitution and not let the private Federal Reserve Bank run our money.
To speak against the resolution?
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak against this resolution. The whole purpose of a gold standard is to stop the printing of fiat currency that has no value. Thank you.
All right, it's time for a vote. All in favor of this amendment to Section 7, signify by saying aye. Opposed? It doesn't pass. All right, are there any other amendments to Section 7?
Madam Chair, is there any other section that will be addressed after Section 7?
I believe one item in Section 12.
I would like to, may I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
And you can get your parliamentarian to check me out here. Are you ready, sir? We need to get a platform passed. Is it appropriate? Well, no, I'll make the motion. You tell me. I would move to adopt this platform as amended at this point.
Are you calling the question on the rest of the platform?
Is that motion in order as it relates to the way it's spoken?
Yeah.
I believe I can make that motion, and I can probably get a second. My point is here. This is quarter-ifs. I haven't called for the question.
Point of order. Point of order. Calling the question is not debatable.
He didn't call the question.
I didn't call the question.
Point of order.
No, I did not call a question. I'm searching a little here.
Madam Chair.
I'm trying to send, if you let me think, you have a little patience with me. I get hurt so easily, okay? The message I'm trying to send here is,
I know.
It's 6:45, and we have to pass a platform. We need to get on with it. And if the body will do that, and take that consideration, we've got 59 of these bylaws or these new resolutions. I will withdraw my motion, but it seems to me we're doing a lot of circular discussion, and I say that with respect. I know there's one section on health care they want to address. So I guess I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
I think I can accomplish what Mr. Peterson wants with this motion. I move to close debate on the platform and move to a vote on its adoption.
Seconded.
All right. Would you repeat that again?
I move to close debate on the platform and move to its adoption.
Thank you.
Do we have discussion
You have to have
on
a
that?
2/3 vote.
Madam
He's
Chairman.
calling the question.
Point of order. I don't believe we ever completed adopting Section 7.
That's accurate. Yes. That's the point. All right.
Madam Chair.
All in favor
Point
of
of
closing
order.
debate? Go ahead.
Point of order. If we have Section 12 reserved, if we approve the platform with that section reserved, that section is not in the platform.
That's not correct.
Point of order.
What's the point?
Yes.
If we have a motion to go ahead and approve the platform, don't we have to have discussion on that motion?
No, we're calling the question now. It is only a question of whether or not we want to end debate. So when we need a 2/3 vote. All right. Please vote on whether you want to end debate. Signify by saying aye. Nay is for opposing closing the debate. Nay. The ayes have it. So now we have to vote on Section 7, and then we'll take a vote on Section 12 to bring them back in. All right, so Section 7, all in favor of what's the word I'm looking for? Approving. It is, forgive me. Approving Section 7, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Section 7 is approved. Section 12, as I said, one of the amendments has been retracted. There is one other amendment that was put forth, but it was never moved. Therefore, we can vote to decide to accept Section 12 as written. All in favor?
Point of order. I never withdrew my amendment.
No, it's not your amendment. I said one has been withdrawn and another has not. But it has not been moved.
Madam Chairman, I move to set the time which adjourned to 7 p.m. I voted in favor of a previous motion to set it for 7:50. 6:50. 6:50, I'm sorry.
What time is it right now? It's 6:50 right now. We can move to adjourn.
I've moved to set the time up to adjourn to 7 p.m. so that we can hear the results of the alternate election being announced.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It passes. Your motion passes. Okay. Let's move on Section 12. I don't think he wants. Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, that's right. Okay. Wait a minute. We're still in the previous question being called. We have to vote on whether or not to accept Section 12. Approve it. All in favor of accepting Section 12 as written, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. It passes. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we have hit the magic hour of 6:50. We are adjourned.
Order. Madam Chairman, no order.
Madam Chair.
First order, I move, we approved to move it to 7 p.m. Also, Madam Chairman, the reason I did that was because we have not had an announcement of the final vote for alternate unless the results of the election are announced.
I'm sorry, I have those results. I have those results. I'd like to give them to you. After a very long and lengthy voting process, the following nominee has won. Number 6, Jack Bell. I want to remind all of the delegates and all of the alternates we have a mandatory meeting in room 4 immediately after this meeting.
Have we finally adopted the platform as a whole?
Yes, we have adopted the platform.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, move to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All right, we can take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second? All in favor? Opposed? All right. The 2016 convention of the Washington State Republican Party is adjourned. God bless you and God bless America.
Good job, Madam Chairman.
TVW, for more than 20 years, bringing you gavel-to-gavel coverage of Washington state government.
For in-depth, balanced coverage of the state legislature, turn to TVW. Wednesdays at 7 and 10, The Impact covers decisions at the state capitol and how they impact you. And Thursdays at 7 and 10, watch in-depth interviews with state legislators on TVW's Inside Olympia. For in-depth coverage of your state government, turn to TVW. TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
Watch the labor movement weigh in on the key political races in Washington state with TVW's coverage of the Washington State Labor Council's 2016 Committee on Political Education Convention on TVW and online at tvw.org.
Support for TVW provided by WSECU.
WSECU was founded by public employees, and since 1957, we've been returning the favor and honoring them. We're here today at Public Service Recognition Week. This is one of the ways that we give back not only to our members, but also all public employees who make Washington such a great state to live in.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW.
Nestled along northern Puget Sound, Washington's 42nd District borders British Columbia on the north and includes rural Whatcom County, as well as the cities of Bellingham, Blaine, Ferndale, and Linden. The 42nd is represented by Republican Representatives Luann Van Werven, Vincent Bies, and Senator Doug Erickson. As the primary western gateway to Canada, the 42nd District and the city of Blaine are home to Peace Arch Park. This arch marks the exact spot of the United States-Canadian border between Interstate 5 and Highway 99. It was built to commemorate the signing of a treaty that ended the War of 1812 between America and Great Britain. Much of Washington's northernmost coast was originally inhabited by the Lummi people. The Lummi Nation today is the third largest tribe in Washington state, with more than 5,000 members, many of whom live on the Lummi Reservation to the west of Bellingham. It's here where the Northwest Indian College is located, the only accredited tribal college in the Pacific Northwest. It offers bachelor's and associate's degrees, along with a commitment to preserving Native American traditions, culture, and history. The 42nd also includes the city of Linden, where a wave of Dutch immigrants settled in the early 1900s. As a result, much of the city's architecture has taken on the distinctive look of the Netherlands, including a rotating windmill that anchors the Dutch Village Mall. 65% of all raspberries produced in the United States come from the lush growing regions of Ferndale and Linden. Visitors can pick their own berries at a number of farms dotted throughout the district. The eastern half of the 42nd District encompasses vast wilderness areas. Glaciers and alpine lakes define the North Cascades National Park, established in 1968. Nearby Mount Baker is an active volcano and the third tallest mountain in Washington. The snowy slopes of Mount Baker is where the annual Sea to Ski multi-event competition begins each Memorial Day weekend. Not for the faint of heart, the 93-mile, 7-leg journey includes skiing, running, bicycling, canoeing, mountain biking, and kayaking. It ends at the Marine Park on the shores of Bellingham Bay. Bellingham is the largest city in Whatcom County. Dozens of shops and restaurants are clustered here, alongside historic landmarks like the Mount Baker Theater, a 1,500-seat performing arts venue established in 1927. But it was even a few decades before that when the Horseshoe Cafe first opened its doors in 1886. The Horseshoe Cafe is now the oldest continuously operating cafe and cocktail lounge in Washington, keeping Bellingham fed for nearly 130 years. The 42nd, one of TVW's many stops on this Washington road trip.
Support for Washington Road Trip provided by the Washington Association of Realtors.
You have to write out of your gut.
My work has always had elements of comedy.
If I read a review that's a bad review and they point out what's wrong with the book, sometimes I laugh and think, do you guys think I didn't know that?
The key for me is just to get out of my own way.
Well, you know, I feel that every time I write a sentence, I'm at the end of this multi-generational journey.
I love reading books. I love writing books. I love everything about reading.
TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
The Washington State Democratic Party meets in Tacoma June 17th through the 19th for its 2016 state convention. Watch the convention from candidate speeches to adoption of the party platform live online at tvw.org.
Support for TVW provided by
You're the meal givers, medicine givers, respect givers, To all you family caregivers, AARP says thank you. Because we believe your caregiving stories aren't celebrated nearly enough. We invite you to be part of AARP's I Heart Caregivers. Share your caregiving story with us.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW.
Before ringtones and smartphones, and this device we rarely even make calls on anymore, there was this. One ringtone, one size.
Today, it is a universal voice.
And before that,
The voice of operators of telephone switchboards.
there was this.
Hardly an individual in the length and breadth of the land has not heard this voice.
And for anyone interested in the history of it all, you can find it here at the Telephone Museum in Cle Elum, Washington.
This was the last operated assisted telephone company to switch over to the automatic dial in this region. And we are the most complete telephone museum west of the Mississippi. So we've been told.
Built in the early 1920s, the building itself was home to Bell Telephone Company for roughly 40 years before shutting its doors in 1966.
At that point, then they made the last call, and Bell Telephone switched it over to the automatic dial system, and the operators went home. There's the start time.
What remains are old switchboards, historic photos, and of course, telephones, including a replica of the very first phone patented in the United States by Alexander Graham Bell in 1876.
This is a drawing that he made, and his assistant Watson actually put the phone together, from what we understand. And that's what the first phone call in the United States was made on.
The museum's collection spans nearly a century of phone technology.
This is a photo, by the way, in Seattle back in 1900 of the lineman way up on top of that phone pole stringing telephone wires back on 2nd Avenue.
Switchboards like this used to line the walls of the Bell Telephone Company in Cle Elum, and operators worked in 3 shifts around the clock to ensure residents could call who they wanted, when they wanted.
Another thing that the operator did was handle all of the emergency calls. So if someone had a fire to report or they needed an ambulance, she would get the call, she'd get down the facts, the who, what, where, when, why, and then she would run over here where there was a switch on the wall that she'd pull. That would sound the siren that could be heard all around the valley. That was the alert to the firemen to get in touch with the operator to find out what was going on. And if the fireman gave the operator the secret code, then she would give them the information and send them on their way to whatever disaster was going on.
And for those of us who take for granted modern-day cell phones, the museum has an interactive display of a 1960s phone and all of the mechanics that went into it.
Whenever you dialed a phone back in those days, for the old-timers who grew up with the rotary phone, each number you dialed, there was a clicking that you heard. Well, this is what the clicking was. And I'll show you what happens. On this phone, we can dial any 7-digit number, and you can see what each gear is going through to dial that number. And then it rings over here. Have your conversation, and then when you hang up, all the gears snap back into place. It's just a moment captured in our history that a lot of people just have never seen before. We get so many kids in here who have never dialed a rotary phone, and they look at it and say, how do you do that?
The Telephone Museum is open Memorial Day weekend through Labor Day each year. Though small in size, the museum captures the history of just how far telephone technology has come and why it's important to remember the way it used to be.
Those of us who grew up with the rotary phones, it's just second nature, but you get to thinking about the kids have never used those. It's all, this little push button now. And, in another 50 years or so, any of us that used rotary phones, we're all going to be gone. So this is preserving that old history for, future generations to see what went on back in the 1900s.
Support for Washington Road Trip provided by the Washington Association of Realtors.
Washington has 49 state senators and 98 representatives. Some represent legislative districts that can be measured in blocks. Others, districts larger than the state of New Jersey. TVW took its cameras on a Washington road trip to bring you the unique sights, sounds, and trivia for each of Washington's legislative districts. Washington Road Trip. Discover your 49 legislative districts, running now on TVW.
TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
TVW thanks the cable television industry. Cable providers across the state carry TVW for free as a public service, enabling Washingtonians to watch their state government in action.
Support for TVW provided by Sound Transit.
Sound Transit is a vital part of our state transportation system. Its trains and buses carry people to work every day in central Puget Sound, taking cars off Washington's most congested highways and freeing up capacity for moving goods. Sound Transit is delivering projects ahead of schedule and under budget. Projects that keep our economy moving and help attract new business. Sound Transit is an investment in Washington's economic future.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW. TVW covers your state legislature, from committee hearings to floor debates, on TV and online, unedited and as it happens. The 2016 state legislature, watch it on TVW.
TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
Watch the candidates for Lieutenant Governor of Washington square off for a debate in Spokane on TVW Monday, June 20th at 8 p.m. Or watch online anytime at our election website, tvw.org/elections.
Support for TVW provided by the Washington Association of Realtors. Realtors live and work in every Washington state community, and you couldn't ask for a better neighbor. Realtors advocate for schools, parks, clean water, efficient transportation, and property owners' rights. We represent neighborhoods, communities, and homeowners. We represent you. We are the Washington Realtors.
Hi, I'm Austin Jenkins, host of Inside Olympia. Join me each week as we delve into issues like education, transportation, and of course, elections. Inside Olympia premieres every Thursday at 7 and 10 p.m. on TVW.
I want to welcome everybody to Discovery Institute and our program with Carl Zinsmeister, and an opportunity to showcase his new book, The Almanac of American Philanthropy. Most of the people here tonight are associated with our Center for Citizen Leadership, and there are the so-called Chapman Fellows, and we're very glad to have them here, and also to expose them and you to the most important neglected topic in American public policy, which is the role of philanthropy and voluntarism in our society. De Tocqueville wrote about it, made it a signal quality of American exceptionalism, if you will. But today, very little is actually written about it, and yet it's full of controversy. There's a program, there's a magazine that's put out by the organization where Carl Zinsmeister works called Philanthropy. And as I went through it, I was just thinking of all the major issues that are neglected in this field which accounts for $360 billion of activity, and which doesn't even include all the volunteer hours that would add hundreds of millions, billions more on top of all of that. It's an enormous part of our society, and it sort of goes below the radar for most people. Well, one of the issues that rises up is mission creep. People give money for a foundation in great altruistic enthusiasm, and then find that as they pass to the reward, somebody takes over the foundation and it goes off in a very different direction from what they had intended, maybe not only in terms of content but in terms of viewpoint. Another issue is that that foundations which start out to show what individuals can do through their charitable impulse wind up saying, gee, this is such a good cause we're working on. If only we could turn it over to the government, because they have so much more money than we do, that would be so much better, wouldn't it? That's a tremendous temptation in this field. And then there's the temptation of politics, which I would have to say is not always resisted. And there are a lot of political organizations on the right and left that are in disguise as foundations, or they're supported as foundations. And then the IRS is interested in them, of course, some apparently more than others. And the IRS gets into the business of verifying what is acceptable and not acceptable. So suddenly the government is in the business of deciding what is acceptable charity, which is something totally, I would argue, totally hostile to the long tradition of American charity. And then there's the problem of charity competing with the private sector. Father Sirico at the Acton Institute talks about how he was very, very left-wing and believed that you should have soup kitchens and so forth. And when he started one in Michigan, he found out that there were stores, or there were little restaurants down the street that were mom and pop small businesses, and they were providing soup at a very reasonable price. But what his enterprise was doing was coming in with charitable dollars and giving the soup away. Well, which would you do? Get your soup from someone who gave it to you, or someone who charged you a modest amount? And what happens, he finally figured out, is we're driving these people out of business. Why? Why? Why would we compete with the private sector? Why not enlist the private sector and do for ourselves what can't be done through the private enterprise. And I could go on and on. In fact, the reason there are so many hot topics in this field is that you can keep coming up with them one after another. What about the people who give money to a charity which just happens to be their hobby horse, that just happens to employ a relative in a prominent position, some relative that needs a job? What happens if they decide to support some charity some activity rather, that they would otherwise have to pay after-tax dollars for? They can say pay pre-tax dollars for and benefit from it. Now, those are all on the negative side. However, we could not have our civilization if it were not for the positive benefits of this field and what it contributes. I might add that along with Steve Bury, who's the president of Discovery Institute, and as somebody who helped found this Discovery Institute 25 years ago, we are the beneficiaries of charitable donations from the private sector, from individuals, from foundations, from corporations, and so forth. So we're in no position to be too critical. We're very lucky, in fact, to be part of it. Now, this book I've looked at, and I would recommend that you look at and go through, because it's a gold mine. I've had one person already who got a copy and said, you know, I looked at this and I thought this is just much too heavy. I'm going to put it aside. And then he decided to open it up briefly and then start reading. And then he opened up some more and started reading. He said, this is fascinating and useful. It's useful to you if you are a student. It's useful to you if you have an interest in public policy, because it affects public policy, as I mentioned. And it should be interesting to you if you're a donor. And, you know, most Americans do donate money to charity one way or another. And so we're all part of this picture. Carl Zinsmeister and I have known each other, for 30 years? He was a bright young man. Back when I was in Washington, D.C., I think I knew him after he worked for Senator Pat Moynihan of New York, who was a unique intellectual member of Congress and patron of many, many, many good causes. He then worked for American Enterprise for many years. I'm going to summarize this, Carl. He is a Yalie. He also studied at Trinity University in Dublin. He has been a very broad-gauged individual. I was thrilled to see him go to Iraq, embedded in one of the early groups to go over to Iraq in 2003 and write about it, and write 3 books on it, if I'm not mistaken, describing what was going on and often getting the story before anybody else. And he's edited a great many books, including subjects that we all ought to be interested in, which is what are real cures for homelessness? What is the story of the mortgage crisis of 2008? He was part of that. He was George W. Bush's director of the Domestic Policy Council in the White House, which I know very well, and it's a very significant position with a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of hard work. His heart is probably with his family, and he would really like them all to be up in upstate New York, where he's from, Madison County, up in central New York near the Erie Canal. But it's hard to make a living there, and so he's back in D.C. as the vice president, is that the right way to put it, of the Philanthropic Roundtable, which is a wonderful organization. He's here to tell us about this fabulous story and how it affects all of our lives. Please welcome him, Carl Zinsmeister.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful to Discovery Institute for putting this together, and for Bruce. As he said, we have enjoyed working on some joint projects for many, many years. I think the last time I was here was right after I returned from one of those embeddings. In fact, somebody else here on staff remembered that too. I was almost fresh off the airplane from one of the embedded periods in Iraq, and Bruce was really kind to invite me here at that point. Bruce is naturally curious. I think dangerously curious might be the right adjective, actually. And and really game for just about anything. And I'm happy to be here in your beautiful city, too, and very philanthropic city, obviously. I want you to know I am, as Bruce mentioned, from the part of upstate New York, which is just downwind from the Great Lakes. And we are just about the only people in America who have more overcast days than you Seattleites. So I'm feeling very zippy here. And in fact, kind of wished I had my sunglasses today. So don't complain to me about clouds. I'm not going to listen. I want to talk to you today about what, as Bruce said, is really one of the most underreported sectors and one of the most important sectors in really making America the unusual country it is. And I want to convince you that philanthropy is much more than the way it is conventionally portrayed, which is just, you know, it's a lovely thing. It's a kind of a nice coat of paint on the American mansion. That's kind of one of the prominent views of philanthropy. And actually, I think that's grossly mistaken. I want to argue with you today that that philanthropy is a very essential part of our structure and our foundation. So let's start with some brute numbers and just kind of walk through this. I don't know if you realize our nonprofit sector now employs 11% of the entire U.S. workforce. It contributed last year 6% of GDP. And as Bruce mentioned, that does not include any of the value of volunteer labor. If you put a reasonable dollar figure per hour on the volunteer labor, that would be close to twice that. And that doesn't mean much to people, 6%. Well, trust me, that's a big number. Just to give you a little perspective here, the so-called military-industrial complex, which everybody uses as a kind of a shorthand for a big, formidable industry, the philanthropic sector passed the national defense sector in size way back in 1993 and continues to grow. So this is a big part of our economy, and it's, of course, a huge part of our culture as well. But information like this rarely makes it into, you know, into journalistic discussions, into politics, into public conversations. And as a result, many citizens really have no clue how important philanthropy is to keeping our nation healthy. When I first got into the business, I sort of realized this gross under-provision of intellectual resources and perspective. First I was depressed, and then I said, okay, we can do something about that. So we launched this project to produce this book, and it was about a 3-year effort, really. And there's all kinds of sections in here. There's, for instance, a Philanthropist Hall of Fame where we have profiles of the great donors through history. There are about 1,000 separate little case histories of the most important achievements of American philanthropy from 1636 to this year. And these are organized by sections. So if you want to look at what are the most important achievements in medical philanthropy, or the most important achievements in educational philanthropy, or in arts and culture, those are all separately listed. There's a whole bunch of important statistics. There's a rich collection of quotations, all kinds of basic information that you really ought to have at your fingertips if you want to be armed and dangerous in this area. And though it sounds like, I'm sure, like an encyclopedia to you, I promise, it's a very lively collection of Americana, just because there's so many interesting people and so many interesting topics and areas that pop up throughout it. Seattle pops up throughout the book, you'll not be surprised to hear. I think there are something like 10 entries that touch on philanthropic work coming out of this city. And I promise, the book will not make you snooze. You know, if you have young children at home and they happen to open its covers, they will not come screaming and crying to you. It really is full of human interest. And I want to try to convince you that by introducing you to a few of the characters like this guy. This is Ned McElhaney. McElhaney was born and raised in a Louisiana bayou, although you're probably doubting that when you see the way he's dressed. But he had one of those Forrest Gump lives where he did all kinds of crazy things over a period of years. And at this point, he was actually an explorer in Alaska, where he did some very remarkable things, actually, during that period. He came home and he wrote one of the classic books on alligators. He wrote a book on wild turkeys. He banded something like 250,000 birds personally as an ornithologist. He was one of the world's experts in bamboo. Don't ask me why. But he's just one of those guys that had a million interests and all kinds of appetites and just chased everything to the ground that he took an interest in. Here he is all grown up. You know, at this point, I'm sure he's paying, you know, he's buying life insurance and paying down his mortgage and doing all those responsible things that men do when they take off their furs and put on their bow ties, because Ned McElhaney had a day job, which was manufacturing and selling the hot pepper condiment invented by his family. This is the business, and if you don't think there's money in burning people's tongues, you better think again. And Ned used his profits for a really amazing array of good works. For one thing, he got very attached to a fellow native of the Louisiana bayous, the snowy egret. And there was just an absolute craze when McElhaney was young. I don't know what the modern analog would be. I don't know enough about fashion, but it's something like, you know, Coach handbags or Jimmy Choo shoes or all those things that women beat up each other to get at first. And the craze was for hats with egret feathers in them, okay? I'll give you an example here. This is one here. And, you know, I look at this and I think that's pretty fetching. I can understand why people would go crazy over that. But trust me, there were all kinds of other versions that were totally indefensible. You know, but this is actually the feathers here. I don't know what that is up there, but these are the feathers. And so, obviously, this is a silly fashion, but it had a really unsilly effect, which was making the snowy egret almost extinct. And when he realized this, McElhaney swung into action. The philanthropist inside his breast just decided to do something about it. So his family owned an island, still owns an island down in Louisiana, and he went out and literally beat the bushes in this island and found, over a 2-day period, it took him 2 days to find 2 nests. That's all he could find. And these nests contained 8 baby egrets. And he picked them up and literally stuffed them in the pockets of his hunting jacket and went back home. And then he raised these babies in a protected area over a period of years, and by 1911 he had built up a population of about 100,000 egrets in his private refuge. Same time he was doing that, he recruited some of his philanthropist friends like John Rockefeller and Olivia Sage and others to buy up some of the swampy land in southern Louisiana that was important as winter habitat of the snowy egret. And in this way, he almost single-handedly rescued a really magnificent creature that had been on the verge of disappearing from Earth. Among many other things McElhaney did, there's another one that's got this same theme of extinction, so I'll tell you about it. He, as I told you, he was a Southern boy, and he grew up with Negro spirituals in his ears. Just loved spirituals. And so far as I can tell, it was sometime around his 60th birthday, he noticed that he just wasn't hearing them anymore. And when he'd ask people if they'd sing them, no one remembered the words or knew the music. You got to remember, they were part of an oral tradition. They were handed down from generation to generation of slaves, completely orally, had never been written down. And when McElhaney realized that these songs were at risk of dying out, he, again, took action immediately with both his checkbook and, as in the case of the egret, with his personal action. The first thing he did was he found in his local area, a lot of philanthropy is local, you'll notice this theme as I proceed this evening, he found right in his neighborhood these 2 elderly women who remembered lots of those old spirituals. They remembered the music and the harmonies and the lyrics. And so McElhaney hired a musicologist, and these 2 men sat down and asked these ladies to sing their hearts out. And as fast as they could scribble, they wrote down, you know, verbatim, in scrupulous detail, exactly the words and the music of these artifacts, really is what they are, artifacts of American culture and history, just as they've been handed down through the generations. He then published all these books, these songs as a book, which became a classic of the genre. I'm sorry about the crummy photo, but it's a very old, very rare book at this point. There are 125 spirituals in this book, okay? I actually went to some trouble to try to figure out how many of those were ever recorded anywhere else and would have survived anywhere. As best I can tell, about 5 or 6, you know, were protected anywhere other places. And the other 120, you could be pretty sure you wouldn't know about today if he hadn't gone to the trouble of preserving them. And by the way, one of the ones he saved is the one that Martin Luther King Jr. quoted in his very most famous passage when he talked about free at last, thank God Almighty. That's a beautiful song, by the way. It's been recently re-recorded. And that's, again, one of the songs that Ned McElhaney helped live on for all of us. Another, that's a funny reaction. I don't know what's going on there. Sorry. Another red-blooded American philanthropist, which I can't fix. I wish I could. Well, anyway, who helped keep, you know, people lastingly free in this country is a guy named Alfred Loomis, and you can see a great picture of his necktie there. So, trust me, he's a real human being, and he just loved science. That was his thing, right from early boyhood. But when he was in college, his father died, and he decided he better figure out how to make enough money to support his family. So he went to law school, ended up hating that, and decided he wanted to get back into science, but that this was going to take a fortune. He needed to make an independent fortune to do science on the level he wanted to do it. So he and his brother-in-law founded this firm. To make a really fascinating story much shorter, they basically financed much of the rural electrification of America, which was the fiber optic craze of its day, and made a lot of money that way. Then he brilliantly anticipated the stock market meltdown in 1929, got completely out of the market. It was all cash before the meltdown came, and then bought like crazy afterwards. Anyway, by the early 1930s, he was one of the richest men in America. Instantly retired from finance and put all of his time and most of his money into science. and set up a private lab, actually. Literally bought the house down the street in this little suburb of New York City he lived in, and set up one of the world's great laboratories, better than almost any university had, and started inviting scientists from other countries and from across the U.S. to come join him and work with him there. And he was not a dabbler. He did some really important work in like precise measurement of time was one of his specialties. He was one of the first guys to measure and categorize brain waves while you're sleeping. Wave theory in general was something he did a lot of work on. Anyway, in 1938, Alfred Loomis visited Berlin. And two things really struck him. One is how popular Hitler was, and the other was how good the German scientists were. And he came home very disturbed. He was convinced that war was brewing and that science was going to have a lot to do with who won. So he didn't write a letter to his congressman. He didn't, call some bureau. He said, I can do something about this, and I'm going to try to do something about it. So he scrambled around and he conferred with colleagues, and he tried to think what scientific applications might have important wartime use. And he quickly settled on using radio waves to detect moving objects. And he very quickly became the national leader on what we now call radar. And not only mastered the basic science, but also started almost instantly producing very practical radar sets that could be put in airplanes and in ships. And FDR said that other than Winston Churchill, there was no civilian who did more to win World War II than Alfred Loomis. Really important contribution. I don't know if you realize how serious the U-boat threat was in the beginning of World War II, or what would have happened in the Battle of Britain if there had not been radar on the Allies' side. So this was really seminal, important research. And by the way, there were all kinds of government agencies that were supposed to be doing that, but just didn't get it done. And that's another long story that's in the book. I don't have time to get into it. Really fascinating. His particular method. He had a very specific method that he used to kind of cut to the chase and get around all the red tape. Anyway, he, like I say, really managed to make a difference. And just to kind of put a cherry on top, by the way, so I'm all the way through this really fascinating research and saying to myself, how come I never knew this guy's name? How come nobody understands that private philanthropy can be important, even in a sector as apparently devoted to the government and controlled by the government as national defense? So I was just enthralled by this research. And then I find out at the very end, the cherry on top is that he not only left behind this really interesting method of entrepreneurial philanthropy, but he also left behind a flesh and blood embodiment of this style. His great-grandson is this guy. I don't know if anyone recognizes that face. That is Reed Hastings, the founder of Netflix, and who, of course, is an absolutely brilliant businessman. He's disrupted, 3 separate industries by my count. I don't know if you realize he's also a very profound philanthropist himself. He is one of the leading progenitors of charter schools. So, very much in the family tradition here. Another entrepreneurial philanthropist who put deep imprints on America was this man. That is George Eastman, who was the founder of Kodak and the man who really popularized photography in the early 1900s. And you got to remember, when he began, the whole photographic process was all art and no science. They really didn't have any idea how it worked. It was just kind of this big black box. And, Kodak was a classic startup. In the early days, Eastman literally hung a hammock in the corner of the warehouse where all the industrial work was taking place and slept there half the time. And, the usual frantic 24/7 operation. And at one point, all of the photos that were being sent in by people started coming out black. Just a complete calamity. And they had no idea why. And you can imagine this would have killed the company in short order if it continued. So Eastman's frantic to uncover the source of this. And they finally figured out that what had happened is the industrial gelatin that's used in the photographic process comes from boiling down the carcasses of cows. I don't know if you realize that's where gelatin comes from, but that's where it comes from. Anyway, these cows had been moved to new pastures where the forage that they were eating, the grass, had a little bit less elemental sulfur. And that tiny bit of disruption of the chemistry was enough to ruin the very delicate photographic process. So when Eastman figured this out, he said, never again. I'm not going to be a prisoner of that kind of capricious fate. I'm going to figure out the basic chemistry of photography so I can kind of be the master of my own ship here. And so he started hiring chemists. And he went to an obscure little school in New England known as Boston Tech. And he had some very good experiences with people he hired out of Boston Tech. And grateful for the well-trained minds that he came to rely on, he later, as a philanthropist, funded the transformation of Boston Tech into today's MIT. He built the entire campus where MIT now sits, including this library, he really is, to a large degree, responsible for the emergence of MIT as the great research institution that it is today. Now, another factor in philanthropy that's terribly important and that I really emphasize in the Almanac is passion. And I've learned it's never a good idea to get between a donor and his or her passion. And Eastman's a classic example of this. He had this huge passion for music. There's all these great stories. I mean, at one point, he and a friend went to New York City, and they took in 12 operas in 6 days. And there's this great entry in her journal where she says, George is absolutely alcoholic about music, which is really true. He literally had a full-size pipe organ installed in his home, and he hired a guy to come over every morning and play toccatas and fugues, and that's how he woke up. That was his alarm clock, literally. So he had this huge passion. You say, well, that's kind of sweet, kind of quirky, kind of weird, but whatever. But he translated that passion into a very concrete and important accomplishment. That passion for music led Eastman to create one of the really great gifts in American cultural history, which was to will into existence the Eastman School of Music at the University of Rochester, which was really important in doing two things to classical music: Americanizing classical music and popularizing classical music. I mean, in his day, if you wanted to become a conductor, you really had to go to Europe. There was no alternative, or a concertmaster, or an opera diva, or anything else. And a lot of that changed because of what Eastman started at his music school. The other thing that happened, by the way, in this auditorium, this is the main auditorium of the Eastman School. The other thing that happened here was this is the first place where we began to see glimmers that film could be more than just a kind of a cheap and vulgar entertainment, which is all it was in those days, and could potentially be an art form. That all really began here. Eastman hired orchestras to play between the reels of silent films and stuff, and really kind of changed the course of that business as well. And of course, the Eastman School remains a really great cultural institution today. Another very idiosyncratic donor who poured money into world-changing research was Catherine McCormick. And by the way, I only noticed, look at this picture, I don't know why these pictures are getting cut off, but I only noticed after I put this in my slideshow that she's wearing egret feathers, I'm pretty sure. So we have dueling philanthropists here. Catherine McCormick was the reaper of the International Harvester Fortune. That was her money, okay? And she was an early women's rights activist. And I have to tell you, she was more than a little bit crazy, but she was very determined, and she really wanted to make a difference in the world, and got a bee in her bonnet somewhere along the way that the quest she really wanted to go on was to find a way of controlling fertility that would be as easy as taking a daily aspirin. That was the assignment she gave herself. And she managed to find a crazy but brilliant biologist who had been thrown out of Harvard named Gregory Pincus, and the two of them formed an alliance, and she put, by my calculations, about $20 million of her own money into this quest to fund a daily birth control pill. And I don't mean she gave it to some university that distributed it, or I don't mean she had other helpers. She was the sole and entire funder and creator of this product. And by 1957, she and her partner had an FDA-approved pill. And I don't have to tell you, that changed the world. And certainly was something that she took pleasure from. There's a great story, in fact, at one point. So she's just really excited about this accomplishment. So she has a prescription written out for herself in her own name, and she takes it to her local pharmacy and gets it filled, even though at this point she's a matron in her 80s. So kind of superfluous, but I guess it was a thrill. People don't realize that the Ford Foundation was at one point centered in Southern California, and during that time, a writer named Dwight McDonald described the Ford Foundation as, quote, a large body of money completely surrounded by people who want some. And you look at a big place like Ford or some of these wealthy moguls I've been describing, and you think, well, that's philanthropy, isn't it? That's what American philanthropy is all about. Actually, it's not. Philanthropy in the U.S. is not just a story of moguls. It's not even primarily about wealthy people, and least of all is it about foundations. I'm going to show you the statistics here. This is for the latest year of giving, and I want you to note that only 14% of all the money given away last year was given by foundations, and only 5% came from corporations. And the rest, 81%, came from individuals. And most of that came from everyday families at the rate of about $2,500 per family. And you multiply that by 100 some odd million households, and you get a big iceberg underneath that tip that we all see, which is the moguls. Now, this is a really crucial reality that I think is important not to overlook. So I do some extended storytelling in the Almanac about some of these real-life givers. And there's some beautiful stories. This is Gus and Marie Selensky. sorry about the bad photo, but this is the only one that exists. Gus was a plumber, and Marie was a nurse in Syracuse, New York, near where I grew up. And they lived quietly in a small house there. Their one big hoo-ha indulgence was square dancing. I think they got their square dancing gear on in that picture. And other than that, they were savers, very kind of hard workers and quiet savers. And when they died a few years ago, they left more than $3 million to good causes. Ann Scheiber was a shy auditor who retired in 1944 with a grand total of $5,000 in the bank. And she also was very thrifty and apparently an inspired stock picker, because by the time she died at the age of 101, she had $22 million in the bank. And she left every penny of that to Yeshiva University so that poor girls could go to college and to medical school. Eleanor Sauerwein was, you know, kind of everyone's grandma. She, again, was a very thrifty liver. She painted her own house, and she had a vegetable garden, and she mowed her own lawn until she was in her 90s to save money. Her financial advisor reported that, quote, her goal for years and years was to amass as much as she could so that she could give it to the Salvation Army. And when Eleanor died in 2011, she left $1.7 million to the Modesto, California branch of the Salvation Army. This guy is interesting. Albert Lexie shined shoes for a living. That's what he did for about 50 years, just recently retired. And he made a decision, I don't know why, but in 1981 he decided he was going to donate all his tips to what was called the Free Care Fund of the Children's Hospital in Pittsburgh. And over the years he handed over more than $200,000 to this fund as a shoeshine guy, which is about a third of his total earnings. Now, sometimes when I tell these stories, and there's lots more, some of them are in the book and some of them are just, you know, I didn't have room for it, but sometimes when I tell these stories, people say, well, those are very lovely stories, Carl, but, you know, nothing large or consequential is ever going to come out of that kind of giving. And I'm here to tell you that the verdict of American history is that those doubters are very wrong. All kinds of remarkable things have been achieved by what I would call dispersed giving, which you have to remember aggregates, all right? A lot of people do little things, and it aggregates in very formidable ways. And let me give you an example of that. I was reading a book by Daniel Borstein. Some of you may know Daniel Borstein. Used to be the Librarian of Congress, and he had a figure that just stopped me in my tracks. So he was talking about Ohio in 1880, all right? And he said in 1880, the state of Ohio had 3 million residents, 3 million people. At that same exact year, the nation of England, or the country of England, had 23 million people, far more. Ohio had 37 colleges that year. England had a grand total of 4. Very striking. So I asked myself instantly, what's going on there? And the answer basically is small-scale education philanthropy. Let me show you the map of Ohio. I picked 1826 just because that's the year that Case Western Reserve was founded. Some of you probably know that's become quite a wonderful university. It had something like 16 Nobel Prize winners come out of there, and a lot of companies you would have heard of. It's a very formidable science and math university especially. So that was the year Case Western was founded. And despite its prominence today, Case Western in 1826 was a spot on the back of nowhere. I mean, you have to remember, this was the West in those days. This was the frontier. And so who was founding these colleges? Basically, it was sacrificial giving from very small, very low-income farmers that did this. And there's some really beautiful stories. There's this one tale about a guy. It was a farmer who had several teams of horses and wagons that he didn't need during the winter. So that was his contribution to Western Reserve. He would haul stone from the local quarry to the campus all winter. That's what he did. And a bunch of other local families set aside a portion of their egg money, all right, or their milk money, and that was their contribution to the university. And, you know, I sometimes hear people talk about world-class this and world-class that, and then I think to myself, I bet they wouldn't think much of the egg money. But you know what? Egg money can add up, and egg money can do powerful things, which is certainly what happened in this case. The notion of these local neighbors was that America's a democracy. We need an educated citizenry. And even in the middle of nowhere, you need institutions that will make that happen. And we can do it ourselves. Now, in the 1840s, a bunch of Eastern churches, hundreds of Eastern churches, got wind of this, that this was going on, not only in Ohio, but in lots of the frontier states. These local residents and farmers were really putting out big time to try to build some of these colleges. And they wanted to help. These Eastern churches wanted to help. So they started pooling donations together, right? And you can imagine, these were probably nickels and dimes that they were collecting. But they collected these little donations, and they pooled them together, and they started sending them west in a very methodical program. And they selected 18 colleges that they wanted to nurture, and they sent about $1 million west over a period of years. And let me show you the map of Ohio. After that campaign had been going on about 25 years. This is what Ohio looked like in 1872. And you can see there's just this bloom of institutions, many of which have become quite important in our nation's kind of progress. And this same story could be told about tons of other states. I just picked Ohio because I had the data. Okay, you could make this same point elsewhere. Now I want you to fast forward to 2015. You know, it's easy to get jaded about this stuff, but we have to not lose our capacity to be amazed that there are 50 separate colleges today that are in the middle of a fundraising campaign where they're going to collect $1 billion of private voluntary donations. And there are probably another 50 that just finished a campaign within the last 5 years, and there are a bunch that are going to start $1 billion campaigns in the future. My point is there is a huge gush of private money that has basically made our universities the envy of the world that they are today. And by the way, this is true not only of private colleges, but of public universities. I was just down in California, and the numbers for Berkeley, I mean, Berkeley, UCal Berkeley now gets more money from private donors than they do from the state of California. I did the same calculation for the University of Virginia. They get about twice as much from philanthropy as they do from the state of Virginia. So even at our public universities, this is a big, important source of influence. Now, going back to those stories about the farmers in Western Reserve, one of the points there is how personal a lot of American giving is. Always has been, always will be, I think. Very personal. These are often intimate gifts and really heartfelt. And I want to kind of dig in a little bit on that theme a little further, and I want to dig in real deep, in fact, with this guy. What in the world is going on with my slides? I'm so sorry about this. You're getting a great view of the bellies of all of my protagonists. Well, this is a really sweet man, too. It's a shame that I can't get it working for you, but he... Anyway, this is a Broadway lyricist named Michael Brown, and I've been a freelance writer enough years to appreciate what a lyricist goes through. It's a boom and bust business. I mean, once in a while you get lucky. Most of the time you're starving. But in 1956, the Brown family got lucky. He had a hit musical. All right, so they were flush. They had a lot more resources than they expected to have, and he and his wife and their 2 boys decided that for their Christmas celebration that year, they wanted to invite a local starving artist who was a friend of theirs to come share Christmas with them. So they had this woman who was a long way from her home in the South come spend Christmas with them. And toward the end of the gift exchange, they handed her an envelope. And inside this envelope was a note that very simply said, "You have 1 year off from your job to write whatever you please." And the writer's name was Harper Lee. And you'll remember, Harper Lee was from Mississippi. And when she decided she wanted to be a novelist, she moved to New York City, which is what tons of novelists have done before and since. And what happens to most of them when they get in New York City? They're so darn busy trying to pay the rent that they make no progress whatever on their art. That's a very common phenomenon. In Harper Lee's case, she was working at an airline and at a bookstore, all right, and just not doing any writing because she was so frantic trying to keep her head above water. The Browns noticed this. All right, they noticed this. They viewed her as someone with potential, as a possible resource, and someone who needed help. And they had resources, and they decided to act. Now, some people would say, is that philanthropy? I would say, yeah, that's philanthropy. It's a very intimate, very personal form of philanthropy, but it's philanthropy in my definition, at least. And with their donation in hand, and Lee debated whether to accept it. She was very moved, but very kind of torn. But she decided she would accept it, so she retired from that airline job and that bookstore job, and she spent the next year writing, and that was the gift year. That gift year was when she produced Mockingbird, which of course won the Pulitzer Prize in 1961 and became one of the most influential American books of all time. Obviously, books like Mockingbird are stuffed away in public libraries like this. This is the main reading room of the New York Public Library. I assume a lot of you know public libraries are a complete invention of philanthropy, and it was 4 families who got the New York Public Library going. You know, every city had pretty much the same story. It was Joshua Bates who kicked off the public library in Boston. It was Enoch Pratt who did it in Baltimore. We all know about Carnegie. These are basically fruits of philanthropy. And today, something like 1.5 billion people, there are about 1.5 billion visits to libraries, public libraries in this country every year. For me, a lot of the beauty and the power of philanthropy derives from the huge range of causes that people underwrite. And there's a whole, I mean, Bruce alluded to this, there's a whole definitional question. Is that philanthropy? Is this philanthropy? I really am careful about diving in on that. I think we have to sort of tolerate a very broad range of choices when it comes to what people want to do with their donations, and for reasons I'll get into in a minute. But in the meantime, let me just try to illustrate to you a little bit about how broad that range is. For instance, I don't know if you realize that many of our national parks are basically were created by donors. This is Acadia in Maine. That was a product of philanthropy. The Virgin Islands National Park, the Grand Tetons, the Great Smoky, all of these were sparked by donors. Private supporters have also been at the center of some really miraculous recoveries of endangered species. Again, I'm not sure many people realize that. This is the peregrine falcon, one of my favorite creatures. When they're flying, a lot of you probably know, the peregrine falcon is the fastest animal on Earth. When they are breeding, they are snails. They are really not very effective breeders for whatever reason. And so for a while, they were flirting with extinction. This is basically the 60s and 70s, I guess. And all kinds of government biologists tried to fix this. There were a whole variety of programs. Nobody had any luck. They were just kind of teetering and dwindling and dwindling. Then along came a grant from this really weird odd couple. I'd love to know the origins of this. But the IBM Corporation, right, Mr. Button Down, and a whole bunch of falconry hobbyists. You know, the people who wear the leather gloves and they fly the birds off their gloves. IBM and falconry hobbyists, if there's a weirder marriage anywhere in philanthropy, I don't know of it, but they got together and they provided not only money, but lots of very fresh, very unconventional ideas as to how the peregrine might be restored. And one of the things they came up with was peregrines love heights and they love pigeons. Where would you put nesting boxes if you were going to try to revive the peregrine? How about up on top of skyscrapers? You know, that's the kind of thing that government biologists get fired for saying or for trying or for doing or for wasting taxpayer money on. It turned out to be a brilliant idea. There are peregrines living on skyscrapers all across this country. I'm sure there's some in Seattle, and the birds are out of danger at this point. So this is the kind of cutting edge, crazy sometimes invention that philanthropy is very good at. And by the way, it's not just this one animal. There's all kinds of awesome stories. I don't have time to tell them now, but they're in the book. The wolf has a really fascinating sub-story about philanthropy's importance in making it possible for them to come back. The bluebird was a classic grassroots philanthropy. I mean, totally bottom-up, driven by lots of little old ladies and people putting boxes out in their backyards. The wild turkey, this might sound like an oxymoron to you, but it was hunters who brought back the wild turkey when they were almost gone. The whooping crane is an absolutely, I can't even begin to tell you what a cool story this is. I mean, not only, there were a couple of philanthropists, but one guy in particular not only got heavily involved in using his own private plane to fly eggs down, whooping crane eggs down from Alaska and Canada and bring them to the U.S., but then they realized, you know what, they're living here now, but they don't know how to migrate. And you have to teach them. You have to show them once how to do it. Once they've done it once, they can do it again. But the first time, they haven't a clue what to do. So how do you fix that one? Well, there's not only these crackpot ideas. The guy, he was a private pilot, this donor. So he said, how about if we got one of those little, powered hang gliders and just led them down to Florida and Louisiana? It sounds crazy, but that's exactly what they did, and it worked. So there's all these really wonderful stories in this area. I must say, when I got into this research, I had no idea how deeply entwined philanthropy is with science in general, all kinds of science. I mean, you guys are younger than me, most of you, but when I was growing up, we all learned about the Mount Wilson telescopes and the Mount Palomar telescope and the Keck telescope and all these. I remember these names vividly. I had no idea that every single one of those was filled with light by private philanthropy. And that, by the way, continues to be the case today. The two really incredible instruments that are under construction today in that area are the so-called 30-meter telescope and the Giant Magellan telescope, which is a similar instrument that's going to be in the southern hemisphere. 30-meter, for instance, can collect 9 times as much light as the biggest instrument available today. This is going to revolutionize parts of science when it goes to work. Really wonderful things are going to happen or be learned. And both of those new instruments are being built today thanks to private donors. In the case of the 30-meter telescope, which you see here, it was Gordon Moore, who is the founder of Intel Corporation, who plunked down $250 million to get it designed and kicked off. And lots of other donors have been involved in that as well. Another area you might not appreciate the importance of philanthropy is overseas assistance. This is the latest number for the latest year for which we have numbers. And you'll see here that private donations to poor people living overseas very much exceed, at $39 billion, the entire sum of our government overseas aid at $31 billion. So you can see this is kind of grassroots giving. And that pattern of grassroots action to solve problems leads me to this really great kind of, $50 word that it sounds a little intimidating at first, but I'm trying to get people to use it because it's a really wonderful term, polyarchy. Polyarchy refers to a society where there are many sources of power, many sources of authority. And the easy way to remember is to contrast it to monarchy, all right? That's kind of the opposite. Polyarchy is the opposite of monarchy. So, again, many independent sources of power. And the U.S. has a notably polyarchic culture. I mean, if you're interested in technology, there's a good chance you're going to be in Seattle or Northern California. If you're, on the other hand, a banker, you might be in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's ground zero for banking. If you're in the energy sector, you're going to be in Houston. If you love rock and roll, you might live in Minneapolis until you die. But so there's all kinds of power centers scattered all across the country. And that might seem normal to you, but if any of you have lived abroad, you know it's not normal in most places. If you're in France, for instance, I don't care if it's education or finance or arts and culture or any other sector, you have to be in Paris, pretty much. It's certainly true in Japan. I mean, Tokyo is the center of the universe for almost all the industries and businesses. That's not the case here, right? We have a much more fractured, distributed power and authority all across the country. I think it's very healthy for us. And I want to tell you that I think philanthropy has a lot to do with this. I mean, here's a little metaphor I'll give you that you can hold in your minds maybe. I think sometimes of those millions of givers all across the country and those tens of thousands of nonprofit groups as like mini legislatures. That's really what they are. And they, like any legislature, look around them and say, what's broken in our area? What needs fixing? What do people not like? What needs repair? And then they go to work. They collect funds and they organize themselves and they go to work to try to fix things. And sometimes it's really micro. It might be somebody in this neighborhood thinks that this street needs a nice set of trees up and down it, and they raise money to plant trees along the sidewalk. It can be simple, it can be big, but those are basically what that is. That's spontaneous governance, self-governance. That's another big difference between our country and other countries. There is, countries that had a peasant class for a long time, I think got ingrained the idea that governance is something somebody else gives you, and you consume governance, right? That's what average people do. In our country, people sometimes consume governance, but there's also this notion that everyday average people can produce governance. They can actually become the government, if you will, themselves by fixing things on their own. I mean, I grew up in a small town, and I'm sure some of you had the same experience. When we had a bad storm and a tree blew down in the street, we didn't call a fire department. We didn't call the Department of Public Works. We got out our chainsaws, and we cut it up and we moved it away. That's what you do. You just fix it. That's what Americans are kind of habituated to do. We've been doing it since the beginning of our country. As Bruce mentioned, this was very, very, really struck Alexis de Tocqueville. He was very convinced that this was at the heart of really the American experiment. And Tocqueville actually was very interesting. He said all this kind of self-governance doesn't just reflect democracy. He said this creates democracy. This causes democracy. This is how you build up the muscles that make you a democracy. You don't just, you have to practice. You have to somehow get started on the idea of taking responsibility first for your family, then for your neighborhood, then for the ring that's outside that, then for the ring that's outside that. And we often do that in civil associations and in our private philanthropy. And it's really a healthy impulse. A Yale Law School professor I admire, a guy named Stephen Carter, points out that when you have millions of charitable decisions taking place, that leads to obviously much more diverse spending, much better protection of minority points of view, and much more kind of modulated to each location solutions, which are often going to be much more effective. So he refers to philanthropy as democracy in action. It's a great term, I think. And so you ask yourself, well, if all that's true, Carl, why do so few people understand that? Why do so few people appreciate that? Why don't I not see more of this taking place? And the answer is because philanthropy is by definition mostly going to be invisible. First of all, it's very local. I have no idea what's going on in Cleveland. Most of you have no idea what's going on in Cleveland. There's a lot of stuff going on in Cleveland, right? Philanthropy is often very private. A lot of people don't really want to publicize it. There are religious injunctions against publicizing what you're doing here. A lot of people want to be anonymous. So you miss this. You don't see this. And that's why, I don't know, Bruce has the magazine. Hold up the magazine, Bruce. That's why I put on the cover of this issue where this is kind of the Cliff Notes version of the almanac, by the way. If you want a short 20-page read of what's in the almanac, that's what this magazine is all about. That's why I put an anthill. This is underground. You walk over this anthill and you don't realize there are tens of thousands of creatures underneath your feet, hard at work, doing stuff, out of sight, but really doing important things. And that's a good metaphor, I think, for the way philanthropy works. So you have to have a little faith. You have to have the imagination to understand that there is all this grassroots activity taking place, and just because it doesn't have a bureau and it doesn't have a czar at the head of it and it doesn't have a fleet of trucks, with blue and white paint, doesn't mean that there isn't an army out there that's taking action, solving problems. And, there are lots of reasons that philanthropy kind of gets criticized because of a lack of appreciation of this. I mean, people talk about how philanthropy is not coordinated. I hear this all the time. Philanthropy is really scattershot. Over here the rules are one way, and over here they're a different way, and it's not consistent. It's not standardized. And, I kind of understand that. There's a certain cast of mind. I have to fight this kind of Prussian side of my personality once in a while that wants to have everything kind of uniform. But that's really, that's not the way human beings work. Human beings don't respond well to uniform solutions. They really like customized solutions. And philanthropy is very good at customizing. The government is good at standardizing. They are good at getting everyone marching in the same direction. That's what government does. And there's a place for that in certain things. If you want to, make sure that 70-year-old people have checks to rely on, that's a pretty standardized, rote operation. You can have the government do that. But if you want to actually fix some complicated problem, how do you figure out when elderly people get sent out of the hospital, a lot of them forget to take their medicines, and so they're re-hospitalized 3 weeks later? How do you fix that? That's a lot harder. That takes some customization. That takes some personal touch. That takes some mentoring. That takes some human interest. That's a great task for philanthropy. Leave the check writing to the dumb government computers. Do the other stuff via philanthropy. I think we're getting better, a little bit better at understanding this. I mean, my 90-year-old mom, this is a hard field for people to understand. About twice a year, she calls me up and she says, "So, philanthropy, now, is that Plato and Socrates, or is that stamp collecting? I'm trying to remember here." And I said, "No, Mom, that's not quite right." But this whole idea, a lot of younger people who grew up in the middle of the computer revolution, I think they understand. Give you an example. There's this great term, this has become a term of art. Everyone knows what crowdsourcing is. What's crowdsourcing? Lots of little people taking small bites out of a big problem, and you shut your eyes, and 10 minutes later you look up, or 10 days later you look up, and that big problem was fixed. And it was just a bunch of little average people who did it. How did Wikipedia get written? Oh my gosh, what's going on? My mom will never get that, probably. My mom will never understand Airbnb. She thinks the Holiday Inn is the way to go. You know what you're getting, by gum, And I stayed in a tree house, an Airbnb tree house in Saratoga Springs. One of the coolest things I ever did. And I didn't tell Mom about that, But that was actually, it was a really great solution to the problem at hand. It was during horse racing season. There was nothing else available. And it was not only fun, but the alternative was to drive 50 miles. So I think we're getting better at understanding this kind of breaking problems into little pieces. As I say, the computer revolution had a lot to do with it. This is what a computer meant when I started playing with computers. I used to go with my father down to the Syracuse University computer department, and we'd make punch cards to run through a big machine like this. These machines, which were half the size of this room in some cases, they had one processor, okay? All the wires led to one processor. We quickly learned that's a really inefficient way to solve problems. That's a really inefficient way to figure out anything. This is the efficient way to figure things out. Doritos and Diet Coke and all, this works. I mean, when you break problems into 1,000 pieces, this is the hacker culture at work. One man with a laptop can do a lot, especially when there's tens of thousands of people doing the same thing. That's how, Linux, the computer language Linux got written, that runs the bank across the street and half of the commercial backbone of this country. There is no czar Linux. You just put your edits online and somebody else picks them up and they make their tinkering and they put it back online. That's literally how it's written. And I know it sounds like chaos to a lot of people, but it's very effective. We all know there's nobody in charge of making sure that Seattle never runs out of milk, but it never runs out of milk. This just happens organically. And this is the way that philanthropy works as well, organically, with lots of small scale actions. So this is something we don't need to be defensive, I think, about it. We don't need, when people say philanthropy is a patchwork, we need to say, great. You know, patchworks can be really efficient and lovely things. I'll give you one last example here that I like to use. Any of you who know anything about charter schooling probably know that the big brand in charter schools, the 800-pound gorilla, is KIPP, the KIPP schools, and they do some wonderful things. And there's 183 of them. All right, sounds like a lot of schools, doesn't it? Well, then you realize there are 7,000 charter schools in the U.S., which means that the biggest of the big is a tiny dot. This is a radically decentralized industry where there are just lots and lots of mom and pop players, lots and lots of 3- and 4-school players. And what does that allow? Well, that allows us a riot of choices. If any of you have visited charter schools, if you haven't, I encourage you to. You'll be astonished. I mean, there are great book schools. There are math and science nerd schools. There are, quasi-military academies. There are hippie schools where nobody tells you what to do about anything. And there's this huge variety. And it's obviously philanthropically driven, philanthropically backed. And I argue that it really reflects human needs. I mean, those of you who are raising kids know that the most humbling thing that ever happens to you is you realize how little effect you have on who your kids are. They're kind of wired. And you have to find institutions that match them. You know, the school that was right for my eldest son was not right for my middle daughter. You know, and you really need to have that range of possibilities. That's very hard to do through government institutions. It's easy to do through philanthropy. So that's a kind of a Rorschach test for me. When people look at these kind of numbers and they say, what a crazy quilt mess that is. No consistency, no uniformity, rules all over the place. I say, yeah, that's right. And what's the problem? Because there are lots of places where really what you want is not a system. You want an ecosystem, right? You want a whole range of options. And that's becoming a truism, like in business even. You know, we know that that's the way businesses are increasingly operated. I'm staying in the Arctic Club. I can't quite tell who owns it. It's like Arctic Club, and then there's DoubleTree, and then there's the Hilton. But I mean, it used to be, there was the Hilton. There was one hotel. Now there's all these kind of subsets of the Hilton world. They've kind of customized and modified and changed their offerings to meet, the variety of public appetites and interests. So let me close with, just so you don't think I'm a crazy romantic, by acknowledging that not all donors are saints, all right? That's really important to get on the record. You are looking here at J. Paul Getty, who was one of the world's great cheapskates. When he was literally, I think, the richest man in the world, he installed a payphone at his estate and made his guests start paying for their own calls. Some of you might remember there was a period where his grandson got kidnapped for ransom, and it was a $17 million ransom. And so Grandpa got on the phone, he's like, can you get that down a little bit? That's a little high. Could we reduce that? And to the point where finally the kidnappers cut off the grandson's ear and mailed it to Grandpa to try to get his attention. And at that point he said, okay, I'll pay. But he only paid, get this, he paid as much of the ransom as was tax deductible. Why any is tax deductible, I have no idea. But apparently $2.2 million were tax deductible, so he just paid that outright. And the rest he gave to his son to pay off as a loan at 4% interest. So this is the kind of man we're talking about. Not a real warm, fuzzy human being. But, here's the kicker. I mean, this is also the guy who gave the world's most sublime collection of Greek and Roman art to people so that they can walk in and view this. And for hundreds of years from now, there will be people getting their souls elevated thanks to J. Paul Getty giving this to the world. So it's true, philanthropists aren't always pretty, but the really important thing you have to keep in mind is they don't need to be saints. They don't need to be angels. That's the brilliance of the mechanism, is it takes all of us as we are, and we all have a little J. Paul Getty in us. We got some generous impulses, we have some selfish impulses, and we got all these confusions and everything swirling around inside of us. And philanthropy can deal with that. It can work with that. It can take that and find your best self and either encourage or cajole or maybe shame or otherwise get you to do good things for your fellow citizens, even with our obvious flaws. So I'm going to quit there, and I've only just skimmed the book. It's kind of criminal, actually, but I hope I've given you enough to kind of convince you that philanthropy is just a huge and really fascinating and powerful aspect of our culture, and I hope you'll read through the book and kind of absorb some of this yourself. And the next time somebody tries to tell you that philanthropy is a cute hobby or just kind of a nice national sideline, I hope you'll think to yourself, I don't think so. I think it's really much more than that. So with that, I'd be happy to take questions or anything else.
We have a question right here.
Can you hear me? What do you see as the challenges of philanthropy in the 21st century? I know you talked about the internet, how that's made things easier, but then we have challenges like we rely much more on the Department of whatever to take care of our problems with the government. So as a government employee, I'm kind of wondering what you see as kind of the obstacles in this next century.
Well, that's just a function of modern life, is that there is this statist impulse abroad today which really wants to kind of hand everything over to one of these standardized agencies, which again has a superficial appeal, but I think it'd be a real tragedy. Not so much, partly just because the two sectors operate in such different ways. I mean, I'm not opposed to having an intelligent and active state. I think you need that for some things, but they aren't interchangeable. They're radically different. Let me give you a quick example from medical research. What would you guess is the average age of first grant from the government to medical researchers? The answer is 43 years old is when the average person gets his very first grant from NIH or NSF. That is criminal. I mean, you are a geezer in any kind of scientific field by the time you're 43. What's going on there? Well, what's going on there is it's basically a cover your ass kind of function of government people. If you want to, kind of be safe, you find someone who's already become prominent at Harvard and you give them a grant. That's completely risk-free. It's also dumb as dirt. I mean, it's just not the way you cultivate new ideas and innovations and fresh things. I looked up what fraction of people who get grants from the National Institutes of Health, NIH, are 35 or under. 1%. Again, that's just a crime. Philanthropists are big on those young scientists. They recognize, for whatever reason, early on that's the place to put your money. That's the place to bet. And yeah, you miss sometimes. You bet on somebody who falls asleep or didn't have a good idea in the first place, or goes off and runs away with their lab assistant or something. But you also have a much higher chance of actually, supporting some dramatic intervention, dramatic change in the world. So the sectors are radically different. Philanthropy is obviously much less risk averse. It's much more inventive. It's much more efficient. And the public understands this, by the way. One of the things in the almanac, we have a whole section of polls. We actually did an original national poll. And people are pretty onto this. They are very trusting of philanthropy, very much recognize the ways it differs from other modes of solving problems, and really like to go there first, actually, whenever the option is available. So that's one of the quick questions about how it compares to government. As far as challenges, I mean, there's all kinds of things. There's great stuff going on. I mean, philanthropy used to be an old man's game. It was like when you were retired and you were done with your career, that's when you got going. It's not anymore. You got men and women today who are jumping in, and as you know, the Zuckerbergs are the latest example, right in mid-career or early career even, and investing not only their money, but their insights and their energy and their entrepreneurial instincts to try to fix things. So there's lots of good stuff like that going on. But there is this there are a couple of things going on. One thing, it's kind of unfair probably, but I call it the MBA-ification of philanthropy. There's this kind of desire to make it scientific and make it just a computer where you put in A, B, and C and you turn the crank and X, Y, Z comes out the other end. Never going to work that way. Again, this is a human undertaking. Mother Teresa had this great phrase. She said, I never think about crowds. I think about individuals. And I think most effective problem solvers for human social problems, that's the way you operate. I mean, if you're talking about the really hard nut problems today, what are hard nut problems? Addictions, people getting out of prison, and how do you avoid them becoming recidivists? How do you keep people from dropping out of college? Those are hard problems, and they're at the core of a lot of other dramatic secondary problems. You're not going to fix those with anything other than very intimate, very personal, one-to-one interventions. That takes mentoring, that takes oversight, that takes personal involvement, stuff that philanthropy can do, it's very good at. But it's a different style of operating. It's just a completely different mode of attacking the problem.
One of the things that we're most interested in at Discovery Institute is entrepreneurism, and it happens in the public policy realm as well as in the economic business realm, and it happens in philanthropy.
Yep.
What do you think are some of the most exciting, let's give a couple examples of the most exciting entrepreneurial activities or entrepreneurs in philanthropy right now?
Good question. I'm very excited by the recognition that you don't have to do everything through a 501c3. You know, you don't have to have a foundation. I mean, the Zuckerbergs, as you know, got criticized heavily when they said that they're going to do a lot of their work through this, all of their charity, through this LLC. People said, oh, then it's not real charity. It's like a secret business agenda. They're really not letting go of any of the money. I think that was very unfair and very unfortunate. And there's just all kinds of interesting innovation going on. I'll give you a little small-scale example. So, again, Philanthropy Magazine is one of the things I oversee. We have a story coming up in our next issue where we found this woman who went to Rwanda, and she learned that one of the real public health problems in Rwanda is that 80% of the families live in houses with dirt floors, right? I don't care how careful you are, how much you try to be clean. A dirt floor is never going to be sanitary. You spill food on a dirt floor, there are going to be pathogens living there. Your baby makes a mess on the dirt floor, you're never going to get that out. So you say, well, why don't they put in concrete floors or something? They can't afford it, all right? It's too expensive. So this woman went to work on this problem, and she came up with an old American technology we call Adobe, which is basically packed earth that successive layers that you pack a certain way, and then you seal it all with linseed oil. And it's almost as durable as concrete, and it's very hygienic. You can actually clean it and seal it. So it's a great solution, much cheaper, like a third of the cost of concrete. So she figured this out, and then you figure out, well, how are you going to implement this? How are you going to roll it out in those 80% of all houses that need it? She made a very interesting choice. She set up the entity that will do this as a business, as a for-profit business in Rwanda, where people make $3 a day. So you say, wasn't that kind of perverse? Isn't that kind of silly? I actually think it was brilliant. Now, the business is owned by a nonprofit, and this nonprofit has no expectation of extracting any money out of this. They're not doing it to make any money. But she knew that if it was structured as a business, it would operate differently. And for instance, one of the very first people they hired was, guess what? Was a marketer. So he goes out, his job is to go out and talk to families and convince them, you got to have this. This will change your life. This will make your baby healthier. This is a really good thing. Marketing, sales. The other thing they did, they set up installment plans. So just like you buy your vacuum cleaner in 8 installments, you can buy your Adobe floor in 6 installments. Just the little simple things that businesses know how to do that most nonprofits are clueless at. So I think that's really an exciting area where you're applying some of these practices, the management and daily operational practices of business to charitable ends. I'm very excited about that.
So one of the trends in philanthropy, particularly in the foundations right now, is collective impact and foundations seeing themselves as catalysts for community-wide change, large social change. And so some foundations see their role, instead of maybe funding a college or an opera hall or something, they're funding the convening of all the sectors in the community to come together and solve a problem. Do you see that as a good trend? Is that a useful trend?
The first thing I got to say is that I try hard, the Philanthropy Roundtable tries hard to not be too prescriptive, to try to be agnostic and say the donors should decide these things. It's not really for the smarty pants class to be telling them how to do these things. So I think there are good things that can be done in a whole variety of ways. There have been so many surprises in philanthropy, so much serendipity, so many things that you wouldn't have expected to work out, that I'm very chary about becoming too my way or the highway, too much that there's only one way to do things. However, that said, I don't think much of that kind of collective impact. What it often becomes, Bruce mentioned that even the government can be entrepreneurial. Well, the flip side of that is that even entrepreneurs can become bureaucrats. And they do. We all have seen this happen to companies and corporations that had this wonderful, fresh, kind of vibrant streak. My son was like employee number 80 for Uber. And he was there in the cowboy days when they're like just making it up as they went along. It was all cowboys and engineers in the early days. And then when the money became obvious in Uber, then you get this big flood of people that were like well-trained at Wharton and all these big business schools. And it's a completely different culture, But so this can happen in any sector, to be fair. But I think the kind of this grouping together thing, I've seen it take place in certain sectors, and it becomes extremely bureaucratic. And it becomes all about like self-justification of the employees of the sector often, as much as it is about actually getting anything done. I'll give you one very personal example where it hits home with me. Bruce mentioned I was an embedded reporter in Iraq for a lot of times. And I developed some emotional attachment to a lot of the men and women I was with over there. So when I came back, one of the things I did was help set up at the Roundtable a program for philanthropy for veterans and service members. And there is a big competing effort out there that is doing this collective impact stuff. And it's like, Honestly, it's just kind of PR and marketing. I mean, it's a way for a big bank that has a bad public image to kind of say, by gum, we're for the boys, you know. It really hasn't done anything. It's very disappointing. It's a kind of lowest common denominator thing. It often dumbs things down to this kind of really generic, really general stuff. The best way to get things done in philanthropy is just like get into your niche, dive right down deep. You're the guy who's going to support hydroponic lettuce production in eastern Washington, by gum, and that's your solution to the poverty of farm families. And just go for it, you know. That generally works best, rather than these kind of big, you're just kind of recapitulating the blob when you do that, and that's not what philanthropy is good at.
Can you tell us what percentage of that total in philanthropy total goes towards poverty reduction? Well, because I mention this because my friends on the hardcore left will say, well, most of the money you cite as spent on philanthropy goes to rich people's opera houses and art collections.
That is not accurate. The first thing to say is that the biggest, and we do, that data is in the book. It's in the statistics section in the back. You'll see pie charts that sort of break it all out. And I'll tell you the first cause, the biggest cause, the favorite cause of Americans is religion. And that is a kind of a rubric that covers a lot of territory. I mean, this effort in Rwanda, that's religious inspired. It's religious driven. You know, a lot of religious philanthropy is involved in feeding people, you know. That is anti-poverty work, but it comes in under the rubric of religion. So, but more generally, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's a real problem today. And again, I think it's terribly important to resist that and to start anointing some kinds of philanthropy as good philanthropy and some kinds as bad philanthropy. First of all, we can do both. We can do both opera houses and poverty, anti-poverty work. We do a lot of both. In fact, the fastest growing sector today is philanthropy for the poorest of the poor. I mean, people are voting with their dollars to do that. They are spending a lot of money in places like Rwanda. A lot of that's religiously motivated, a lot of that's just good humanitarian impulse, but they aren't stopping doing things, other things. And I am very, very reluctant to say that if you want to help school kids in Seattle hear Brahms, is that not worth doing? I mean, poor kids they want to be elevated too. They don't just want to be fed. I mean, who's to say that that's not just as good and just as important and just as noble an undertaking as, you know, handing out clothing or food or something else? I think it's a fool's errand, really, to try to make some of those differentiations and to try to anoint and select certain sectors over others.
So I think many of us have probably seen the headlines recently about Wounded Warriors Project and that scandal. Do you think that stories like that affect people's willingness to give? Sure, they do.
You know, philanthropy is trust-based. It's basically self-policed. Not entirely. I mean, the IRS has a role too, but it's mostly self-policed, and it's really important that you don't violate that trust. So there are a lot of people that kind of jump up and down and get pretty exercised within the industry when something like the Wounded Warrior Project happens. The Wounded Warrior Project was less scandal than just sad, really. I mean, it wasn't so much guys, you know, enriching themselves or something really horrible. It was just foolish. It was just, again, it became a big bureaucracy is what it really turned into. And that's what any institution will do if you let it. I mean, anyone who understands economic incentives, eventually the purpose of the institution becomes to justify its own existence and to pay its own salaries. And you sort of start thinking that that's the whole reason, you know, the process got started. So that's another argument, by the way, for this radical decentralization I'm talking about. You avoid some of that sclerosis. But yeah, I mean, I think it is, I don't think it's at all inappropriate for people to really jump on the heads of charities to get out of line in cases like that, because the whole thing really is a trust-based industry, and if you don't police that internally, you'll basically get some congressman coming along to police it much less effectively from outside. Yes?
Could you comment a little on when philanthropy should not be involved? Specifically, I'm thinking about areas that markets could maybe do a better case and could serve more people. Sure. If we look at Tom's, for example, I mean, Tom's providing shoes for the poorest of the poor in the world is a great thought and a noble thought.
Sure.
But when you're putting the cobbler in those communities out of work and those local shoe manufacturing companies, there's repercussions there. So in your research, was there kind of a line between this should be philanthropy, and I know you've said you don't want to say this is bad and good, but when is philanthropy at its best?
Yeah, good point. You know, the whole, I forget, was it here or was it, I've had such a day today. This is my third talk. I'm like trying to remember who have I talked to, who haven't I? But the food aid overseas is a classic example of a huge mistake. It's really easy and makes you feel good to just like send boatloads of grain to impoverished countries to feed them. But it's terribly counterproductive and perverse because you immediately basically put all the local farmers out of business. And what you really need to do is help them become efficient and effective and supply their own markets. Otherwise, you're just setting yourself up for the next famine. So there are areas like that. And people are becoming wiser. That's beginning to be understood. And it's particularly being understood more by groups like, you know, World Vision and Samaritan's Purse and some of the private donors than it is even by USAID, the public agency. But that's starting to sink in. But with some exceptions like that, I would say I'm a big believer in competition and in sort of different sectors rubbing up against each other and finding out what they can do well and what they can't. I must say my own views on that exact question you asked, what is inappropriate, changed radically in the course of writing this book. I had no clue that national defense could appropriately be taken under the wing of a philanthropist. I had no clue that a lot of that major science could or should be done privately. I have a much broader definition now. Now, again, it has to sort of support itself. It has to turn it out to be the best alternative. And often what you'll get, of course, is a hybrid reaction. I mean, going back to that slide I showed about $39 billion of private donations for poor people overseas and 31 of official aid. What I didn't show there is actually there's two other chunks. There's 4 chunks. So you got private donations, charity, and then you got official government aid. Then you have overseas investment by private companies, which is hugely important because that actually employs people in there. And it's made on a very hard-headed, rigorous basis. People don't do it for soft-headed reasons. They do it because it makes sense to actually build a cement plant in Kenya this year. That's even bigger than either of those two sectors. And then the biggest sector of all is what's called remittances, where you got Kenyans and El Salvadorans and other people here who are working hard, and every month they send home money to mom or to their cousins back home. And that is probably the most effective anti-poverty work that comes out of America, is that family to family member private transfers of aid. So it's a whole kind of there's a whole interlocking directorate kind of ways to help, and the key is for each sector to find its own level and to not blend them. This is the really dangerous thing, to begin to homogenize them. I mean, especially you hear a lot about public-private partnerships. What that usually means is the charities and the government agencies get together and everything's kind of homogenized to the blob. The blob kind of takes over. The least controversial, least inventive, least dangerous, least risky kind of strategies prevail. And you get kind of the worst of both sectors in some ways. So I think as long as you kind of keep each sector's role and sphere fairly separate, I think there's often room for multiple approaches.
I think that will thank you very much and bid you adieu and good luck and continue.
Thank you so much for having me here.
TVW, for more than 20 years, bringing you gavel-to-gavel coverage of Washington state government. The decisions our state leaders make in Olympia play a big part in what's happening here. And here, and here. Our team works hard to give you balanced, in-depth political news stories and interviews you won't find anywhere else. That way, you'll have an unfiltered understanding of what's happening in state government and how it impacts you. Join us each week for The Impact on TVW.
TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW. There's more than just one race on the ballot this fall, and only TVW brings you election coverage that extends to all of Washington. It's your state, it's your vote. Check your local listing and watch TVW.
Support for TVW provided by the Washington State Auto Dealers Association.
Washington new car and truck dealers share the goal of a more green world. Smart and safe driving can improve fuel economy by up to 33%. Here's a tip to save money at the pump and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Driving the speed limit is safer and saves you money. Every 5 miles per hour you drive over 60 is like paying an additional 28 cents per gallon. Drive smart and save. For more green driving and maintenance tips, visit WSADA.org. Washington New Car and Truck Dealers, driving green communities.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW.
Washington's 11th District is crescent-shaped, curving its way through the Georgetown neighborhood in South Seattle, the city of Tukwila, and part of Renton. The 11th District is represented by Democratic Representatives Zach Hudgens and Steve Berquist, along with Senator Bob Hasagawa. The district runs along the north and east interchange of Interstate 5 and Interstate 405, with the Duwamish Waterway as its border to the west. For over 100 years, the Duwamish River was dredged and straightened so that large shipping vessels could pass through it. The waterway stretches past acres of industrial land on its way to Tukwila, where the Duwamish River serves as the scenic backdrop to the Tukwila Community Center. This large center hosts classes, weddings, and events, and also draws families to its outdoor spray park and lush grounds. Once connecting to 4 different rivers, the Duwamish now links to only one, the Green River. At the 405 and Interstate 5 interchange is the Westfield South Center Mall. It's the largest shopping center in the Pacific Northwest with 3 stories of shopping, restaurants, grocery store, and IMAX movie theater. In nearby Renton, the late Jimi Hendrix, Seattle's most iconic rock and roll star, is buried at the Greenwood Memorial Park. Jimmy was raised in central Seattle by his father Al Hendrix, who is also buried in the plot, along with other Hendrix family members. This elaborate memorial to Jimi Hendrix is open for the public to come pay respects to the late, great rock legend. In the area south of downtown Seattle is one of the city's oldest neighborhoods, Georgetown. Home to the Old Rainier Brewery, once the 6th largest brewery in the world. This building is now used as office and studio space for local businesses and artists. Also in Georgetown is Hat and Boots. This roadside attraction was once part of a popular gas station that fell to hard times when the new Interstate 5 began rerouting its customers. The community rallied to save Hat and Boots, now located in Oxbow Park. Just south of Georgetown is the King County International Airport, also known as Boeing Field. This airport is where the Boeing Company operates flight tests. It's also the landing spot for cargo planes, private aircraft, and the Blue Angels when they fly into Seattle. Next door is the Museum of Flight, one of the largest air and space museums in the world with more than 500,000 visitors each year. The museum's collection includes more than 160 historically significant airplanes and spacecraft. Here in the 11th, one of TVW's many stops on TVW's Washington Road Trip.
Support for Washington Road Trip provided by the Washington Association of Realtors.
You have to write out of your gut.
My work has always had elements of comedy.
If I read a review that's a bad review and they point out what's wrong with the book, sometimes I laugh and think, do you guys think I didn't know that?
The key for me is just to get out of my own way.
Well, you know, I feel that every time I write a sentence, I'm at the end of this multi-generational journey.
I love reading books. I love writing books. I love everything about reading.
TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
The Washington State Democratic Party meets in Tacoma June 17th through the 19th for its 2016 state convention. Watch the convention from candidate speeches to adoption of the party platform live online at tvw.org.
Support for TVW provided by Comcast.
At school, they talked about the digital divide, the gap between people who can access the internet and those who can't, the haves and the have-nots. Well, today, my family becomes one of the haves.
Internet Essentials from Comcast offers low-cost computers and internet to lower-income families. It's part of our commitment to making sure that no one gets left behind in the communities we serve.
I don't know how we swung it, but I'm not looking back.
Comcast, connecting our communities.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW. For fair, nonpartisan political coverage, turn to TVW. Throughout its trademark gavel-to-gavel coverage of state government and its award-winning produced shows, TVW covers the issues that matter to you, in depth and in balance. We bring you the best arguments on both sides of controversial issues direct from the source, on TV and online. For balanced political coverage, turn to TVW.
TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
Watch the candidates for Lieutenant Governor of Washington square off for a debate in Spokane on TVW Monday, June 20th at 8 p.m. Or watch online anytime at our election website, tvw.org/elections.
Support for TVW provided by...
For over 30 years, the Partners Group has been serving the financial and insurance needs of Northwest employers, medical professionals, and successful individuals. TPG team members give back to their communities in a variety of ways. Working with Treehouse for Kids, we help foster kids have a childhood and a future. We join with Northwest Harvest to provide nutritious food to hungry people statewide. The Partners Group, helping you and your employers succeed in health, wealth, asset protection, and problem.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW. The decisions our state leaders make in Olympia play a big part in what's happening here. And here, and here. Our team works hard to give you balanced, in-depth political news stories and interviews you won't find anywhere else. That way, you'll have an unfiltered understanding of what's happening in state government and how it impacts you. Join us each week for The Impact on TVW.
Well, first of all, I'm delighted to be a member of City Club. And I'm delighted to be back home after 50 years ago. I came to Tacoma and started my career at Dalton, Lincoln, and McAvey in Tacoma as a junior high school counselor and high school counselor. And general rabble rouser in the district. I was in trouble most of the time. But I came home after my stint as state superintendent and went to San Francisco, and I got bumped off of my election. I went down to San Francisco for 4 years and ran a pocket down there. But I liked Tacoma a lot better, so I came home. So I'm delighted to be a member of City Club, and I wanted to start by saying how grateful I am to City Club to join forces with our Restore the American Dream group. You see Brad in the advertisement that we co-sponsored this together. Each of us raising funds to bring someone as wonderful as Heather out here. I'm very excited because our Restore the American Dream group, could everybody wave, is here, kind of a core group that's here tonight. And we've been, and I'll tell you a little bit about how we got to know Heather, but we have been very interested in a cross-partisan civic discussion about regaining integrity in our politics in our state and in the nation. And for City Club to sponsor this, we've been dying to get here because this is a cross-partisan group. This is a group of business and community leaders and educators and elected officials and people that cross party lines and want to learn. There's lots of really smart people in this community that are trying to get some in-depth understanding. You're going to love this thing tonight because you're going to get something beautiful with Heather. So thank you, City Club, for what you're doing. And we get to know Heather. He was here 2.5 years ago. He came, I was still in San Francisco, but he came to the UW Tacoma. And there were like 250 people, 250 people that came to hear him speak about his book, Who Stole the American Dream? And when I got home, I heard about it, and a friend of mine in Seattle said, you got to meet Diane Telstra. She's the person that runs our RAD group, and she sends her greeting from England. She has a family reunion in the wedding, but she'll be making this presentation. But she started a book club. She got it here, and then people got interested, so we started a book club, and then we decided we ought to do something about restoring American Dream, so we've been kind of rabble-rousing in the community in a nice cross-partisan way, but we were excited to come here. Hedrick inspired me when I read his book, and particularly when I heard him speak, about things, movements I've been involved with for a long time in my life, with civil rights, with women's issues, with issues about education for kids. And I thought, what is happening? I was being really mad and stuff that was going on. It didn't make sense to me until I read his book. And then I heard him speak, and he brought it all together, not only in a way that was intelligent, but it was also interesting, and it pulled together what the heck is happening to our country. And so we are very excited to have you here tonight. And We have a few guests from Seattle just that I wanted to introduce. I have an old pal of mine, Sally Schuler, who's a national science leader, who I've been talking to her since she drove down with the wonderful traffic from Seattle. And, thank you, Sally. And we also have several people from a group called Represent Us, who live in Seattle and on the East Coast. So we have 3 members of the board of this organization. Represent Us is a group that's been working all across the country to bring civility and integrity back into the political process. And they've been helping people do city and state initiatives. And because of some of their work, and Kendrick said, this is a good group. These people are honest, they're really doing something real. And so what we were reading, we could have trust in that. And 3 of the board members are here tonight. I'm probably going to say your name wrong, Kulpreet Rana, and he was the first lawyer at Google, and he helped to build their legal department. He lives in Seattle. And John Devon is a social activist, and he's a leader in business and engineering at Microsoft, and was one of the guys that helped him build the Microsoft office. And he is interested in education and bringing civility back into government. And then the third person that's here is Mark Torrance, and Mark has a foundation that's helped over 100 nonprofits with ecological and education issues. And then we also have Josh Silver, who is from Massachusetts, and he's the executive director of Represent Us. And they came down tonight to join us. And our beautiful city, I want you guys to know it if you guys can come on. For us tonight. And he's going to talk about the watershed in America. We have become very divided in this country. And this presidential campaign is probably the bellwether of the craziness of what is going on and how divided we are, both between Republicans and Democrats and Tea Party and Independents and everybody else, and within the parties. We have the craziness of the one extreme with Bernie and the other extreme with Trump, and one even the mid extremes with Trump and all of the election stuff. He's not going to talk about the candidates tonight. We hear enough about that every day. He's going to do an MRI of America. What's going on? Why are we having this kind of struggle? What are we going to do about it before we lose everything that we believe in? Hedrick has been around for many, many years. Early 60s. He's a veteran war like I am. So we speak together. He has been a Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter for the New York Times for his international reporting of the Soviet Union way back in the early 60s. He covered Watergate, he covered Vietnam. He was out there in the places where the wars and the government upheavals were going on, listening and learning as a reporter. He's also a writer. He's had 5 great books that he's written. My favorite is True Story of American Dream, but there are others that are in the panoply of what he's done. He's had I won't give you the list. You can read it on what we did to advertise. The man has been around, and he has seen and thought about America and what we stand for and what is going on in the real world out there and what is dividing us and how we take it back. So I am delighted. You've already heard we're going to do some book signings after. So by the way, I have some cards from the UWT bookstore. Sebastian's gave me his cards. So if you don't get a book tonight and you want to order one, then order it. It'll be a little more expensive than our reduced deal tonight, but it'll still be a book. But I really am tremendously proud and excited to have someone that I now consider a friend. He's here with his beautiful wife, Susan, who is just as cool as he is, by the way. He made it from the airport today. It was a very day. The Eagles were with us, and we met here on time. And their granddaughter is going to be here at the University of Wisconsin. She has been accepted, and she is invited to come here. Did he use the one he has?
Yes. This is all right, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Terry. That was lovely. I appreciate it. Appreciate the ride into town. I appreciate the salad you made and gave me in the car, and the energy bars that you provided, and the wine that sits at the apartment when we get home. But let me just pick up on the last point that Terry made. We feel enormously at home here in Seattle. You have to understand that my wife, excuse me, Seattle, Tacoma. I'm a Pierce County guy at heart, just to straighten it out. Our daughter and her children have been living in West Seattle for 30 years. We've been coming out here for a long time. We have a home on Orcas Island, so we come out here every summer on Orcas Island. And then we found out this news just the other day that our granddaughter, Naomi, is going to come to the University of Puget Sound. So we said to Terry, is there any way you could arrange so we could see the campus at University of Puget Sound? And she said, I got it taped. I got it. It's all taken care of. And so we walk in, and we're bowled over this evening to look at this this lovely campus here, and to feel so much at home. So thank you so much. We're among you. Now, Ronnie Bush's husband told me that he remembers seeing me on television from Washington Week in Review with Paul Duke. Is there anybody else in the room that remembers that show? Yes. All right. So I've got another detour. I'm going to tell you. For those of you who didn't watch the show, there were 4 of us sitting around the table, and the moderator was Paul Duke, and he sat at the head of the table. And then each one of us in turn would lead the discussion. And maybe I'd cover the White House, and Al Hunt would cover Congress, or Haynes Johnson would do it, or Jack Nelson of the Los Angeles Times would be talking about the Justice Department. And inevitably, in the number 4 seat, a guy named Charlie McDowell from the Richmond Times-Dispatch, who had this kind of southern, soft, mush-mouth kind of Dixie accent. And he did features. He did other stories that people weren't covering so much. And the way the program works is people would ask questions to the person who was leading the discussion, which occasioned a letter from a couple in Upper New York State. It was a very short letter, and the first sentence said, because McDowell is asking a lot of questions of other people, right? All through the program until he gets to lead the discussion. It says, Dear Mr. McDowell, it seems as though you don't quite understand what the others are talking about. And the second sentence said, neither do we. And the third sentence said, so it's a comfort to have you there. Kind of show it was. Very good friends, very informal. We learned a lot. I'm going to pick up from something Terry said and from what we saw last night in Indiana and the election. But as Terry said, I don't want to talk about the horse race. Enough of these melodramatic scenarios from the press about delegate counts or convention scenarios or whatever. I'm interested in the election as an MRI on America and what it tells us about our country. Because to me, Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump are canaries in the coal mine. Wish they were in the gold mine, don't you? They're in the coal mine. And what they're telling us is what's amiss in America. They're telling us how many people are upset. Do you know that in the primaries together, they've accumulated 20 million votes, roughly 10 million for Trump and a little bit over 9 million for Bernie Sanders. And what they've done is they have changed the axis of the normal political campaign. As Terry said, we normally think of campaigns as left, right, Republican versus Democrat, conservative versus liberal. This election is about bottom up. This is an up-down election. In both parties, we haven't had an election like this at least since 1968 and maybe before. This election shows us a mutiny going on against the power elite in both political parties. This election is about inequality. It's not just about inequality of income. It's about inequality of power. It's about inequality of access to influence in Washington. It's about the inability of some people to affect the agenda of the nation and other people to be able to dominate the agenda of the nation, largely through political money. It's about inequality of who wins and loses from international trade agreements. It's about inequality of who gets listened to in Washington. There's a Princeton professor named Marty Gillens who with his colleagues did a study of over 2,000 votes in Congress over 10 years. And they literally were able to document by checking opinion polls of mass public opinion of the middle class and opinions on issues of the elite, particularly the top 5% and often the top 1 or 2%. And what they found was absolutely what you know in your gut, and that is members of Congress, members of the Senate in this case, repeatedly listened to and paid attention to and followed the influence and advice and dictates of the top 1 or 2%, and the opinions of the middle did not matter. If the middle agreed with the top, then they went together. But if they disagreed, the Senate always went with the top. Now, when we're talking about a broken political system, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. We're talking about a frustration in this country of masses of people, including people in this room, who feel shut out and not listened to in the political process. It isn't just the mechanics of politics, whether or not you vote and whether or not you've got as much money as the next person to contribute to a candidate. It is whether or not our voices are being heard across the country. If you look at the opinion polls, to me the opinion polls that really matter are not the ones that said Obama's rating's low, although actually Obama's rating is coming up, or the rating of the Republicans in Congress is low, or the rating of this or that candidate is low, or by the way, the rating of the media is abysmal, and the rating of lawyers is bad, and the rating of lobbyists is bad. The ratings that really matter are the ones that tell us what Americans think about their political system. Confidence in our political system today is at its lowest point in 40 years. We have all kinds of opinion polls that tell us 75, 80% of the people say in poll after poll after poll, the system is broken. The lobbyists have too much influence. Money matters too much. There's too much money going to the top 1 or 2%. The economy is not fair. The numbers are staggering. But the number that jolted me the most of all the polls that I've read in the last couple of years, and I've read a lot of polls, is a poll that said that 60% of the American people believe that this country is in decline. Another poll actually showed 63%. The country is in decline. We're not talking about this election's going to turn out bad. We're not talking about which candidate's going to win. We're not talking about when's the next economic downturn going to come. We're talking about whether or not this country has seen its best days and whether or not we and our generations are going to turn over a country in worse shape to our kids and our grandchildren. And they're going to have a much harder time than we are. And lots of us know. And the verdict from the American people is 60 to 63%. John Gardner, who was a Republican who served in the cabinet of Lyndon Johnson and then went on to found Common Cause, said several years ago, before he died and before the 2008 economic downturn, we are walking the edge of a precipice here. Civilizations die of disenchantment. Civilizations die of disenchantment. If enough people lose faith in their society, the whole thing begins to fall apart. Now, you're very quiet at the moment, and my suggestion is that this thought is penetrating your mind, and you are saying, along with me, that does sound like what I'm feeling and seeing around you. When we think of Washington, we think of gridlock, we think of governments being shut down, we think of the inability of the Congress to settle any issue, immigration, climate change, education, healthcare, you name it. Can't get anything done because there are structural problems in our political system, and unless we fix the system, we're not going to be able to get those problems addressed, let alone solved. When I think of Washington, to give you a lighter moment for a moment here, I'm reminded of one of my favorite cartoons in Peanuts. It's the one where Lucy has a card table set up in the backyard. It says psychiatry 1 cent. Well, you know who walks up and puts down his penny? Charlie Brown. And she says, Charlie, before I can give you advice, I need to have you think of life as a voyage on a great ocean liner. Now, there's some people, and they take their deck chairs up to the bow and they look into the future to see where they're going. And there are other people, and they take their deck chairs back to the stern to look back to see where they've come from. which group do you belong to? Charlie thought for a moment, scratched his head, and he said, you know, Lucy, I'm having trouble getting my chair unfolded. All right, so I mean, when we think of Washington, they're having a lot of trouble getting their chairs unfolded. But it's not a joke. We can laugh about it. We need to laugh about it because it's so painful to us. It's deeply, deeply troubling. We're a divided society. We're divided by money. That's pretty clear. The 99%, the 1%, Main Street, Wall Street, Joe Sixpack, the royalty of corporations. We're divided by power. We just talked about that. We're divided by whom we trust. Think about what's just happened in the primary season. Several governors who were election tested, who supposedly knew how to connect with the voters and who knew how to run governments in one state or another. New Jersey, Florida, Texas, you know, on, Louisiana, you name it. Tossed out. Their experience didn't matter. Guy comes in with no political experience at all, who says a whole lot of really, truly outrageous things, and he generates trust. We need to figure out why. We need to understand why, and I'll get to that in a moment. And on the other side, 73-year-old guy who's a democratic socialist. The word socialist is supposed to be anathema, it's supposed to be a poison pill in this country. And he generates a prairie fire across this country. Why? People believe he is authentic. Even people who disagree with him or think maybe his idealism is exaggerated and his programs can't be paid for are responding to him because they think he's genuine, and they suspect his rival, whatever you think of her and her policies, is too much part of the system. And even people who are going to, in the end, vote for her are going to say, I wish she had that authenticity, that genuineness. We want to connect again with politicians who tell it like it is. And that is one reason. There is a group of people in this country who feel not only disenchanted but dispossessed, who hear Donald Trump talking about their plight. So to them, he's authentic. To them, they've lost out on the trade agreements. They've lost their jobs. They've seen their factories shut down. They've seen their communities shrink. They've seen their school systems not be able to afford new bond issues. And they're angry and they're lashing out. And you can say, well, that's not practical, and what he's talking about won't work, and he doesn't know what he's doing in terms of policy, but he is touching a deep nerve in this society. He and Sanders have tapped into what is churning in the belly of America. And what is churning is this issue of inequality. Now, the question we need to talk about and think about, if we're going to do something about this, is to understand how did we get here? And then what are we going to do about it? And I believe there are things we can do about it. This is going to sound tough, but it's going to end up on the upside. You know, the standard story about America, and you get it right away if you read the op-ed pieces and you listen to the establishment spokesman about responding to Trump on the issue, or to Sanders on the issue of international trade agreements. Look, this is globalization. This is the impersonal forces of economics. This is modernization. This is technology. There's nothing you can do about it. Middle-class Americans, suck it up, adjust, and go learn a new skill, go get a new career, go buy a new home, go work out something new. And there is some truth to that. But the dangerous thing about that is it's a half-truth. It only tells part of the story. And what it does is it ignores the decisions we made in our society, both in the private sector and in the public sector, about what to do with our resources, how to carve up the pie, and how we were going to run the economy. And that had an enormous, devastating impact on this country. I call it wedge economics. But we need to go back a little bit before that, to that ancient time, back when Demosthenes and I graduated from college, back in the 1950s. And I remember that we had reasonably widely shared prosperity. And I remember that we had a political system that worked. Yeah, the Democrats and the Republicans fought like hell over the White House and over Congress, and there were filibusters and stuff like that. But they passed budgets, they passed Medicare and Medicaid, we sent somebody to the moon, we built a national highway system, on and on and on. Across party lines. They actually have, the political scientists have actually mapped the voting patterns in Congress. I can't do this because I'm holding a mic, but imagine here for a minute. Two patterns, and they overlapped. People from one party were voting to the left of people in the other party. People in the other party were voting to the right. And over the last 30 or 40 years, those two Rorschach dots, patterns, have separated. We now have a white gulf between them. Okay, so I went back to that earlier period. I thought, you know, I remember that shared prosperity, and I remember that politics worked. And then I said, Smith, you're white-haired. And people who are white-haired have a tendency to say to other people, listen, son, if you just go back and do it the way we did it when we were young, you're going to be all right. You know, everything was just hunky-dory back then. You just got to just do it the way we did it, and you're going to be okay. So I thought I'd better go check, being a reporter. So I went back, and I took a look at some basic facts. The productivity of the American workforce, and productivity is the engine that drives higher profits, higher growth, and a higher standard of living. The productivity of the American workforce from 1945 to the late 1970s went up about 97%. And the median hourly pay and benefits of the average worker went up 95%. 97%, 95%. Dollar for dollar, the success of the American economy, its growth, its efficiency, the profits of the great corporations were being passed through to the people right at the waistline, right in the middle of the American economy. Economists like to cut us up into quintiles, top 20%, second 20%, all the way down to the bottom 20%. If you look over that 30, 35-year period, the average income in families in all of those quintiles moved up together over that period. In fact, the bottom two quintiles moved up just a little bit faster than the ones at the top. Now, I'm not suggesting for a moment we didn't have economic problems, that we didn't have poverty, that we didn't have inequality. Charlie Wilson, who ran General Motors, the greatest corporation in the world at that time, made 30, 35 times as much as the average worker in General Motors, but they were within shouting distance of each other. So the next question, how did they do it? That's not what's going on today. Fortune 500 CEOs are making 300 times what the average worker is making. Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, about 3 years ago took home $139 million, 4,263 times what an average Apple worker makes. And if you've ever gone into an Apple store, those are all bright college kids, right? We're not talking about poverty level wages. So he made 4,000 times that. Unbelievable compared with what was going on back in the 1950s. So what was happening? Two things are important. Two things in history are always important. Don't ever forget it. Ideas and power. Ideas and power. The idea that drove the shared prosperity of our earlier period of American capitalism. We're not talking socialism, not talking communism, we're talking American capitalism. Was the belief on the part of the business leaders, the CEOs of the biggest companies in America, that their moral obligation, their social obligation, and smart business and smart economics was to pay their workers well, to balance the economic interests of all the stakeholders in the corporation, the owners, the managers, the employees, the communities in which they operated, the banks that loaned the money, the customers that bought their products, the suppliers that served them. The CEO was like the hub of a wheel in which the spokes all went out to these other interests. And you can read their quotes, they're amazing. In fact, the Business Roundtable even put out a resolution in the early 1970s saying almost exactly what I just said. So that idea was important. And the whole idea was that if you paid tens of millions of American workers and their families, workers of all kinds, accountants and artists, as well as assembly line workers and carpenters and plumbers and people who worked in a restaurant, if you paid them well, they'd go out and spend their money. Americans don't save basically except for homes. In the best of times, Americans save, they spend about 95% of their money, and when we have a downturn, we spend about 105% of our money. Right? So we don't save a lot. We spend it, but that's what drives the economy. Economists call that the virtuous circle of growth. Pay people well, they go out and shop enormous, robust consumer demand that pushes the suppliers to put out more output, hire more people, build more plants, buy more equipment, and the cycle goes on. That's what drove the American economy and made the middle class in America the envy of the world through that long period after World War II. The job creators, which people love to talk about in Congress, the job creators are not the 1%. The job creators are, in fact, the people in this room and your families. This economy doesn't work, and one of the reasons this economy is so weak is the middle class is being paid poorly, and there isn't enough demand. We don't have a capital shortage, but I'll get to that in a minute. All right, so the idea of stakeholder capitalism was critical to the success of the American economy. And the other thing that was important was power. Power. What do I mean by power? If you go back and look in the 1960s, and my first experience was meeting John Lewis at the sit-ins in Nashville, Tennessee in 1960, so you can figure out about how old I am at that point right now. But then Martin Luther King in Birmingham, Alabama, and the March on Washington, the Civil Rights Movement was about expanding American democracy, opening up the political process, bringing more people into the economy. And then there was a women's movement. Betty Friedan wrote The Feminine Mystique 51 years ago. Women started going braless. Most of us men didn't know what to do. We were a little bit excited. We were a little embarrassed. We didn't quite, right? They were saying, notice us. It's a bum break you're giving us. Pay attention to us. Give us a fair shake. Today we're not there. We're at 80 cents or 82 cents on the dollar, but we're a lot better off than we are. And we have women CEOs, and we got women in the Senate, we got women in the Congress. It's changed a lot, but there was a women's revolution. And then there was a consumer revolution. Remember, Ralph Nader wrote that book, Unsafe at Any Speed. Yeah. Detroit, can you believe it? Detroit was making cars, he said, that had mechanical defects that were causing accidents that were killing people. I read the headline in the New York Times business section today, and it said regulators were requiring Takata to call back 35 million more cars because the airbags they had were exploding and the shrapnel was killing drivers. So we still got the problem. But what Nader did was he fired a consumer movement. And women got involved. And they said, God, I picked up this soap box or this cereal box, and it's bigger this month than it was last month, but it doesn't feel as heavy. How about weighing it for me? How about telling me what's in it? You know, if you go to the grocery store today or the drugstore today and you pick up a product and you roll it over on its back and you say, what's in it? Do I want to put this in my mouth? Do I want to feed it to my family? Do I want to put it on my face? You can thank the consumer movement of the 1970s. They put so much heat on Washington that it got written into law that you had to label and describe the contents of packages. Just think about that for a minute, because we're going to get to citizens' power in 2016. So remember, citizens' power in the civil rights movement, citizens' power in the women's movement, citizens' power in the consumer movement. This gorgeous green state of Washington. We just passed Earth Day. Did you notice? Yes. You noticed. Were there a lot of people out for Earth Day here in Washington, April 26th? How many? Several thousand? 20,000? 100,000? Do you know how many people demonstrated on Earth Day in 1970? 20 million. 20 million Americans went into the street, went to shopping malls, came to college campuses, went to radio and television stations to have talkathons. And do you know what happened? Within 1 year, 12 months, Congress passed 7 major pieces of environmental legislation. Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, Safe Drinking Water Act, Anti-Toxic Substances Act, on and on and on. Bill Ruckelshaus is your neighbor up in Seattle, happens to be a friend of ours. And I asked him at one point, he was the first head of the Environmental Protection Agency, appointed by Richard Nixon. I said, Bill, did I miss something? Was Nixon a closet greenie? Yeah, I mean, he signed this legislation. He said, Rick, he said, I got to tell you, in all the years I worked for Nixon, never once did he ask me, Bill, is it really bad out there? Is it really true that if you put your arm into the Potomac River and you pull it out, it gets covered with slime because of the nitrogen and the phosphorus pollution? He said, the only thing he said to me, you're going to love this, he said, the only thing he said to me was, Bill, when you get over there, don't let those bureaucrats at EPA capture you. EPA. Nixon was the only, he founded the EPA. He was the only person, thank you for your laughter, he was the only person in Washington who thought the acronym for the EPA was EPA. So I said to Ruckelshaus, so why did he sign all that legislation? Now, he didn't sign the Clean Water Act. That got passed over his veto, but he signed all the rest. He said he was a practical politician. He said the people demanded it. We had to respond in government. By the way, if you go back and look at those environmental votes, you won't believe them. I mean, in the Senate, they're like 89-7, 93-2. It's bipartisan all across the board. I mean, the public spoke, and I want to tell you, the politicians said, yes, okay, we'll do it, okay? It's important to remember that, because we have the feeling today that it's the other way around, that we cannot influence them. And my thesis to you tonight is that we can. I'm trying to lay the case for you right now, okay? So you got the women's movement, the environmental movement, the black movement, a strong labor movement. Really strong bargaining with the big companies, General Motors, U.S. Steel, and so forth, to set up reasonably rising pay levels during the life of a 5-year contract, health benefits, retirement benefits. Do you know that in 1980, 84% of the workers who worked for any company that had 100 employees had a lifetime pension? Do you understand the difference between that and the 401k? The 401k is you got to finance it with a bit of a kick-in from your employer, and I hope you have a happy landing, pal, right? And a lifetime pension is the employer is sending you a check every month from the day you retire until you get carried out in a casket. Big difference. The shift from that to 401k programs, you know what it costs? Hundreds of billions of dollars to average people every year. We went from a time when Americans were paying 11% of the retirement costs, and companies were paying 89%, to a point where today people are paying 51% of the costs, and the companies are paying 49%. Huge shift. I wrote this book, Who Stole the American Dream? You just saw that sucking sound. The American dream just went flipping out on that issue alone. Housing, wages, all kinds of other stuff to add to that. But my point here is that citizen power had an enormous impact, and not just on those specific policies. There was a demand, a general demand from the public that the economy be fair, that the tops, the peaks of the economy be cut off, and the bottom of the economy be lifted. Under Dwight Eisenhower in the 1950s, do you know what the maximum marginal tax rate was? 92%. The richest people, somebody made $1 million more, they paid $920,000 of that to Uncle Sam, and they kept $80,000. The answer today is if you did that, the economy would come to a dead halt. Not true. In fact, the growth during that period was faster than the growth is now with lower tax rates. And I'll give you the numbers in just a minute. It gets dropped to 77% under Kennedy. In the 20 years when we had tax rates from 77% and up, the average annual growth rate was over 3%. Went up to 5%, down to minus 1.8. It bounced all around, but it was average 3 to 3.1%. Dropped the tax rate to 35% under Reagan, bring it forward to Obama and Bush. Notice I'm giving you Democrats and Republicans in both periods, got nothing to do with the parties, has to do with the thinking, the prevailing thinking at that time, and the exercise of power. The growth rate in the 2000 period was 1% a year. So it was 3 times faster with a higher tax rate, okay? So what was going, and the minimum wage was raised, the minimum wage, the floor under which people worked, was raised almost every 3 or 4 years with large bipartisan votes. Not as high as the environmental stuff, but well over 70 votes in the Senate and the same kind of vote in the House, okay? So we were getting a lift at the bottom, and we were getting the tops of the peaks cut off. That's what we had. We had citizen power, and we had the notion of stakeholder capitalism, and we had the best growth rates of our history, our modern history. We had a middle class that did very well and that shared in the prosperity. So what changed it? 2 things changed: ideas and power. We went from stakeholder capitalism to shareholder capitalism. Milton Friedman, a Chicago University economist who won the Nobel Prize, wrote in a book called Capitalism and Freedom in 1961 that the only job, the only mission of the CEO was to maximize return to shareholders. Forget all the other stakeholders. If you have to take care of them in order to get good share results, fine, but you just focus on your shareholders. And that's exactly what business began to do. It took quite a while. It wasn't until the 1980s that business schools at Harvard, at Stanford, probably at UW, certainly at the University of Pennsylvania, Yale, all around the country, began to teach Friedmanism, and with the added idea that you paid CEOs in shares of stock because that would make them think more like stockholders. And there are a lot of myths in that, but it led to an enormous explosion of salaries. If you take the period and what I call wedge economics, a wedge is driven when you start living with shareholder capitalism between the growth of the economy, the growth of productivity, and the growth of the living standard of the middle class. From 1978 or 9 until 2012 or so, the productivity of the American workforce rose about 80%, and the median hourly pay and benefits of the average worker went up about 10%, and mainly because more women went to work. 80 and 10 versus 95 and 97. Enormous difference, huge wedge. An economist named Kruger, Alan Kruger from Princeton, and some Emmanuel Saiz down at UC Berkeley did some studies on income and taxes. And what they discovered is really interesting. From 1979 until 2013, 84% of the entire nation's growth in income, the whole gain of the entire country, 84% of it went to the top 1%. Now, when I first heard the bumper sticker slogan, 99% and 1%, I thought that is a really clever political slogan. Fits on a bumper sticker. It's really smart, but it's an exaggeration, I'm sure. It can't be that bad. And then I got these numbers. Well, do the arithmetic. Take 84 away from 100%, it means the rest of us, the other 99%, got 16% of the total growth in the American income in over 32 years. 84% versus 16%, do the arithmetic fast. It means the top 1% got 5 times as much as the entire rest of the country. It is the 99% and 1%. That is an accurate economic statistic. Unbelievable. So that's what's going on in the private sector. And in the public sector, you get a political revolt. What goes on? There's a fascinating story that I have to say I'm embarrassed not to have known about, because I ran the Washington Bureau of the New York Times back in the late 1970s, was the chief correspondent there through the 80s and so forth. I didn't know a guy named Lewis Powell, who was a famous corporate attorney, a very close friend of people at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, wrote a memo. And he said, what's going on in American business is terrible. Private enterprise is being destroyed. It's being destroyed by the women's movement, by the civil rights movement, by the labor movement, by all these movements that are hemming in the CEOs and cutting into the profits of American corporations. And we, the business leaders, have got to fight back. He was a famous corporate attorney. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce spread the word around. They passed his letter around privately. None of us in the media ever knew about it for another 20 or 30 years. And what happened was dramatic. At the time Powell wrote his memo in 1971, there were only 175 companies that even had offices in Washington. 8 years later, before Ronald Reagan is elected, there are 2,425. It goes from 175 to over 2,400. There are 9,000 registered corporate lobbyists by 1980. There are 50,000 people working for corporate trade associations. The National Association of Manufacturers has moved its headquarters from Chicago to Washington. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce has doubled its staff and tripled its budget. One thing after another. And suddenly there is what I call Powell's Army, which is taking on the issues I just mentioned. The minimum wage from 1980 onward doesn't get raised. Today it is now 33% below where it was in 1968, adjusted for inflation. Okay, the tax rates eventually come down. The tax cuts actually began under Carter. The real change in American policy, to my astonishment, began under Carter in 1978, with the Democrats in control of both houses of Congress, because Powell's lobbying army began to go to work. They began to change business regulations. They began to change the tax code. And guess what else they did? 1978 was the year of the birth of the 401k plan. Now, the 401k plan was never intended to be a retirement program for the nation. It was actually a tax shelter for deferred executive income from profit sharing of New York banks and Xerox and Kodak. Stop and think about it. If you were going to unveil a really important national reform, would you call it 401k? No. The reason it's called 401k is because it's in the tax code in paragraph 401, subparagraph K. You can't see me anymore, can you? So the point was it was slipped in, and then it began to be changed over the years. This is what began. The tax cuts under Reagan accelerated the process. They added $1 trillion to the wealth of the top 1% every decade. $1 trillion in the 80s, $1 trillion in the 90s, $1 trillion in the 2000s. And the tax cuts under George W. Bush added another $1 trillion, $4 trillion. So we're having this enormous public policy change, and meanwhile the minimum wage is not coming up. So the mountains at the top are getting higher, and the floor at the bottom is getting lower. And we are not active as a people in the way that we were before. So now we get to today. What do we do about it? We got to go change our ideas, and we got to change power. And that's one of the reasons why Josh Silver and his bunch from Represent Us are here. It's one of the reasons why you have a resolution and a referendum coming up on your ballot.
1464.
We got Initiative 1464 over here. Then there's Initiative 725, 735, which is calling for an amendment to the U.S. Constitution to roll back Citizens United. What is going on in this campaign, and what I believe Sanders in particular, but also Trump represent, is a mutiny and an upheaval against these unequal conditions that I've been talking about, that I've been describing to you. People don't necessarily understand all the details that I've laid out for you, but people know we've got an economy that's unfair, and we've got a political system that's unfair, and it is starting to dawn on people seriously. Washington's not, I mean the other Washington, Washington's not going to fix it. Well, if Washington's not going to fix it, who is it up to? It's up to us. We have to go back to the same frame of mind that the people who ran the women's movement and the environmental movement and the consumers movement and the civil rights movement had in the 1960s and 1970s. We are going to have to be the agents of change. We're going to have to initiate it. And the great thing that's going on is this is happening in this country. Gerrymandering is a huge problem. The tilting and the stacking and the creation of political monopolies. 85% of the districts in Congress are so gerrymandered, there's no competition. In some instances, the opposition party doesn't even bother to run a candidate. And both parties do it. It's just the Republicans are a heck of a lot better at it and control more state governments at the moment than the Democrats do. But listen to me. There are 25 states at the moment that are working on gerrymander reform. 25 states, Ronnie. I hope you know that. You should keep track of that. 25 states. Well, I know you're up there to tell me to stop, but you need to hear this. But you need to hear this. 25 states are doing that. 25 states have some form of public funding so that people can afford to run for Congress or run for the state legislature or run for the city council who wouldn't otherwise be able to do it. You've got an honest election system. Up in Seattle, it got voted in with democracy vouchers. The Represent Us,
Integrity Washington 1464.
Integrity Washington 1464 is doing the same kind of thing. Put $50, two $50 coupons in the hand of every voter, and start to counterbalance the weight of all this mega money coming into campaigns. Believe it or not, this is going on in South Dakota. Gerrymander reform is happening in Florida. There's a battle over public disclosure of dark money going on in Arizona. This is not just happening in the New Yorks and the Californias and the Massachusetts and Washington State. Washington State is way out front of lots of others. But you've still got more work to do. You've still got things you've got to do. And ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to recover America. Remember what our friend said, John Gardner. We're walking the edge of a precipice here. If enough people lose faith in their society, the whole thing begins to fall apart. We have to decide now, decide tonight, in this room. We have to decide whether or not we're going to do something about it, or whether or not we're going to say, I'm a little too busy, and there are other people who are taking care of it, and I don't have to worry about it. Or there's that other argument, Rick Smith, you're a nice guy, you're talking about lots of interesting ideas, but it's too far gone, isn't it? Let me share with you, and I'm going to share with my friend Josh Silver, one story about the grain arms salesman, the arms merchant, Alfred Nobel. People think it's too far. People think it's gone. Alfred Nobel was known as a merchant of death. He had a brother who was involved in the arts, and his brother was younger than he, but he died first. And the obituaries of his brother began to appear, and there was an obituary of Nobel's brother in Francois, one of the Paris newspapers. And it said, merchant of death dies, salesman for dynamite and all kinds of explosives. And a friend gave it to Alfred Nobel. And Nobel said, oh my God, they didn't write the obituary of my brother. That's my obituary. They've written my obituary by mistake. He said, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to him. And his friend said, Josh, no, this isn't the worst thing that's ever happened to you. This is the best thing that's ever happened to you because you can rewrite your own obituary. And after that, Nobel set up the Nobel Prizes, for which he is famous, and he became a positive influence. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not dead as a society. We've got lots of energy, lots of ingenuity. We don't need to write our own obituary, but whatever it is, we can rewrite it, but only if we get engaged, starting tonight. Thank you. Sure, absolutely. I'm just getting a, yeah, sure. I'm just getting a drink of water.
Okay, so if you stand
All right.
up, I'm going to get the Q&A people. You need to take that, okay?
Yeah. If you can raise your hand, I'll try to repeat your question. Throw whatever you want. I'm used to it.
Hands for questions? He's a Nobel, and he's a producer. I know my husband. Oh, Kit Evans. Good. Stand up and say it loud, please. Yell.
Great.
I can talk to this.
Yeah. No. They won't like. You know, you can take it over the whole evening. We don't know where you're going. No, I'm joking. Go right ahead.
My question is regarding the press and the media, because I have grave concerns that I really don't find even the New York Times is actually telling us what's going on, whether it be climate change or whether it be what's going on in Congress. I was in a march in 2007 against the war, and there had to be at least 35,000 people in D.C. The New York Times said there were about several thousand people instead of the 35,000. Just in this last week, about 1,400 people have had themselves arrested in the White House, and yet it's not appearing in the paper. And, you know, most people don't know that the United States is going to spend $1.1 trillion to improve our nuclear weapons. These are things that are not reported in the paper. And then the last thing I'll mention is the method of DRE machines, direct recording electronic device. Those are ways to steal elections whole. There's no accountability. Could you talk about the media?
Sure.
And
yeah.
The last question.
That's a great question. Let me broaden it from the issues you've talked about.
Two for TVW.
I'm sorry, you want me to repeat it?
You just give the gist for the people.
Oh, okay. Well, basically, you're saying, is the media doing its job, or is it falling down and letting us know about important things such as the size of demonstrations, what we're spending $1.1 trillion on upgrading our nuclear weapons, DREs, which are devices for
elections.
Which would electronic election machines, which are subject to all kinds of jiggering and the stealing of elections, so forth. Let me just say that my experience in writing this book, Who Stole the American Dream, really left me terribly disappointed in the American media and the mainstream media as well as fringe media. Basically, I believe we missed the most important economic and political story in America in 3 decades. It was not until Occupy that we actually began to cover inequality of income as a serious continuing trend. The difficulty with the press is it often gives you episodes. This such and such a factory closes down, the unemployment rate goes up or down. It gives you bits and pieces. But the only way, what I was trying to do tonight with my talk, is to put enough together so that you have a picture, so that you can understand what the flow is, what the tapestry of the story is, and what the patterns are. And I think this gentleman is absolutely correct. I don't believe there's any question that we have fallen down badly. I think, for example, the coverage of Donald Trump contributed to the rise of Donald Trump. This is a media that was fascinated by titillating scandal, outrageous remarks, and didn't bother to dig into whether or not the policies he was talking about could be afforded or were realistic or not. I don't quite agree with you that. My hunch is that most of the stuff you know about climate change, unless you're a member of the Union of Concerned Scientists, has been pretty well reported in the mainstream press. I mean, the reports that come out from the UN and various different scientific communities, committees and so forth, I think that's been given pretty good coverage. Individual stories, individual protests, I would agree with you. I actually was at those protests. It wasn't at the White House. It was actually at the Capitol steps. I happened to film it. I hope I'm going to make a PBS documentary, and so that it will get somehow into the mainstream media. But I think you're absolutely right. Part of the problem is, there's several problems. Number one, the mainstream media has lost an enormous number of people. And when you're short of staff, what you do is you scramble to cover events in a reactive way. And if you're actually going to get good coverage, it has to be proactive. The press has to be as enterprising, as imaginative, and as forward-looking as a smart business person, as a good scholar, as a good doctor, as a good teacher. It's the same in every field. And the shrinking of resources has been devastating, and the press is still on its heels. The 24/7 news cycle has left far too many, particularly younger editors, younger producers, thinking that they've got to get the most eyeballs in the next 3 or 4 hours. Damn the next 3 or 4 hours. What matters is the next 3 or 4 years, or maybe the next 30 or 40 years. And the only way we're going to get that kind of news is to really dig into it and take some time with it. And then finally, I think a lot of it is just sheer laziness and lemmingness. Lemmingness in the sense of following the crowd, and laziness, you know, the easiest thing to do if you are a reporter in the city is to go follow the fire engines or the cops to the nearest fire. And you get something that's going to get on the air, and it's relatively easy to follow, it's relatively easy to find the story, and it's relatively easy either to film it or report it or put it on the air. To actually find out whether or not there's some slum landlords who were violating the business code and maybe weren't living up to the construction standards, as in the case of those Bangladesh factories that collapsed and killed 1,100 textile workers, that takes weeks, that takes months to dig out. And that's where we're falling down. We're not doing that job that we should be doing. So, you know, I'm ready to, do I dare say in this nice audience, I'm willing to kick ass with the journalists just as much as I am with the politicians. Sure, yeah.
Hey, Jim, please speak up.
Okay, maybe not so short question, but we've been pretty much at war to some degree or another ever since Vietnam and possibly longer. We're always fighting somewhere in the world and so forth. And our Pentagon budget, our war machine, the whole military industrial complex runs a pretty large piece of America. What do you think the implications are of that long term? And can it be changed?
Yeah. All right. The question is basically, we spend a lot of money on the military, on defense. We've been engaged in wars almost continuously since Vietnam. What are the long-term implications of this? Okay. In Who Stole the American Dream, I have a chapter about a subject called military overstretch. It is one of the characteristics of a declining civilization. Notice I have a tendency to go these big generalizations. But if you look at 19th century Britain and 16th century Spain, and you can raise a question about 20th century America, it is almost always true that the ambitions of a great power which is peaking exceed the economic capacity of the country to support. We now have more than 1,000 military bases overseas. Okay, there was a point when we were involved in Afghanistan when the League of Mayors said, "How about building bridges in Kansas City instead of Kandahar?" Dwight Eisenhower was probably the president who was the clearest about the trade-off between expenditures on military exercises overseas versus building housing, building schools, getting more teachers. I mean, it's just amazing to read Eisenhower. He's famous, you know, for his warning about the military-industrial complex, but he's really articulate about what building 2 fewer cruisers would do for the urban city school systems in major American cities. He's very clear about it. There's no question that this has a cost for us domestically. The question is, do we need to be involved? And that's a very difficult issue. Number one, we have, although we have held ourselves up as a nation that never wants to build an empire, not like the Dutch or the Spanish or the French or the British or the Germans, right? We don't have colonies. Well, we did in Cuba, and well, we did in the Philippines. We tend to have clients, as in South Vietnam and South Korea and so forth. So we do it another way. We don't call them colonies. But we do have to raise the question that you've just raised. What's the choice here? Now, we've got a really difficult situation when we're dealing with ISIS and when we're dealing with militant Islam. We've got a different situation when we find we're up against an enemy that is capable of reaching into our civilian population, and we're no longer protected by the Atlantic and the Pacific. We have a particularly dangerous situation when there's a possibility of miniaturizing nuclear weapons and using biological weapons in water systems and using cyber warfare. So I think that I think we got to be very careful about not disengaging from the world when we face those kinds of threats. But that doesn't necessarily mean we have to put out every fire that we spot in every country, and we have that tendency. But this is something that needs to be debated, and my hunch is at least this issue is probably going to be debated in the general election this year. But it's a very difficult issue. But I couldn't agree with you more with the implication of your question. Isn't there less we could do? And aren't there ways in which we could have a, quote, peace dividend, which could be used domestically? I think the answer is yes, and one place we could use it in terms of what we could do for jobs, for American competitiveness, for the next generation. We have a transportation system in this country which is woefully out of date. The highway system was completed under Dwight Eisenhower in the 1950s. That means it's over a half century old. I mean, most infrastructure projects don't last that long. If you go to the port, of Seattle, of Tacoma, of San Francisco, of Long Beach, and then you go to the port of Shenzhen in southern China, you will understand how far behind we were. When I went to Shenzhen the first time, this is across Kowloon Bay from Hong Kong, there was no modern port of Shenzhen. It didn't exist. It was a pile of rocks. When I went back with Susan, my wife, by the way, would you give my wife a hand? One of the ways... Some people have asked me, how the heck do you keep going? How do you keep alive? How do you keep this interested? I got to tell you, I got to chase this young lady all around the world, and everywhere we go, she's got more questions than I do, and I can't keep up with it. She's a journalist at heart and a wonderful person. But if you go to the port of Shenzhen, it's more modern than all of our ports. It's been totally built in the last 10 to 12 years. If you go to the high-speed rail in Japan on the Shinkansen from Tokyo to Kyoto, for 200 miles an hour, the glass of water barely wiggles. When I take Amtrak from Washington to New York, I want to try to do a little bit of work on my computer, my typos go up about 100 times. I mean, I'm lurching all over the place. I mean, it's crazy. Do you know it takes longer to move a freight train through the bottleneck of Chicago than it does to drive it 2,000 miles from LA to Chicago? And the containers unloaded from Latin America in Miami and headed from New York can't go through the Baltimore tunnels underneath the Chesapeake Bay. They got to take a much longer route around. They're just things like this all over the place. They're numbers, and I think I've got some in my book, about how many millions, maybe billions of hours we collectively waste because of potholes in our highways and our roadways. So we could be creating jobs, we could be modernizing our economy, and we could be giving a much better competitive prospect to our industry and to our young people if we would invest. But we can't get to the point of investing because we're gridlocked in this crazy political system we have. We got to go back and deal with that. Okay?
Okay, we have one more question, and before I do that, I want to thank you, Pedrick Smith, for coming this evening. It's been a pure pleasure. We have one more question from Senator Debbie Regala, retired.
Oh, we haven't had anybody from this end of the room. We got to do two. Can we do two? I'm sorry. You mind asking the question? I'm sorry. I'm playing the rules.
I got to ask this last. It's a simple yes/no answer. So
There never is a simple yes no answer.
This one first.
No,
and
no, I'm not doing that. This is not your show. This is mine.
All right.
No. Go ahead. Belt it out. Belt it out.
I'd like permission to ask people to sign, to get signatures so we can get this on the ballot. The Washington State Government Fair Accountability Act. We're short in signatures. You'll be able to sign them. That's all I'm asking for.
And I want to say, you don't need that. Let's do it, folks. This is what I've been talking about. These people are here to get something done. I said it's got to start tonight. He's giving you the thing to start tonight with. Let's go do it. It needs to be done. It'll help.
Regala has been an advocate for the 27th for many years. Debbie, your question, and then we're going to go to signing the book.
Okay, so this goes to, I believe that the freedom of the press is so that you'll keep us educated, and I don't feel that they have done a very good job. But I'm happy to have this many people here tonight to hear about what you have to say, and also that there's an initiative out there we can sign. But my question is, you made a statement earlier that 63% of the people in our country feel we're in decline. But I think so my question is, I want more information about what that means. I think one of the things that happens in the press today is they give, as you said too, a very broad comment, and then there's no follow-up. And to me, when you say my country's in decline, that may mean one thing to me, it may mean one thing to someone else over there and someone else over there, and we lump it all together and say we all believe we're in decline, but we don't tease out what does that mean. How can we not be in decline and solve those problems if we don't know the various ramifications of what people think decline means?
I think that's a very good point. But you're not going to get that from one question. And what I did give you was a number of other numbers. I said the confidence in the American political system was at the lowest point in 40 years. I said that there are repeated polls that show 85% of the people say the American political system is broken, that lobbyists have too much power, that the concentration of wealth is too great. These numbers range from 75%. You know, they're polls that date back now 15 years. Those are the kinds of judgments that lie behind that. The specific poll that asked the question said, do you believe the United States is rising about the same as it was 20 years ago or in decline? So the choices were those three for the people who answered that poll, and 60% said they thought it was in decline. They didn't describe it any further, but I think contextually, as a matter of fact, my entire talk tonight has been the context and the content of what people mean by it's being in decline. The fact that Bernie Sanders has gotten 9+ million votes, that Donald Trump has got 10+ million votes. When they're pitching into the notion, Bernie's saying we got to fix the political system, Wall Street has got too much power and influence. Donald Trump is saying we've got an economy and a political system is rigged. I mean, he uses the words rigged. I mean, I think what you're getting is a public resonance with statements like that. And you put the picture together by connecting the dots. You don't get the picture. I couldn't agree with you more. You don't get the picture from one dot. But it is a striking dot. I mean, it's so easy for people to say about the same, or we're better off than we used to be. It is really striking when you get that other judgment. And my point was not sort of to dwell on the decline, but to suggest that there is a public mood of alarm and concern out there that we need to address. It's not the number. That number was part of a narrative that I gave you. It was part of a tapestry that I was laying out for you. And I think that's what people either feel as though they connect with and it resonates with them. And then people have to make up their minds whether or not we are going to do something about it. My belief is as long as we talk about our political situation and our economic situation in this country and we say they've got to fix it, it's not going to happen. We have to change the pronoun from the third person to the first person. We have to say, I've got to do it, we've got to do it, our community's got to do it. We have to take ownership. It is not going to be done by the people in the system who are actually benefiting from the system the way it is. It's only going to be done by those of us who are not feeling comfortable with where this country is going and how power is being exercised and in whose benefit. So I wish you well. Thank you.
TVW, for more than 20 years, bringing you gavel-to-gavel coverage of Washington state government. The decisions our state leaders make in Olympia play a big part in what's happening here. And here, and here. Our team works hard to give you balanced, in-depth political news stories and interviews you won't find anywhere else. That way, you'll have an unfiltered understanding of what's happening in state government and how it impacts you. Join us each week for The Impact on TVW.
TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
The Washington State Democratic Party meets in Tacoma June 17th through the 19th for its 2016 state convention. Watch the convention from candidate speeches to adoption of the party platform live online at tvw.org.
Support for TVW provided by Energy Northwest.
It starts with a fuel pellet. Gather enough of them together, and you can power a city the size of Seattle. Columbia Generating Station produces nearly 10% of the power generated in Washington. And because nuclear fuel prices are stable, nuclear energy continues to be a cost-effective source of electricity for Northwest ratepayers. We invite you to find out more about the benefits of nuclear energy at columbiavalue.com.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW.
Along the Idaho border is Washington's 4th legislative district, covering the cities of Spokane Valley, Millwood, and Liberty Lake, as well as the communities of Colbert and Green Bluff. The 4th is represented by Republican Representatives Bob McCaslin and Matt Shea, and Republican Senator Mike Patton. With a population of over 92,000 people, the city of Spokane Valley lies to the east of Spokane and is named for the valley carved by the Spokane River. The 4th District is a mecca for bike riders, with the 37-mile paved Centennial Trail running from the Idaho state line along the Spokane River. The river flows for more than 100 miles on its way to meet up with the Columbia. The Spokane Indians fished and lived along the banks of the Spokane River until the 19th century. The Spokane River today is a recreation destination in the 4th District, with dozens of entry points along the Spokane River Water Trail. Just east of Spokane Valley is the city of Liberty Lake, where more than 8,000 residents have their pick of 3 golf courses, making this area known as a golf destination. Liberty Lake itself is just outside of town, accessed by a public boat launch. Back in the 1920s, this lake was a resort destination with a popular amusement park that made it known as Spokane's inland seashore. Spokane County purchased 3,000 acres in the 1960s to create what is today the Liberty Lake Regional Park and a public swimming beach. While Liberty Lake lies at 2,000 feet elevation, another landmark in this district reaches much higher. Mount Spokane is the highest point in Spokane County at 5,800 feet. It's found within the sprawling 14,000-acre Mount Spokane State Park. The 4th District is also home to one of Washington's most scenic wineries. Arborcrest Wine Cellars is headquartered in the historic Cliff House Estate, built in 1924 on a basalt rock cliff above the Spokane River. Visitors come here for summer concerts, wine tasting, and sprawling views of the estate's vineyards and surrounding Spokane Valley. Washington's 4th District, one of TVW's many stops on this Washington road trip.
Support for Washington Road Trip provided by the Washington Association of Realtors.
You have to write out of your gut.
My work has always had elements of comedy.
If I read a review that's a bad review and they point out what's wrong with the book, sometimes I laugh and think, do you guys think I didn't know that?
The key for me is just to get out of my own way.
Well, you know, I feel that every time I write a sentence, I'm at the end of this multi-generational journey.
I love reading books. I love writing books. I love everything about reading.
Support for TVW provided by...
According to the Federal Railroad Administration, railroad safety is at an all-time high in Washington and across the U.S. At BNSF Railway, we're committed to making it even safer. From investing billions in advanced safety technology and railway upgrades to training emergency crews in communities across the state, we're working to bring Washington's products to the world in a safer, more efficient way. BNSF Railway, connecting the Pacific Northwest since 1873.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW.
Hi, I'm Austin Jenkins, host of Inside Olympia. Join me each week as we delve into issues like education, transportation, and of course, elections. Inside Olympia premieres every Thursday at 7 and 10 p.m. on TVW.
The health of any democracy depends upon a robust media or fourth estate. For citizens, the media serves both as a watchdog of government and a window into it. In Washington, the Capitol Press Corps performs these crucial tasks. But how does the Capitol Press Corps function? What is its history and what challenges does it face? Former press corps member David Ammons is a longtime observer of Olympia.
I've been at the Capitol since 1971. I was with the Associated Press there for 37 years, so I've been here almost a third of statehood.
And current press corps member Austin Jenkins is well acquainted with the challenges of reporting at the state capitol.
I have for the last decade been the Olympia Capitol-based reporter for the Northwest News Network, which is a consortium of public radio or national public radio affiliate stations in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho.
What is the role of the State House reporter? And why is it important for Washington citizens to have a strong Capitol Press Corps?
The Capitol Press Corps is a crucial part of governing ourselves as people of Washington. It is an outside, independent voice that brings back to the people in the communities what's going on in Olympia.
My job is to really hold the public elected officials accountable. It is to help the public understand how their money is being spent so they can be informed voters and citizens. And it's also just to tell the story, the narrative of state government.
There are political parties, there are special interest groups, there are many players in Olympia, and most of them have a point of view. They're looking for something. They see the world through those eyes. And if you have independent observers, watchdogs, if you will, that is so important for the people of Washington.
We want the truth. Everybody has a story and their talking points. And our job as reporters is really to try to sort of chip away at that stuff to get to some central truth. It doesn't mean we just tell you how to think, but we give you enough information so you can make an informed decision.
The Capitol Press Corps consists of two parts. The first part is the residential press corps.
The press corps typically has a resident press corps of people who are stationed here all the time, year-round. They learn to understand the workings of government.
Jim Bruder. So what are the
and
options?
Cover big stories all year long.
The Seattle Times is here on a full-time basis. The Everett Herald, the Spokesman Review, the Associated Press, the Olympian, and the Tacoma News Tribune all have a full-time presence here in the Capitol. Public radio does as well. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It won't be in effect for this prom season, but by this time next year, all party bus operators in Washington will have to be registered with the state. I'm Austin Jenkins in Olympia.
There is also a visiting press corps that comes during the legislative sessions. That's a larger press corps, typically are sent by their newspapers or their television and radio stations to watch issues that are prominent in their listenership, readership area.
The Washington State Wire, there's Crosscut. Those are both online publications who have reporters who aren't in these press houses, but they're down here a lot and certainly full-time during the legislative session. Television has a presence in Olympia, but they're really mobile bureaus. In the old days, they actually used to have offices in the Capitol. So they'll come here when there is a story of interest, but they're not based here full-time.
For Jenkins, his job is to follow the money in state government.
We have a $30+ billion two-year budget here in the state of Washington. The legislature comes into town, they appropriate that money, and then it gets dispersed to state agencies that spend it. And they're supposed to be spending it on behalf of the citizens of the state. There are also times when that money is not spent as well as it could be. There are always debates about where it's spent. It's my job to sort of, as I say, be a bit of the cop on the beat.
A critical part of the job is covering statewide campaigns and elections.
Campaigns and elections is one of the most interesting parts of being a Capitol reporter, a political reporter. It's kind of what we all live for.
To understand what happens in Olympia the rest of the year, you absolutely have to understand what's happening on the campaign trail and in the elections. So a lot of my job during campaigns and elections is to focus on the statewide ballot measures and try to help the public anticipate what the effect will be if Measure A passes or fails. When it comes to statewide elections and campaigns, we are trying to help the audience understand who the candidates are, understand what the issues are, trying to truth squad the statements that are being made, and trying to help people put this all in context.
What does a Capitol Press reporter do on a daily basis?
I spend my time, walking around, trying to talk to people and find out what is the untold story, what's really happening, what's likely to happen. And a lot of what happens in the legislature is not what meets the eye, it's happening behind the scenes. And so as much as possible, I try to push back or lift back the curtain. At the end of the day, I know I've done my job if I understand the public policy and I also understand the political framework around a particular topic that I'm reporting on.
What I'm noticing is that they tend to max out to Democrats and Republicans alike.
To do one without the other is to have a blind spot. And I think that ultimately is a disservice to the public.
As a longtime observer of Olympia, Ammons has seen many changes to the press corps over the years.
The changes in the Capitol Press Corps have been just astonishing over the past 40 years. It has shrunk dramatically as State House Capitol bureaus have done all around the country. Back in the early 70s, I would say it was more a gavel-to-gavel approach to coverage. It was more watching issues that progressed through the legislative process. As the press corps got smaller, one thing we saw from that was smarter reporting. Time was limited. You began to see that you were going to be writing value-added journalism, long weekend pieces explaining a particular issue and its importance to people back home.
TVW's gavel-to-gavel coverage of the legislature has also enabled reporters to focus more on issues and less on process.
This will give good care for the kids in the foster care system.
The rise of TVW is also a huge plus for unfiltered journalism. It's adds to the transparency of covering Olympia.
There is TVW, which is covering what happens here in Olympia on a gavel-to-gavel basis.
The title of the bill will be the title of the act.
But also more and more trying to provide context and programming around this so that the audience has some ability to make sense of what's happening. It's not just unfiltered gavel-to-gavel, it's news of the week explaining what happened in the Capitol.
Senate, what's it like for you to be on the other side?
I think the big story and the disappointment of the past decades is that less resources are available to the press corps now. It's a smaller press corps. It is really down to bare bones right now in Olympia. Nowhere near the rich coverage and the layered coverage that was possible some years ago.
The conventional wisdom is that the press corps has shrunk and that State House coverage has gotten weaker, not stronger. And I think numerically you can look and say, yeah, there are fewer full-time reporters here. But that said, we have the advent of online journalism now, and there are some very dogged and aggressive online publications covering the State House. I also just think that the press corps, like a lot of places, when you get leaner, you get meaner. And what that means is that we are working harder to be aggressive reporters. And aggressive, I don't mean in your face, but aggressively covering state government and really identifying what's happening down here. We realize that there's more responsibility on us. There's fewer of us doing the job. Our recording devices have gone from the size of a small briefcase to the size of something about the size of a smartphone, actually. And this one is really handy. You can actually clip it on your belt. For crowd situations where you can't get so close, this shotgun mic is pretty handy. And the other mic I use is this RE50, which has really nice audio quality. So I would use this more for a one-on-one interview. We'll use that today. The other key thing around here is having your press pass so that you can get into doors and the wings of the Senate and the House, and the State Patrol won't stop you. Okay, let's head over to the Capitol. On one hand, I've got a tweet, but I also still have to do the in-depth stories. And then I have to find ways to tell those in-depth stories in a way that's so compelling, I hope, that people will listen to them.
And they let him go. Joel, clearly, in our opinion, qualified to be held for 72 hours at that point.
Can you just remind us how this might have helped your family and Joel?
Well,
but oh, by the way, don't forget to take a picture and maybe shoot some video and provide a web graphic, and then edit, your radio story together at the same time and make your deadline.
It is 500 sources of information or more platforms that people can go to consume news. It's no longer simple as reading your morning or afternoon paper and watching the evening broadcasts with your family over dinner.
In the news tonight, an estimated $50 million damage tag on this week's floods in Washington.
So we just heard from the parents of Joel Reuter. So I just want to tweet the fact that the parents of Joel Reuter at Gov Inslee's side as he signs Joel's law. Okay, send that tweet and move on to the next bill.
Despite its shrinking numbers, the need for a robust press corps in our state government is as strong as ever.
The longer I cover Olympia, the more I am aware of how much goes on that I don't know. So much of what happens in politics and public policy is happening, frankly, off camera and away from the microphones. It happens during the interim when the legislature is in session and the candidates are raising money for their campaigns. And the lobbyists and the interests that have business before the legislature are feeding those campaigns with money. And the conversations that are happening about what will be on the docket for the next legislative session, and the deals that are being made in the midst of a legislative session. It's all very orchestrated, it's all very tenuous, and it's all happening largely behind the scenes. And so I am constantly aware of the fact that as a reporter, and I think the late Joe Turner, who was a reporter for the Tacoma News Tribune for many years here in Olympia, at one point said to a lobbyist or somebody, you know, I think I probably know about 10% of what goes on down here. And whoever he said that to, who was an insider, laughed and said, you probably know about 3% of what goes on down here. I am constantly aware of the fact that I probably know 3% of what's going on here, and I've got to improve my average.
A well-informed electorate is absolutely critical and essential to self-government. I worry about the future of the press corps. I trust that it eventually will grow back and be stronger and better supported. It truly is critical to democracy.
TVW, for more than 20 years, bringing you gavel-to-gavel coverage of Washington state government. The Washington State Democratic Party meets in Tacoma June 17th through the 19th for its 2016 state convention. Watch the convention, from candidate speeches to adoption of the party platform, live online at tvw.org.
Good morning, everybody. I think we will come to order. The Economic and Revenue Forecast Council meeting, June 15th. The first item on our agenda is an approval of the minutes from the June 1st meeting. Do we have a motion? Senator Hargrove?
Do y'all move to approve the minutes?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All nays? Okay, with that, it is approved. We will now move Dr. Lurch to the Economic and Revenue Forecast.
Okay, good morning. Want to talk about our the final June economic forecast and the revenue forecast. So just kind of to summarize, what we have seen since the February forecast is nationally, certainly we've seen some weaker economic data, but looking at our collections, they've actually been stronger than expected. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Our forecast now assumes that the Federal Reserve will only be raising interest rates once this year in February. And in fact, even in the preliminary forecast, we had assumed it would be twice a year. Since then, the May employment data nationally came out, was very, very weak. I think the general consensus is that the Fed will not raise rates when they finish up their meeting here today. So we're not assuming that in this forecast either. Risks to the forecast, a lot of the ones we've been talking about, although I want to characterize some of those in a slightly different way and make reference to some of the risks that the Fed Chair Janet Yellen pointed out in a speech a week or so ago. But the bottom line on the revenue forecast is that we are increasing the 2015-17 biennium general fund state forecast by $294 million and the 2017-19 forecast by $126 million. So a little bit of new information since we did the June preliminary forecast. First quarter GDP was revised up from 0.5% growth at an annual rate to 0.8%. So that's positive, but it's certainly not great. Probably a bigger concern, and one that has caused most people to assume the Fed will not move rates in June, is a very, very weak jobs report in May. 38,000 net new jobs. That would be about 35,000 higher, but for the fact that there was a Verizon strike during May, that's been resolved. But even if you add those 35,000 in, that's a really weak jobs report. And in addition, the two prior months were revised down by 59,000 jobs. So a real soft spot in terms of employment data, at least temporarily. The unemployment rate did go down, but it went down really for sort of the wrong reason. We saw people exiting the labor market, and we saw the labor force participation rate dropping in May. So I mentioned this just a second ago. A June 6th speech, I thought that the Fed Chair, Janet Yellen, really kind of summarized nicely some of the risks that we also see to the economic forecast, and basically said something that's been very consistent, I think, with our message, which is there's lots of uncertainty out there, but we continue to expect to see the economy expand. So she hit on a couple of things, concerns about the recent jobs market data. Is that temporary, or is that a sign of a slowing economy? That's a question she didn't answer, but I think that's a good question. Concerns that consumer spending, which really has been sort of fueling the U.S. economy, will that continue to grow as it has? So the most recent data for last month was pretty darn good, but a concern there. We see some global pressures, especially concerns about China, something we've been talking about for a while, as well as the fact that later this month, the United Kingdom will be voting on whether or not to remain within the European Union. That's got financial markets a little bit concerned. We have seen very weak productivity, labor productivity growth in the U.S. That's certainly a concern. But as I said, she kind of summarized this whole speech by saying that despite some of the weak data, she has a generally positive view of where the economy is headed. So let me look at a little bit of some of those risks. If we're thinking about consumer spending, obviously one of the things we'd want to look at is what's happening to wages and income. This is looking at year-over-year growth in inflation-adjusted hourly wages, and what you see is, yes, positive, but not, pretty weak growth. Obviously, the stronger this is, the stronger consumer spending will be, so this is a bit of a concern. If we look at consumer expenditures, again, this is adjusted for inflation. Since about 2011, we see that it's trending up. That's certainly good. Pretty volatile series, certainly bounces around a lot, but we do see that, sort of trending in general in the right direction. Global concerns, this is looking at the International Monetary Fund's most recent forecast for global GDP growth. You can see that it has come way down. China's economy has been slowing. Some of the developing economies like Brazil and South Africa that had been growing quite quickly have slowed. This definitely continues to be something that we see as a risk to the forecast. And then labor productivity growth. So this is looking at annual changes in output per labor hour. You can see how weak it has been the last few years. There are a variety of views on what's caused this to be weak. Weak R&D spending is one culprit, which has been pretty low coming even, as we've come out of the recession. But there are certainly some economists who see productivity growth as remaining low, well into the future. So this is definitely something to be keeping an eye on. That is a bit of a concern. If productivity growth is slow, it makes it tough for employers to think about increasing wages. Now, I said we had pretty weak, U.S. employment growth. This is looking at average monthly employment growth for the last few years, and then through May this year for the U.S., through April for Washington. So, the U.S. definitely weaker than the last few years, although still averaging about 150,000 net new jobs a month. So that's not horrible. It's just weaker than it has been. Washington, as you can see, is, so far this year has had a pretty strong year in terms of adding employment. Housing, this is one of the bright spots that Janet Yellen mentioned in that speech. We've used this graph before, but again, we do see, construction trending up, especially in Washington. So that's good news for construction employment, for construction, related tax collections. So that is certainly something that we see as generally positive and an upside risk to the forecast. But when we look at the forecast, I'm just going to use a couple of these. We went through these a few weeks ago through preliminary forecast. There's not really a lot of big changes. Slightly weaker GDP forecast than what we anticipated back in February. Slightly higher oil prices than we anticipated in February, although again, relative to even recent history, quite low still. And although you have to look pretty hard, a very slightly lower Washington personal income forecast compared to February. Housing permits forecast up a little bit. This is certainly a positive for the forecast this time because of the impact on construction employment and on construction-related purchases and tax payments around those.
Ask a question. So housing permits, is that the commercial or is that just single family?
So this is single and multifamily, so to have apartment buildings, condos.
But it doesn't add all those skyscrapers in downtown Seattle?
Not office buildings, but if they're apartments or condos, they would be in there. The thing that's, if you've got a 10-unit apartment building, that's 10 permits, whereas a single-family house would be one. So that comparison is a little apples to oranges. They'll get counted as ones, but. This is looking at, so the Revenue Act, our major tax sources. We've had a couple of very strong months of collections. Real estate excise tax has also been very strong. This is certainly also played a part in the forecast variance that we have right now. As we continue to see a lot of commercial sales, large commercial sales, and although the number of residential transactions has slowed down a bit, the price increases have been such that The combined impact means that we've seen increased REIT collections on residential transactions as well. Very small change to the cannabis excise tax forecast. So about $7.2 million increase for the current biennium, just over $2 million next biennium, despite the fact that in Oregon, in October, Oregon legalized recreational sales. We have seen growth in all but 1 month since recreational sales started in Washington. So that is the forecast. That incorporates the fact that July 1st, medical marijuana sales will be subject to the excise tax in Washington as well. So we do have an improved revenue forecast relative to February. A couple of things that have had an impact on that. I mentioned, what's going on with real estate transactions. That's been a positive for REIT collections. The slightly stronger housing permit forecast means, some increases in sales and B&O around construction activity. We have slightly higher inflation in this forecast. That tends to push up collections from retail sales, from B&O. A little bit stronger property tax increases because in February we had anticipated inflation for 2016 below 1%, which meant property taxes would not have gotten to that 1% limit. We now have 2016 inflation that is over 1%, so that's not the case. Higher oil and gas prices, not great for consumers, but that does mean that receipts, B&O receipts from refineries and gas stations go up. And then offsetting some of those positives, a slightly lower personal income forecast, both nationally and in Washington, that's going to have a little bit of a downward impact on consumer spending. On balance, those have resulted in an increase in the revenue forecast, though. This is looking at the growth in our Revenue Act sources relative to personal income. Historically, we see growth in Revenue Act be a bit slower than personal income, but what you can see here is that we've had a period here where Revenue Act has been growing faster than personal income. The forecast assumes that that will sort of tend back to that historical trend, but we have seen some really strong growth relative to personal income. So this is our forecast changes for this biennium. The net is $294 million. We have, positive collections right now, so we're up there. Some relatively small changes related to legislation, and then the forecast change. So for this biennium, we're up $294 million for the general fund. This is looking at our alternative forecast. We've kept those probabilities the same. 55% probability for the baseline, 15 for the optimistic, 30 for the pessimistic. That gives us for this biennium a spread of about plus or minus $1.2 billion, $1.3 billion for the optimistic and pessimistic relative to the baseline. When we plug in the median forecast from the Governor's Council of Economic Advisors, we would get a revenue forecast $103 million below our baseline. This is for next biennium, as I mentioned. When we look at everything, up $126 million compared to the February forecast. And then these are our growth rates by fiscal year. You can see fiscal 16, very, very strong, 7.1% growth. So that very strong growth in 16 means we get a smaller growth rate in 17, and then we sort of ease back to something around 4%, a little bit higher for the out years in the forecast. This is the track record for this current biennium. We've been doing a forecast now for the 2015-17 biennium since September of 2012. When you add what we've added, you sum up what we've added and taken away from the forecast, about $1.9 billion.
You're going too fast. So I have a question about the previous slide.
Sure.
Why do you take the 7.1 increase in 16 and then lower it to 2.2 in 17? Why don't you just go fours off of there? What causes that 2.2 there? What makes that happen?
Because the growth is so unusually high in 16.
You just took it away in 17.
that, well, the model wants to take it away. It wants to get back more towards what would be sort of the typical trend.
For the 2 years.
For the whole period. And so if we had 4% or 4.2% or whatever off of that 7%, it would be a really huge revenue increase that when we look at sort of what the model is trying to tell us, it says, no, it's not going to be that high. It's going to sort of tend back to something that looks a little more typical. Okay, so there's a track record. You can see we're at $37.4 billion general fund state forecast for this biennium. So just to wrap up, and then happy to answer any questions, but we're looking at a little bit slower growth in U.S. GDP and in Washington personal income, a little bit higher Washington employment and residential construction activity, again, relative to February. We are, as we have been for some time now, saying that the Washington economy will do better than the U.S. That's been true for a while. We are looking at 2015-2017 revenue growth of about 11.2% compared to the prior biennium. That slows a little bit to 7.5% for the 2017-2019 biennium relative to 15-17.
Hey, Steve, this is Andy Hill. Can we go to slide 17?
Okay. And this is the factors affecting the revenue forecast, correct?
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what the big drivers are, and so it looks like the big drivers are really. Can you give me an idea of the order of magnitude on each one of these drivers?
I may have to get
just rough.
Back to you. The sales tax is going to be the biggest one. I don't think that's a big surprise because we know that's 46, 7, 8% of the general fund. So the construction activity, auto sales have been driving that. When we talk about higher inflation, of course, that's going to mean prices are going to be going up a little more than we thought, which is going to, again, drive sales and B&O, but the sales tax is going to be the big piece. So I would say sales, real estate excise tax has been very, very strong, and so that may be the second biggest piece. The property tax would be a relatively small piece, but certainly still positive. So I think in that order, but I could get back to you with a little more detail on like actual dollar amounts of taking that 294.
I guess my concern there is inflation is a fictitious growth, right? And then if it's REIT and housing starts, we know all of those go up, but they come down, and when they come down pretty quickly.
Right. So
is that driving a lot of your pessimistic or downside weighting in your overall view?
Right. I think, in the pessimistic forecast, we actually have a small recession, and we've talked before about why we're not assuming a recession in our baseline forecast. We have been a bit under on REIT collections. We have continued to increase that forecast, but we're the model wants to be cautious. We want to be cautious because for exactly the reason you just mentioned, we know that housing prices are very high. We know that commercial prices are quite high on a square footage basis. We don't think that we're going to continue to see this level of transactions, this dollar volume of transactions. And so a lot of the forecast increase for REIT is, in the nearer term, it definitely slows down as we get further out.
And so that kind of goes to Senator Hargrove's question about the spike this next year and then the drop the following year.
Yeah, we
growth rate?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. It just seems like there's a lot of one-time and illusionary drivers in this. And if you think about over the 4-year time frame, your last forecast to this forecast is almost a swing of $1 billion.
Yes, I think one of the things that, is really interesting is if you look at a lot of especially the national economic data since February, you would have, based on that, if you were just looking at that, you probably would have said, oh, the forecast is going down. And yet we look at collections, and they have been very, very strong and stronger than we obviously anticipated. So I understand what you're saying. We certainly, and our models want to try to be relatively cautious in the sense that they're trying to move us back to what look like sort of historic relationships. And so I would point out that of the $294 million increase this biennium, the vast majority of that's already in the door. Now, the biennium's almost half over too, so.
Right. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? We will move to the adoption of the official forecast. I believe a motion is in order.
Move adoption.
Thank you.
The official forecast.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor of adopting the forecast, please say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The forecast is adopted. Any other questions?
David, you look ahead to the budget proposal in December on how these numbers help or don't help looking at McCleary and what you're going to have to deal with regarding McCleary in the next budget.
Well, it certainly helps a little bit. We have a few $100 million here that we didn't think we would have. I think we have over $1 billion in reserve this biennium and next biennium. But as we wrestle with a multi-billion-dollar McCleary thing, we still have plenty of work to do. But it's always good news when the forecast comes up a little bit.
And when will we have a better sense of what the number is?
There seems. I didn't hear the question. This is Hill.
The question, Senator Hill, was what does this good news mean for our McCleary challenge next session? And Rachel, you had a follow-up?
Well, and then the number. It seems like there's disagreement on what exactly you need when it comes to McCleary. So when are you going to have further guidance on that or any sort of agreement amongst the panel here?
Well, I think there's a couple questions. One question that this work group is working on, and there's a consultant working on, is figuring out what the current basic ed spending is at the local level. And I think most of us think that that's in the $3 or $3.5 billion range. The question of, there's a variety of numbers that the solutions might not solve just that narrow problem. So that's when people have different numbers, and just like anything around here, we'll wrestle that and everybody will have their own ideas. But the simple answer to how much local levy money is being spent on basic education is I would guess, and we'll find out for sure with decimal places and everything, that it's somewhere $3 to $3.5 billion.
Senator Hill, do you agree with that?
Senator Hill, you've been asked if you agree with what I just said.
Well, I think that, overall, this is one revenue forecast. We'll have two more revenue forecasts before we write the final budget. And so this is a snapshot in time. And, we just saw close to $1 billion swing over one quarter in the revenue forecast. So I think a lot of this, we looked at it, but it's kind of hard to start planting a stake in the ground and figuring out what the budget looks like. I am concerned because a lot of the growth looks like it's predicated on the construction and the housing industry, and we know that when they go up, they inevitably come down. With respect to the McCleary issue, we are waiting to get the final number on the amount of money collected locally. I think that is used for basic education. I think the emphasis there should be that money is already being collected. taxpayers are already sending that money in. They may be sending it in locally, but they're already being taxed. So there is money being collected in the system. And so, lots of times you hear that we have this multi-billion-dollar problem. Well, it's more, where does that money come from? Because I think to go in and then add an additional equal amount of new taxes to the citizens, they're going to say, wait a minute, you're double dipping. You're already collecting it. So I think that's one of the things that people get hung up on with the whole McCleary problem is it's not clear that we need a ton of additional money, but we need to figure out how we collect it and how we categorize it and make sure that it's stable and sustainable the way we collect it.
Senator Hargrove.
Well, all I would like to say as far as how much money this means here, we have a pension forecast meeting this afternoon, and if we move the growth rate on our investments down 1/10%, we will have eaten up this entire amount of additional revenue that has come in from here. So, sure. I mean, this is, just
and
not
we have a
very
caseload
much.
meeting
Yeah.
this afternoon as well. So,
yeah, so I mean,
these numbers will all continue to move
very
between now
much.
and January. Okay, I believe we are done. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
TVW, for more than 20 years, bringing you gavel-to-gavel coverage of Washington state government.
For in-depth, balanced coverage of the state legislature, turn to TVW. Wednesdays at 7 and 10, The Impact covers decisions at the state capitol and how they impact you. And Thursdays at 7 and 10, watch in-depth interviews with state legislators on TVW's Inside Olympia. For in-depth coverage of your state government, turn to TVW. TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
Want a legal education?
Thank you. May it please the court.
Watch arguments before the state's highest court.
Why shouldn't we reach the threshold voting requirement?
How do we know what happens in the next case where that happens?
This is an effort to seek judicial review of the mayor's decision affirming the fine.
The state Supreme Court, unedited and as it happens, only on TVW.
Support for TVW provided by the Washington State Auto Dealers Association.
Your neighborhood Washington franchised new car and truck dealer is a local small business competing to provide low prices, great customer service, and local jobs and tax revenues. Washington dealers are local businesses with over 60 employees per store and over 20,000 great-paying jobs statewide. Franchised auto dealers make Washington cities and towns stronger for the economy, for consumers, and for the community. Local franchised new car and truck dealers. Keep it local.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW.
Washington's 7th District borders Canada and Idaho in the far northeast corner of the state. It includes the cities of Colville, Kettle Falls, Republic, and part of Omak. The 7th District is represented by 3 Republicans, Senator Brian Dansel, Representative Joel Kretz, and Representative Shelley Short. Millions of acres of farmland and forest blanket the 7th District, which is one of the most rural districts in the state. This is a district dependent on its natural resources, where timber, livestock, and agriculture are major industries. One of the largest cities in the 7th District is the city of Colville, with about 5,000 residents. Colville is the county seat of Stevens County, with several government buildings mixed among the shops in the city's historic downtown. At the heart of Colville is a clock tower sculpture with a Native American, a fisherman, and a logger, recognizing some of the diverse founders of this area. Not far from downtown, visitors can take a step back in time at the Stevens County Historical Society Museum and Keller Heritage Site. The grounds of the Heritage Site feature old farm machinery and other relics of the 18th and 19th century. One of the highlights is the Keller House, an English craftsman-style home built for $5,000 back in 1910. The site also includes an original trapper's cabin like those that used to dot the hills around Colville. Colville's first public schoolhouse was also moved to the historical grounds, as was a lookout tower used at the time to keep an eye out for fires in the Colville National Forest. One of the recreational gems in the 7th District is Lake Roosevelt, a narrow 130-mile lake on the Columbia River. The Grand Coulee Dam transformed the river into this lake, which was named after President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Today it's managed by the National Park Service, which has 27 campgrounds and 22 boat launches spread out along the shores of this enormous lake and reservoir. On the eastern edge of Lake Roosevelt is the city of Kettle Falls, but this quaint town wasn't always here. Back in 1940, the entire town of Kettle Falls was relocated. Houses and businesses were picked up and moved to avoid being flooded by the new Grand Coulee Dam. The old Kettle Falls now sits under 30 feet of water. In the center of the 7th District is the city of Republic, which was founded in 1900 during the booming gold rush. Mining remains an important part of the economy here, and the town still maintains a 19th century look. One of the biggest draws to Republic is the Stone Rose Interpretive Center fossil site. It features collections of Northwest fossils of plants, insects, and fish that are millions of years old. Visitors to the center can search for fossils themselves at a nearby fossil site 2 blocks from the center. This area was once covered by an ancient lake 50 million years ago. The old lake bed is now layers of shale, which can be split apart like books, revealing treasures like a fossilized leaf. On the eastern side of the district is Omak, a city of about 5,000 people known for agriculture and farming culture. It's here where the annual Omak Stampede Festival is held. The festival draws worldwide attention for its popular and sometimes controversial suicide horse race. During the second week of August, race participants stampede down the steep Suicide Hill, navigate the Okanagan River, and race to the finish line. This race has been run by the Colville tribe for many years, before it became an official Omak event in 1935. Many tribes still participate today. Washington's 7th Legislative District, one of TVW's many stops on this Washington road trip.
Support for Washington Road Trip provided by the Washington Association of Realtors.
You have to write out of your gut.
My work has always had elements of comedy.
I read a review that's a bad review and they point out what's wrong with the book. Sometimes I laugh and think, do you guys think I didn't know?
The key for me is just to get out of my own way.
Well, you know, I feel that every time I write a sentence, I'm at the end of this multi-generational journey.
I love reading books. I love writing books. I love everything about reading.
TVW wants to hear from you. Follow TVW on Twitter @TVW News and on Facebook. Just more ways for you to connect with TVW.
One of the fundamental ways in which Washington citizens have input into the political process is through voting. Whether electing officials or exercising direct democracy through the initiative process, voting allows citizens to express their will and shape the course of both national and state politics. But how does voting work in Washington state, and what aspects of Washington's system make it unique?
It goes back to the Constitution. The framers of the Constitution really gave the political power to the people. And they were very thoughtful in that process. The very first section and the very first article in the state constitution says that all of the power is inherent in the people.
Washington Secretary of State Kim Wyman is the state's chief elections officer.
The Secretary of State's office is responsible for overseeing the elections for the state of Washington, and that includes everything from federal offices like the President of the United States down to city council races and the local races people see on their ballots.
While the delegates to the state constitution placed emphasis on the power of the people, not all Washington citizens had the power to vote when the state constitution was adopted in 1889.
1910, for example, was when women got the right to vote in Washington state, and that was a full decade before the 19th Amendment was passed by Congress. Washington state was the fifth state to grant women the right to vote, and in large part was due to Emma Smith DeVoe, who was really a pioneer and really felt passionately about giving women the right to vote. She has experience in South Dakota and then in Idaho, and then finally moved to Tacoma and was really instrumental in that passage in 1910.
The important powers of direct democracy, initiative, and referendum rights were added to the state constitution in 1912.
Our founding fathers, if you will, of Washington state really felt passionately that the right was the people's, and that you could have a legislature that might get elected but might get a little off track. So they wanted to make sure that the people of Washington state always had a check, kind of a governor, if you will, on the legislative process, that if a law was passed that the people didn't like, that they would have the final say and not just the majority who happened to be in charge of either the House or Senate or the governor's mansion.
One type of initiative power in Washington state is called the initiative to the people.
That would be where people gather signatures and they stand out in front of grocery stores or in front of public places and ask registered voters to sign a petition to put a law into place. An initiative to the people requires 8% of the votes for governor in the last governor's race. 8% of that number, which this year is about 248,000 people, have to sign the petition to have it be placed in front of the voters in the next general election.
Another type of initiative is the initiative to the legislature.
That's where the people who are soliciting those signatures take it directly to the legislature, and the legislature can do one of three things. They can go ahead and just pass that initiative into law. They can not pass it and give it directly to the voters, or they can have an alternative solution, and then the voters in November would see their alternative and the original initiative, and it's up to the voters to pass with over 50% majority.
And the third type of direct democracy is the referendum process.
This is to give the people the right to essentially have commentary on the legislative decisions that are made by the state legislature. So you can have a referendum bill, which is a law is passed by the legislature, and then they send it to the voters to kind of give an up or down vote. Or a referendum measure, which is where the people have done that petition and they need 4% of the signatures of the people that have voted in the governor's race. And then once it qualifies, and the people get to decide whether or not that bill that was passed into law is going to stand in the future.
To be eligible to vote in Washington state, citizens must meet some basic requirements.
There are four main parts of being eligible to cast a ballot in Washington state. The first is you have to be 18 years or older. You need to be a resident of Washington state. You need to be a U.S. citizen, and you can't be under the supervision of the Department of Corrections. Typically, those are people that are convicted of felonies and are serving their time in a state facility.
Voter participation in Washington tends to ebb and flow over the years in a predictable pattern.
The election cycle is really a 4-year cycle, and it peaks every 4 years with the presidential general election. We also have our governor's race and the statewide electeds that year, so it's always highly active.
Approximately 80% of eligible voters in Washington participate during general elections, when the President of the United States is elected, but that level drops in the following years.
Then we see a dip in participation in the odd year that follows a presidential election, which is sad because that is a year where we have all the local offices that really affect your daily life, from your commute to work every day to how fast a first responder gets to you. Then we come into the mid-year elections, they call them, in the even years without a presidential race. We see an uptick, usually 60-70% of the population participates, and then it drops down again in the odd year, and then we peak again in the presidential.
There are aspects of Washington's voting system that set it apart from other states.
In terms of voting in Washington state, we're a little unique compared to the rest of the country because we vote by mail in all elections, meaning every eligible voter is sent a ballot to their home to vote and return to their county elections office. So this is really kind of revolutionary. Currently, Oregon and Washington are the pioneers. We see it as a real benefit to voters. It's convenient, and we see high participation rates in Washington state, typically higher than every other state in the country when we have a similar elections.
Another unique aspect is the top two primary system.
So our current primary system is called the top two. And what that means is that a voter in the primary in August will get every single candidate who's on the ballot for that office, regardless of party. So they'll see Democrats and Republicans and Green Party and all the different parties and their preference for that party. And the voter can vote across party lines all through the ballot. And the top two vote getters in each race, regardless of party, advance to the general.
Despite advancements in Washington's voting system, challenges remain for the state's election officials.
I think that the biggest challenge facing us is really moving voting in Washington state into the 21st century and using technology to engage as many people as possible. How do we reach all of those different diverse communities and make sure that everyone who's eligible has the opportunity to register and vote? And that's really where we spend our time and really try to engage and get more people involved. So we have a representative government that really does reflect our state and our population.
One challenge is trying to identify why some people don't vote.
I've been in this business for over 20 years, and I've heard everything from my vote doesn't matter, it's not going to make a difference, to I'm too busy, I forgot about the election, or really there's nothing that piques my interest.
While some people may wonder if voting matters, there are many examples in Washington history where a small number of votes made a big difference in state elections.
We, of course, had a very high-profile election about 10 years ago for the governor's race. Out of almost 4 million votes cast, we had a difference in the two candidates of 133 votes after a final count, 2 recounts, and a court decision. A bond issue, which is money that's going to be used to build a new school. In Tumwater School District a few years ago in Thurston County, for example, that decision was made by 1 vote. And the difference between having a new school and facilities for students in that district was changed because of participation of 1 person. So every vote does matter, and trying to impress that upon people is the biggest challenge, I think, that we have as election administrators.
To learn how you can register and vote in Washington, visit the Secretary of State's website at www.sos.wa.gov.
It's an election year, and you need analysis that you won't get anywhere else.
Hello and welcome to The Impact. I'm Anita Kasey. Thank you so much.
TVW's weekly programs, The Impact and Inside Olympia, offer unbiased, informative coverage of the week's hottest issues and races. Get the information you need on all the topics. It's your state, it's your vote. Check your local listings and watch TVW.
Support for TVW provided by the Washington Forest Protection Association.
Look closely at a working forest, and you'll see clean air, cool, clean water, and healthy salmon runs thanks to scientific forest practices. You'll see renewable Northwest wood, the most responsible building material on Earth. And you'll see the green economy of the 21st century come to life in the innovative use of climate-friendly wood in modern building construction. See how working forests work for all of us at workingforests.org.
For complete coverage of the Washington State Legislature, live and unedited, on TV and online, turn to TVW.
Washington State Parks turns 100 years old this year, and to celebrate, they've hidden 100 treasures in 100 state parks. But to find them, you need a little bit of know-how.
So let's find it on the phone. There's Tolmie State Park, 490 feet down the trail, right? Okay. This is an easy hike.
The McMurrow family is geocaching. Think of it as a high-tech scavenger hunt.
How's it going? Doing great. How you doing? Great. Awesome.
Players get the GPS coordinates to a hidden cache, then try to find it using a GPS or smartphone.
You found it?
Nice fat cache.
Geocaching is a real-world game of hide and seek.
Park Ranger Tina Denzel Peterson has a passion for geocaching.
I've been a geocacher for 3 years. I realized what wonderful places you can go to doing this. That was the intrigue for me. Plus, all different kinds of ages and abilities can do it. I do it with my 92-year-old dad, so it's a really inclusive sport. There are some that are hidden in accessible places, so if you happen to have physical challenges, you can find those. And so I thought, oh wow, what a fun way to get people out to beautiful places and find treasure.
Oh
yeah! Each cache, hidden in a state park, has a stamp and logbook to prove you've been there, along with some possible treasures.
We have some park-themed things in there. We might have some Eager Beaver stickers. He's our mascot. You might find a Centennial bookmark. You might find a Centennial pin.
Finding all 100 will get you a Gold State Parks coin, but be prepared to travel.
I was looking at the map. You have to actually go to all four corners of the state to get one. There's one up at Peace Arch. There's one down at Cape Disappointment. There's one over at Field Spring, and there's one up at Curlew Lake. So you cover the whole state and everything in between to be able to participate if you want to get the gold.
Geocaching is a worldwide game. At geocaching.com, you can find GPS coordinates to about 2 million caches in 180 countries, and some very dedicated players.
He just found 3,000 today. I'm over 5,300. And he's moving up. He's almost at 2,500. We've been to the other side of the country. We found some. We found Kentucky, Oregon, Montana, Canada.
The McMurrows started geocaching 4 years ago as a way to get the family outdoors.
We've found all kinds of beautiful places that we've gone to. With the Washington State Parks Tour, we've been to 50 of the different parks so far. Lots of them I've been to. Some of them I've been to, and I've been to places I haven't been to in the park. You just can't beat it.
We just went over 3,000 a couple weeks ago.
Lynette and Tom Fuge are another geocaching family. They're also volunteers with the Washington State Geocaching Association, which partnered with the state parks to help hide the treasures.
We highlighted what they wanted to highlight, as well as not interfering and causing any damage to the surrounding area.
They worked with park rangers to find the best hiding spots, behind fallen trees, in thick bushes, or tucked inside tree stumps.
Just something that's not completely obvious to the average non-caching person. You don't want people to just stumble upon it and not know what it is and potentially take it, because that's part of the fun of it, is it's hidden. So you kind of have to go somewhere and then kind of keep an eye out for who's around or what's around, and just kind of stealthily grab it, and that's part of the fun of the game, is not just hiding something, but making sure it stays hidden, and kind of a little detective work.
You got it?
It's that detective work that the state hopes will keep people coming back to visit again and again.
There's a mountain of fun that can be done at each one of these parks.
With the Geo Tour, the state hopes the McMurrows,
there it is,
and more families will be enticed to explore Washington's state parks.
Support for Washington Road Trip provided by the Washington Association of Realtors.
Washington has 49 state senators and 98 representatives. Some represent legislative districts that can be measured in blocks. Others, districts larger than the state of New Jersey. TVW took its cameras on a Washington road trip to bring you the unique sights, sounds, and trivia for each of Washington's legislative districts. Washington Road Trip. Discover your 49 legislative districts, running now on TVW.
Unbiased, in-depth, unfiltered. They're not just buzzwords at TVW. They're at the heart of our political news coverage. See all sides and key issues at our state capitol and how they impact you each week on The Impact.
Washington's 10th legislative district encompasses Whidbey Island, Camano Island, and part of Fidalgo Island. It includes the cities of Oak Harbor, Coopeville, Langley, La Conner, and part of Mount Vernon. The 10th district is represented by 3 Republicans: Senator Barbara Bailey, Representative Norma Smith, and Representative Dave Hayes. Each spring, tens of thousands of tourists from around the world come to the 10th district to admire tulips at the height of bloom. Fields of brightly colored tulips, daffodils, and irises are scattered throughout the Skagit Valley. This burst of color is celebrated around April of each year with the Skagit Valley Tulip Festival, a tradition dating back more than 30 years. Millions of bulbs are planted for the festival, which has become a premier Northwest destination, drawing tourists in recent years from all 50 states and 85 countries. The 10th district also covers all of Whidbey Island, the 4th largest island in the contiguous United States. It's named for British naval officer Joseph Whidbey, who circumnavigated the island in 1792. On the southern end of Whidbey Island is the picturesque town of Langley. It's a mecca for artists with art galleries, bookstores, and other unique shops. A few steps from downtown Langley is Seawall Park, which overlooks Saratoga Passage. Totem poles in the park pay homage to the Native American tribes that originally inhabited Whidbey Island, including the Suquamish, Snohomish, Swinomish, and Lower Skagit tribes. The economy of the northern part of the island is quite different. Near the city of Oak Harbor is Naval Air Station Whidbey. The first plane landed here in 1942, and Whidbey now hosts 17 active duty squadrons and 3 ready reserve squadrons. A Navy search and rescue team is also based at Whidbey Station. They specialize in water and mountain rescues, including helicopter rappels and hoists. The team's first focus is helping personnel stationed at Whidbey, but they also work with local agencies to help anyone in immediate danger. One of the most scenic and recognizable bridges in Washington is located here in the 10th. Deception Pass Bridge opened in 1935. It's actually 2 spans, one over Canoe Pass to the north, and another over Deception Pass to the south. Between the 2 spans lies Pass Island. The bridge leads to Deception Pass State Park. Split between Fidalgo and Whidbey Islands, Deception Pass is the most visited state park in the state, with more than 2 million visitors a year. The park is spread out over 4,000 acres and across 10 islands. offering visitors plenty of shoreline, rugged cliffs, and sweeping views in every direction they look. The 10th District, one of TVW's many stops on this Washington road trip.
Support for Washington Road Trip provided by the Washington Association of Realtors.
TVW's mission is to open state government to the people of Washington. On TV and online, TVW provides unedited coverage of the state legislature, the executive branch, the Supreme Court, state agencies, state elections, and public policy events across Washington. For in-depth coverage of your state government, turn to TVW.
Support for Washington Road Trip provided by the Washington Association of Realtors.
Washington has 49 state senators and 98 representatives. Some represent legislative districts that can be measured in blocks. Others, districts larger than the state of New Jersey. TVW took its cameras on a Washington road trip to bring you the unique sights, sounds, and trivia for each of Washington's legislative districts. Washington Road Trip. Discover your 49 legislative districts, running now on TVW.
We are here to review petitions for requests for both pardons and commutations today. Congratulations to those of you who made it this far. This is a tough process to get just even to have a hearing. We receive many, many petitions each year. We have a two-person review committee that reviews those petitions and makes the determination which ones would be appropriate for further hearing. So just making it this far is significant. As you are all aware, this is a volunteer board. There are 5 members. Mr. Almeida is not present yet. We don't know if he'll be joining us later today. I'll let him introduce himself if he does arrive. The rest of us, again, we are a 5-person volunteer board who serves at the pleasure of the governor. We review petitions and commutations. We hear the hearings, and then we make a recommendation to the governor and whether we believe he or she should grant the request being made in the petition. It's a very, very high standard, as you're all aware. These petitions are only granted in the most extraordinary of circumstances. State law does not define what extraordinary circumstances are. That's a determination to be made ultimately by the governor with the guidance and support of this board. My name is Jennifer Rancourt. I chair this board. I am a public defender in the city for the county of Snohomish. I am also a judge pro tem in the cities of Marysville and Everett, and live in Snohomish County. I will let the other members introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Steve Strand, and I am currently the police chief of the city of Bremerton, and previously served as chief in Kent, and also with King County Sheriff's Office, where I served as the chief deputy and the interim sheriff, and I've been in law enforcement for 29 years.
Good morning. I'm Evelyn Jensen. I live in Seattle. I have been a public and private servant and citizen. I just recently retired from Seattle colleges. And prior to that, I was the director of the state lottery and the Department of Licensing.
And I'm Jim McDevitt. I'm the acting civilian police chief for the city of Spokane. Prior to that, I was the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Washington after having been in private practice for almost 30 years. And I'm a retired Brigadier General from the Washington International Guard.
In addition to the people who sit on the board up here, there are several support staff members that are really important and the people that you have more contact with. We have Ishmael Scarborough, who is our paralegal, who does the vast majority of the work in this, for this board, gathering petitions, communicating with petitioners, victims, and prosecuting attorneys' offices. Also present is Haley Beach, who is our legal counsel. She works for the Attorney General's office and guides us if we have legal questions. Also present is John Campbell with the Department of Corrections. He provides us with background information, case analysis, particularly in cases where persons are seeking commutations of their sentences. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for Mr. King's hearing. Sir, again, just let me know if there's any time that you cannot hear us, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Paul Holland, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak with you about my client, Robert King. When I think about what it is that makes Robert James King's case extraordinary, so extraordinary that he should receive clemency, I've come back in these last few weeks again and again to the word grace. Just like the word extraordinary, grace is a hard word to define. There's no formula, there's no checklist, but when you're in its presence, you know it, and it moves you deeply. And that is what happens when people spend time with Mr. King. They feel something special, something unusual, something extraordinary. I had that first experience even before I'd met him. A little over 2 years ago, Mr. King wrote me seeking legal assistance with his petition. And unfortunately, at that time, I didn't have the capacity to take on another case, which is what I let him know in my reply. And 2-3 weeks later, I get a letter from him, a gracious letter thanking me. I had told him I couldn't help him, yet he was thanking me all the same for taking the time to look it over and to get back to him. And then, when I did finally, a few months later, take on his case, having been moved by his follow-up, by thinking there really was something special about this man. I went out to Stafford Creek for that first meeting, walked down with one of the correctional officers to the room where we would be able to meet, and we waited a little while for him to be able to get to us, and the CO there, he stops at one point and he just says, "Old man King doesn't need to be here anymore." And that, of course, is what Mr. Rowe, Snohomish County Prosecuting Attorney Mark Rowe, references in his letter, the position of so many of the people who know Mr. King daily now, in and out, the staff at Stafford Creek, who, as Mr. Rowe noted, spoke of him with reverence and respect, the kinds of words one uses in the presence of something special, something like grace, genuine quality, a man who does the right thing for the right reasons. Speaking of doing the right thing for the right reasons, on Mr. King's behalf and that of his family, I wish to thank Mr. Rowe for taking the time to drive down, a long drive from Everett to Aberdeen, spend the time with Mr. King and then later with his family to get to know them and to see Mr. King as he is today, 20 years after he began serving this sentence. And if the DOC staff feel this way about this man, there really aren't words to describe how his fellow inmates do. We have provided you with some letters that give you a flavor of that. I am quite confident I could have had 50 to 100 more if I'd asked Mr. King to round them up, but I think you get the point. What impressed me most in speaking to Mr. King about what he does with his fellow inmates was what I guess you'd call his method. He's not a scold or a lecturer or even a preacher, despite his deep faith and extensive biblical knowledge. What he says he does, and I don't know if he'll take the time today to talk with you about this, what he says he does, he talks about it as sitting with a man. You have to be ready to sit with a man, he says. Sit with him, see where he is at, see what he wants and what he can do. Sitting with a man requires patience, it requires perspective, the ability to see the world through another's eyes. It requires the ability to keep your eyes on what really matters, to have priorities. Quite frankly, I think the world would be a much better place if we all were doing more sitting with, as Mr. King has been doing these years. Now, patience, perspective, and priorities were not things that characterized Mr. King back in 1996, and that's, of course, why he's here today. He, as Mr. Rowe noted, committed a very serious crime at an age when he ought to have known better, and, of course, he did know better. He simply didn't do better. At that time in his life, he did not have the habits of thought and action that would keep him on the right path, the habits of thought and action that he has been demonstrating for most of his 20-year sentence. And certainly if we look back now and you see a man with no serious infractions since 2000, that most recent of which, the 2000 infraction, wouldn't even be a serious infraction under the current regulations. He has used these 20 years wisely. And I just want to note, 2 weeks from today, Mr. King will mark his 63rd birthday. And he's had a lot of time to reflect on where he's at in his life. And he yet holds out hope that he can build on what he has done in prison and be a better man for the Lord in his community. I hope you will find his case to be extraordinary and one that warrants the grace of the form of commutation. Now, I anticipate that our presentation today will be fairly brief. You'll hear from Therian Thomas, his fiancée, Joshua King, his son, and the Reverend Paul Stute, his pastor at the Greater Trinity Baptist Church. Each of them will share with you what Mr. King means to them and what each of them is prepared to do to support him if his petition is granted. And then, of course, you'll hear from Mr. King himself. So I would invite Ms. Thomas, who will be the first speaker, to come forward.
We need you to talk. We need them to talk louder so we can hear.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. Go ahead and introduce yourself, spell your first and last name, and be sure to speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you.
Good morning.
How's that, Mr. King?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Therian Thomas, Therean, Thomas. I am 60 years old, and I've been a resident of Washington State since December of 2013. And I met Mr. King. Well, I didn't meet him. I joined Greater Trinity Baptist Church May of 2013. And I joined, and then I volunteered in June and did administrative work in the office. And Mr. King would call for my pastor, Paul Stute. And so my pastor just asked me to take messages and things like that. And so during the process, me and Mr. King became friends. And we would talk. And I noticed that being in prison for almost 19 years at the time, that he wasn't bitter. He wasn't a bitter man. And I also noticed his love of God. And he had a very good heart, which attracted me to him. And so we talked and we wrote letters. And in 2015 of June, I decided to send in a visitor form. And I went to visit him in May. And I've been there to visit him for at least 10 times, I believe. When I would visit him, we would talk, we would read the Bible together, we would play games, cards, dominoes, and things like that. And I noticed how even the guards were really, really attracted to Mr. King. They really respected him. And he really deserved that respect. And he's a very godly man. Me and Mr. King, we've talked about the things that he wanted to do when he got out, which is pretty much of what he is doing now inside. He's encouraging men. Very much so, and they respect him very much. I'm a student of psychology right now, and with emphasis on addiction. And so when he gets out, we talked about even starting a safe haven for, young men that came, even old men that came out and needed somewhere to go. And what we would do, we would provide resources and counseling and things like that. And it's just his story of transformation. I truly believe that Mr. King deserves a second chance. Before I even went to see him, I noticed how pure his heart was. And he's, like I said, he's a godly man, and what he wants to do for his community is really, really special. And I have no doubt in my mind that when you do give him his pardon, that he will continue this process in helping people, which he wants to do. And also, I think that he's ready. He deserves a second chance with his family and a second chance with love. Yes, and I think that's about it.
Ma'am, can you tell me, how do you see yourself supporting him if he were to be released?
I am a very strong supporter because I have a drive, and I want to help the community. And I think that us together, side by side, we could do great things for the community.
Can you give me some concrete examples of how you think that you could assist him in making that transition from being institutionalized for a very significant period of time to the community?
Just a solid foundation with the church community, of course. Okay, well, I have a very good job, working with children. And he does have a place to stay. I prepared a place for him.
Is that with you, or is it?
Yes,
okay.
With me. Yes, it is.
And would that be a long-term place where he'd be able to reside?
Yes, it is. Okay. And we plan on getting married, possibly before he gets out. And I hope he doesn't have that long, Yes.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? And who else would you like us to hear from?
Joshua King, Mr. King.
Thank you, ma'am. Morning, sir. Could you introduce yourself and spell your first and last name? Make sure you speak in that microphone so he can hear you, okay?
My name's Joshua King, Joshua King. I'm 29 years old, live in Everett, Washington. Currently am a seafood manager for QFC. I've been there for the past 7 years. Started out as a clerk, worked my way up in 9 months, became an assistant, and about a year after that, became a manager. I've ran a couple different stores and been there ever since. Excuse me. I'm here speaking on behalf of my father and our family for his petition for clemency. Graduated from Mariner High School in 2005. My wife Samantha's here in the audience with me today. We have 3 children, a 4-year-old son, Amari, 3-year-old daughter, Juliana, and almost 1-year-old son, Josiah. Sorry.
Would it be easier if we just ask you a couple questions?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Sir, how have you been able to maintain a relationship with your father while he's been incarcerated?
When we were younger, we used to write. He would write us. When he went in for his 3rd strike, we would go visit when he was in the Snohomish County Jail. He was in Monroe Prison at a time, and my mom would take us to visit him. There was a time when him and my mother fell out of good standing, and we kind of went our separate ways, and we get letters here and there. As I started getting older and becoming my own person, I would reach out and try to talk to him. When I met Samantha in 2004, 2005, one of the things we've always talked about was my dad and kind of the impact he had on my life. And I wouldn't necessarily say I was bitter, but I did have some resentment towards him because he wasn't there for me. She helped me get rid of that. In, I want to say around Christmas of 2010, it was about 15 years, and she finally got me to go visit my father in Column Bay Correctional Facility. I woke up that morning and chickened out and didn't want to go, but ended up going, and it's probably the best thing that ever happened to me. Seeing my dad kind of just lit a fire in me. At that time, me and Samantha didn't know, but we were pregnant with, she was pregnant with my first son, Amari, and it was just kind of extraordinary how that kind of happened, and you know, it brought us together. I mean, me having my first son and me being his first son, kind of just, you know, started rekindling, and from that point on, we kind of progressed and moved on. I don't get to see him as often as I would like. I live in Everett. He's in Aberdeen. At the time, there was a time when he was in Column Bay and we were in Everett. Doesn't mean I don't love him. We have a strong emotional connection.
How many times do you think you've seen him while he's been incarcerated?
Incarcerated, recently when we connected, I would probably say a total of about 4 or 5 times. Once at Column Bay, and I'll probably say 3 or 4 times at Stafford Creek. We've been to a couple of the family events they have, Easter programs, Christmas programs, things like that. We've taken the kids to see him. He hasn't met Josiah yet, but he's met Amari and Juliana.
Anyone else have questions? You're going to see kind of some patterns in my questions. I'm looking for what are some concrete ways in which you can support him or provide a support network for him once he is released, if he is released.
Me and Samantha just recently moved into a 4-bedroom house. I know he has plans as well of him and Theron getting married and moving in, and she actually lives 5 minutes away from us, which is a blessing. So as far as my end, whatever transitions they were going through, if he needed to stay with us, that could be done. If not, and he was staying with her, that would be fine as well. I am kind of part of the younger generation, and things are different now compared to when we went in at 1996. Cell phones, debit cards, computers, traffic lights, crosswalks, everything. And so that's kind of where I see myself being that bridge for him, helping him adapt to this new world, because like you guys said, he's been down for a long time, and you know, anybody's going to have a learning curve and a learning gap to try to bridge, and that's what I'm there for. Grandchildren, you know, also there kind of to help with the love and, you know, just family environment. I'd also
a clean and sober network. Is your household a clean and sober?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have a question. Religion is a very important part of his life. How does religion fare in you and Samantha's home?
I grew up in the church. I don't currently attend every Sunday. I work in grocery retail. Sundays are very busy days for us, so I usually work a lot of Sundays. I'm in constant contact with Pastor Stu. That is my pastor, also my godfather. He's been in my life since I was 5 years old, 10 years old actually. My brother's life when he was 5 years old. We've lived with him kind of throughout times of our life when our parents were up to par to do their job. I pray. I don't read the Bible probably like I should, but I am a man of faith. I believe in God. I know we wouldn't be here in front of you guys if it wasn't for God and obviously a lot of other things. And I know how important it is for him. And whenever, you know, it's important, you know. I mean, is my faith as strong as my father's? No. But I think that's something that he's looking forward to if he's able to get out, for us to build together as a family, not just me and him, but as a family with my children, with my wife and my brother and my sister.
And your mother, is she still in the area?
Yes, my mom actually lives like 3 minutes away from me. She's a big help. She helps out with our children. She's still a member of the same church that we all go to as well. She's a believer in Christ, reads her Bible every day. We all have our issues we deal with, but, you know, we all are certain points of walk with Christ. So,
sir, do you have a relationship with Miss Thomas, or do you socialize?
Me and Miss Thomas I've known of her for a while because of talking with my dad. Me and Ms. Thomas and my wife actually met, I would probably say, about a month ago for the first time in person. As we're kind of going through this whole process, thought it would be, we didn't want coming down here being the first time we met. And so it's something that we're working on. I know if my father is allowed to his clemency petition, it is something that we'll all come together. And as we move along from here, you know, it's something too that we will be starting to do is getting along family events and things like that.
Anyone else have any questions?
And this is sort of a question for Mr. King's counsel. You make, you know, I'm hearing you talk about Mr. King's life and where he is now. Do you think his original sentence was unreasonable?
Unreasonable?
Yeah.
No, I think Mr. King himself will tell you that it took this sentence to shake him up. As I said, he was not, you know, as Mr. Rowe said, he was not some, you know, 19-year-old kid, you know, didn't know better. He was leading a split life. Josh has actually talked with me about this. You know, he was actually doing what he could at home. He was working hard jobs, working at the Space Needle, cooking. So it wasn't like he was, you know, sort of looking for an easy thing, and then this other half of him was doing these, you know, this criminal conduct, caught up in a lifestyle he was chasing. And it had gone on for a period of time, as the record reflects, you know, more than, it wasn't just one thing. So it apparently for him took this sentence to really lead him to the change that he's gone through. And he speaks quite eloquently of that. I'll certainly give him the opportunity to address that. But I am here today because of where he is today, and because I do think he has earned the opportunity that he's seeking today. But we have raised no claims, and he and I have never discussed in any detail any sort of concern that the sentence was wrong. We're really looking at where we are now.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Who would you like to hear from next?
Pastor Stute.
Thank you.
And while Pastor Stute comes forward, we basically have that one row. Mr. King's sister is here.
If everyone who's here in support wants to stand up, we can take a quick count here. Thank you. There are approximately 11 people here in support of the petition. Is there anyone here while I'm taking numbers in opposition to this petition? Okay, and no one is indicating they're appearing in opposition. Good morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Paul A. Stute, Sr. I am the founder and pastor of the Greater Trinity Church in Everett, Washington, and Stute is spelled S-T-O-O-T. I am also the founder and executive director of the Greater Trinity Academy, also located in Everett. In addition to these two roles, I am the member of the Everett Rotary Club, very proud of Downtown Club, and the Virginia Mason Board of Governors, and also on the Board of Regents for Seattle University. I would like to thank this board today. Additionally, I would like to thank our Snohomish County prosecuting attorney, Mr. Mark Rowe, for his support in this matter. Professor Paul Holland and his staff at the Seattle University for working with us on this case. And additionally, I would like to thank Robert King and his family for their endurance and faith that we would one day see this come to pass. I've known Mr. King for over 23 years, and Robert, along with his children and his former wife as well, who is also part of our congregation, was part of the first Bible study that we had before we even thought we was going to become a church some 24 years ago. And so I saw the children raise up on her knee, and then yet I have to share my knee with them. Robert's mother, who I very much knew as well, the late Doris Galbert King, was a musician of our church in our first years, as well as the support of his sister Mady, who's here, that's present. They were a very integral part of the South Everett community, and they played a very important role in bringing a church to the South Everett area. and strong arming and encouraging me that this is what we need to do rather than continue to travel to Seattle. So additionally, I'm honored to be the godfather of all of their children, of Robert's children, and have been a strong mentor and support for them throughout the years. I'm here because I too am a United States veteran, the United States Navy, served a 6+ year term. Robert is a United States veteran who served our country in the United States Army, was discharged with honorable discharge. After returning to the community, he struggled to stay on the right path while he made good choices, such as gaining employment, starting a family. He also made some bad choices, including a crime that led him to this current sentence. It is unfortunate that it took multiple trips to prison, in which you all know, for this to happen, but I am convinced that Robert is truly reformed. He's truly at a point of consideration for you to consider his clemency. I know that the board is always asking what makes this person exceptional, and I heard that question this morning, and I can help you to see what makes Robert exceptional, if you allow me. Simply put, my personal relationship with Robert is not a simple case as a pastor ministering to a parishioner and keeping him on the right track through his difficulties of incarceration. Robert and I's relationship works both ways. It has changed both of us out of conversation, provided both of us to fuel their own work, my work in the church, my work in the community, my work in my own family, Robert's work in prison. This is what Robert says to me oftentimes, in which he, in a sense, caught me in a rush in a phone call a few weeks ago. Robert stops me and says, "Wait a minute now, Pastor, wait a minute. Iron sharpens iron." And so this is Robert seeking to get sharper all the time, and not only sharpen others, but also be sharpened himself. I know a lot of ministers that have traveled to the Stafford Creek and even been there to see Robert where he is now. They would tell me, a lot of pastors that do prison ministries, even Gary Payton's brother, Gregory Payton, who I'm very good friends with, he would often say to me about the strength and the light that Robert brings to the room when they walk in for prison ministry. Greater Trinity is still a young church. We don't have the most resources in terms of money as well as technology. But we do have a phone hookup that allows me to oftentimes participate with my congregation when I'm away on a business trip. And this has been a blessing for me, for the church. Sometimes the congregation asks me to provide the benediction for the church in some way, form, or fashion. The benediction to us in our culture is an important movement in church. It's an important moment at the end of church. It means that the service is about to be over, but it also means that everybody not only just go home, but the benediction is a signal that says that the work is not over. Rather, it is a call to do the work at home, in the community, wherever we find ourselves after that. Through this same technology, I've been able to give Robert King a chance to share his story and his conviction of his faith to our entire congregation. In recent weeks, Robert would get on the call and he would talk to the body of congregants that are there, and he would tell us what he has done, the crime that he has committed, and how he is not proud, and how he just wants another chance. And he would say, "Oh, my brothers and sisters, if I get a chance, I'll be out there to work for the Lord with you as well." And so it is that Robert's faith was about sharing not only his testimony, where he's been, but Robert's story. Robert has moved us all, and in this folder I have a petition for nearly over 45, 50 of our members, and if I can provide it for you, I'll give it to you, that have signed that could not be here today. And for some, we are a young, small church with lots of folk working hard, families. But many of the people here know Robert's situation, stand with Robert, and show their continued support. In my final remarks, let me be quick to say this, that we're not taking anything for granted. We know that the board has to consider this matter, and any recommendation that you will make needs to go to the governor, who will look at himself and look at this situation even closely. But we're preparing also the same. We have a men's group. Our president of our men's ministry is here present today, and he stands with us because he and Robert has conversated about a Step It Up men's group that he wanted to play a very important role to. Here it is, we have opportunity to provide an opportunity, an outlet to see what the decisions we make now will channel the next streams of opportunity for somebody else. I'm here to say to you that I stand with Robert and support with him. Members of our church stand with him. My confidence is Robert is also based on many conversations that have been said by the counselors, by the folk from the prison staff. They believe Robert needs a chance. I firmly believe and grant and ask you that if you allow this for Robert, that we not only as a church will stand with him on the spiritual side, but we've already made provisions for him on the employment side, economically, that he would be able to get a job. People already know his situation and already ready to help train him in areas of need. So Robert would not let us down. He would not let this board down. And definitely, I believe at this point in his life, he would not let his church nor his family down. So I ask that you would recognize the change that Robert has made, demonstrated in his infraction-free years in which he has served. And if anyone would say what I've heard echoed, hollered on the other end of the phone,